2 of the Eleague CSGO Invitational 2019 was action-packed.
They're all falling down now like dominoes.
Faze sent complexity packing.
Nico, tapping for days.
What a shutdown from Faze Clan.
Cloud9 diffused big to head to the grand finals after 2 hard-fought wins.
Headshot and Cloud9 have done it.
Next, Faze and Big will fight it out for their shot at Cloud9 and the Eleague Invitational Championship.
Thrilling moments and amazing games was had yesterday, but today I'm sure will be no different. Welcome everyone to day 3, our final day here at the Eleague studio, and it's all about that right there, the trophy for the Eleague CSGO Invitational. And welcome everybody, Golden Boy here alongside with Moses and Sean Gares as we look to break down all the action for today. We got 2 great matches lined up in front of you. You have Faze going up against Big and Cloud9 waiting in the finals. Guys, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling real good. I'm actually excited for this day. This event has been phenomenal so far, and this first match is going to be so interesting to watch. It's going to be explosive.
Moses is just being smug because he has no predictions wrong at this point.
Yeah, I am flawless. It happens often. I'm used to it.
I've decided not to pick my battle in the prediction war against you. Instead, I'm just going for Sean. Going for the jugular, bro.
You have been attacking me all morning.
I'm going to win this, okay?
It's going to be a really close battle for 3rd place.
Yeah, I believe I saw someone on Twitter say, I hope Big wins so that everyone gets something wrong. And this way, there's no flawless choices. All right, well, it was an incredible day of Counter-Strike yesterday. So let's go ahead and take a look back at the day that was. Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Eleague CSGO Invitational. We are live.
No pressure today, boys. Just want to see us play better than we did yesterday.
Roger that. Red leader, 0-1 Alpha, over.
And a third, Nico. He's getting it done. Tapping for days. Edge of the enemies, and oh, Guardian, he's good for 2.
Absolutely bananas.
Good job. Let's keep it up. Let's keep the energy up. Keep the comms up. Let's not get complacent.
Def's seen him now. He's going to go for the frag. Oh! Massive headshot from Def. He took a risk.
Good job, boys. 1 at a time.
Nice. I'll take a drop, please.
Everything is going, working. Everything is good.
Faze now look very dangerous.
Indeed, and they will move on to play the loser of the following match. Meanwhile, Complexity have been eliminated.
You know what time it is?
Oh, no, he's reaching for it.
Time for the CSGO Trivia Challenge. That's right. How has Golden Boy been as a host? Your choices are incredible, amazing, GOAT, magnificent, or drip drip.
Is this a trick question?
Yeah. I didn't see none of the above up there.
James, I am very afraid of my prediction here because either of these teams could knock it out of the park, and I think this is going to be such an exciting series.
One more time. And on 3, Big. 1, 2, 3, Big. Big.
This is a mauling. Big are mauling Cloud9 in this first half of Cash.
Good save, guys. Let's win the next round. We can break them.
I can take one.
Zelsis versus Tizian with the AWP, but Zelsis has the bomb. He can try to hold the defuse. He's got 1 second to go! Oh no! Cloud9 just about win it. 20 seconds, he's running towards 3. Oh! Back of the head and dead. Cloud9 take the first match.
Cloud9 with an enormous comeback. Oh my goodness gracious me. How have they managed to pull that one out the bag?
Hey guys, I want to forget this last match, okay? We all know what we did wrong, nothing to talk about. Let's concentrate on overpass, have a good mood, support each other, okay? And then we can do it, man.
Really understand, but it's a thing! The double from Kiyoshima, and he's not done just yet. Looking to maybe peek and prod it more. Is there a flashback?
Oh my god, what?
Doesn't matter.
What
Doesn't
is that?
matter.
What kind of ace is that? Are you nuts?
Oh god.
Is that an ace? Yo, do it, ace.
But down goes the bomb, 14 seconds, Goppy through the smoke, oh my god, this is turning into a disaster, at least for Cloud9, fantastic for Big, Goppy's going for the ace.
Left your rush.
They know where he is, headshot from Automatic, and Cloud9 have done it. What an intense series against Big.
Cloud9 with an absolutely crazy 2-0 of Big, one of the ridiculous comebacks of the year so far.
Man, I tell you, there's something about the month of January and Cloud9 that just works for them. I don't get it. but it's looking good so far for C9. They're in the finals with their 2-0 victory over Big. Big now have to go up against Faze Clan. That's going to be coming up in just a second. But some interesting statistics really to pull away from that is the amount of games that Cloud9, or the amount of rounds, I should say, that Cloud9 had to play to get to that point. Definitely felt like they were taking the harder road there, Sean.
Yeah, every single match going over for 30 or more rounds. So clearly their average 32.3. I mean, they did it in the hardest way. So many comebacks came against them. They had to come back yesterday against Big. I mean, they have had so many individual plays, though. It has been unreal. The players from Cloud9 have come up time and time again in the late game.
That is kind of the wild thing. It is a little bit scary to know they can't close out the games where they have big leads. It's nice to know they can come back in games where they go down big, but this is not making it easy. At some point during the event, you just want to say, why don't we just get this one over with nice and clean?
Yeah, right. That's the hope.
Saving it for the grand final.
Exactly. Well, unfortunately, what wasn't clean was complexity. Sad times. 0-4 map record.
Oh, pretty clean in the
Ripping
win
pepperonis.
Column. Yeah, it's not been a good ride for them.
I like the music, though.
It's very somber.
It's a fair
I was expecting more of like a Western thing.
I wanted like a Viking.
Okay. You guys clearly have completely different tastes on what you want for somber music. Okay, well, we're just going to tie that one up with a bow and be done with it. But complexity, unfortunately, for them. 0-4, they're going to be out of this one. We'll be seeing them again, though, in the major. That will be coming up very soon. Looking forward to seeing what they can do moving into that. Now, though, we've been having so much fun here at the Eleague studio. Don't worry, though. That's going to come later. Now, it's the meme off. Yes, and I just want to say, community's been fantastic. Really, just sharing.
I don't really believe that.
Top quality memes. That's what it's all about.
I mean, yeah, they've been really going at Jason.
Yeah, so they really have.
How many of these will be ball jokes? That's the question.
Well, let's take a look at what we got now. So this is going to be, again, we need to make the pick, right? Is Eleague's meme versus the community's meme? We got to have a choice, and the desk here, an expert panel of memologists are going to judge this one.
Oh, this one's painful.
This one was rough.
This one did hurt.
You were waiting. You're hoping. Ah.
There you go. I like it.
That was rough.
Right at the end, he catches it. He's got a smile on it. There we are.
Oh, that's just weird. I felt bad that people were making fun of Moses for being on Eleague TV, for being bald. So I gave him the best hair in NA from Sean Gares. Something about that
disturbing
is very offensive to the eyes.
It's clearly wrong because the best hair in NA is Twist.
That's true.
Yeah, he's really missed the ball on that. So I think that one is automatically disqualified. I go with Eleague.
Just that whole thing was just very weird. I preferred Moses ball jokes. And
I'm going to go with Biker.
The good news is that the community feels the same way as well, because we've had some, look at this live right now. People are creating memes. And look at the number just skyrocket. We're over at 30 memes of Moses' bald head. Guys, go on Twitter right now and make your memes. Be a part of the 51 people.
50. Oh, say what back.
This is some of the best content we've had. Look at this.
Yeah, is it?
And then there's that.
Those are my lips, baby.
I'm glad I chose the nose.
Caressing so softly.
Oh, boy. And, and then that guy just enjoying a bag of chips. So, I think that's okay. And then we have our little fan over there that's been pretty awesome throughout the entire day. Yesterday was awesome. Astralis fan. Gotta love that kid. But you know what that means now, folks? No more shenanigans. It's time for the countdown to game time. Thanks to Domino's. We got Faze and we have Big. And, well, we want to hear from you guys at home. Let us know who you think is going to win this match. Sound off in the chat right now. All caps. Faze, all caps, Big. Make your voice heard. It's very simple. Just go to the Twitch chat. Again, honest answers only. That's the only one that we would count. But guys, this is it. This is it's going to be really fun to see these two teams clash against one another. Have very unique stories coming into this tournament, and I think that if we start off with Faze first, this team such a storied past, players that have tons of experience. You would imagine that they were like the favorites in this tournament, but now like they're in a position to lose.
I think they probably were considered the favorites until people kind of saw the way that they opened up the year over at the iBuyPower event, and you know, whatever you thought about those issues, they did lose 2 games to Ghost Gaming, which were huge upsets there. They haven't looked the best here. They've come out flat in a couple games. They've also looked good against Complexity yesterday. So a lot of it is going to depend on what kind of phase shows up. We know they're still working on a couple things, kind of trying to change the way, become more consistent. You have Nico as the in-game leader, but certainly this is just one of those teams. If this is a good day for them, it's all over.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Nico.
Okay.
Yesterday we chronicled the faces of Nico and sadness in their defeat, but today, all smiles for Nico. That's right. This is basically a sum up of how Faze have been doing. Just all smiles across the board, Sean.
Indeed, yeah. Nico had nothing to frown about yesterday if you watched those games, especially the cash one.
Yes.
I mean, he literally got every frag he wanted to. The pistol round, the whip 3K. I thought that was one of the most impressive spray transfers I've seen this year.
Yeah, that was, well, it's early in the year. We'll get there.
I mean, that's why I said it. I picked my words.
I mean,
it is pretty,
2019
I was just
did
making
start.
sure.
I'm glad that we weren't saying like, that's it. It's never going to get any better than that. It's like, I don't know if you know. But we're still in January.
Indeed.
Are we? I think so.
We are. We are Golden Boy.
Shows me like how little I am here. All right. Well, another interesting point to talk about here as well, because we've been highlighting on the desk when we were watching in the games, the AUG usage has been something. We're seeing it right now at the minor. A lot of players are using the AUG.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of the North American players use it. iBuyPower had a lot of players use the AUG. Faze just do not seem to like the AUG. Why don't they like greatness?
I mean, Nico has tweeted that he thinks it's a noob gun. So, and he is the in-game
unreal.
leader, so.
That can't be. That's insane.
Holy cow, that is crazy. Because, yeah, the AUG meta is here. Whether you like it or not,
it's back.
you have to use the AUG.
I've seen a lot. Okay, so for maybe some of our newer viewers out there, why is the AUG back? What changed? What made the AUG so good?
The fact that it's equivalent in price essentially to the M4. I think it's what, $50 more expensive. $50. You have the scope. You have a better first bullet accuracy. It does a little bit more armor pen. It's just a really nasty weapon, and it's giving a lot of different angles for CT defenders to feel confidence. The fact that Faze isn't picking it up is really, really scary because you're seeing the way it can change how you play.
Yeah, you saw it yesterday with that Gobby 4K he got by the bathrooms. Yeah. It just feels like people get melted when you run into an AUG. They die so quick. The first 5 bullets always connect, it feels like.
Be one with the AUG.
Yes.
Don't shy away from the AUG. Embrace the scope, people. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, well,
I mean, I admire the resistance because it is a little bit of an abomination, but you know, you are playing for money at the end of the day.
I do enjoy your candor and honesty, Moses, as always. All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to Smix, who's over at the stage with the coach of Big, to hear his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Pleasure to meet you, Kakafu. You and the team have had some fantastic moments this weekend, especially with the addition of Xantares. That being said, yesterday you guys also suffered some pretty close losses against Cloud9. So how did that affect the team coming into today?
It didn't affect us too much, so we knew what we did wrong. I mean, we went towards the demos, we watched everything back, and we know what we did wrong, so we will do it better this time.
Well, elaborate a little bit on that, specifically on Cash, because Big was up 12-3, everything was looking good, and then it was in that second half that things started to fall apart a little bit. So what went wrong there?
I think we had very close rounds. We had like this one round where Gobby was on his CD base. He could have killed the guy easily, would have won the round. It would be easy 16-8 game. Also the Tizian one where the CT wanted to defuse and we couldn't like kill the guy. So Cash was kind of, I mean, in our heads, in another day we would just win Cash, so we just said it's fine. Overpass, they just played really good fakes. We couldn't like play aggressive as CT, so this was a mistake. But yeah, today we'll do it better.
But overall, the team is still looking so great, and Xantares is playing out of his mind. I believe he's actually the highest-rated player at this event. You're going up against Faze, and that team has definitely stepped up a lot, especially yesterday with Nico also playing out of his mind. So what are your thoughts going up against them today?
I mean, we have a pretty good record on them. We want to keep that record online against them, but they're a really good team. They're skill-wise one of the best in the world. But as you said, now we have Xantares on our side too, so I think they're also a little bit scared about him, and we try to utilize him as best as we can. The team is ready. We're just chill, and we'll see how it goes.
Sounds awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Best of luck. Golden Boy, back to you.
Thank you so much, Smix. And from the coach there of Big, well, I mean, Xantares, you mentioned him. We got to talk about him. We'll get into some deeper stats with him later on, but the instant impact that this guy has brought to the team has been so impressive.
Yeah, and Gob has a lot of faith in him. You can tell he's doing the P250 drops on pistol rounds to Xantares. He's letting him pick into bomb sites. He has all of his normal roles on CT side. So he's slotted in very well right away into this big lineup.
He is just one of those players he's like Hulk. You just put him into a spot on the map and you just tell him to go frag, and like he's going to do it for you. And Sean, you even noticed yesterday there are certain aspects of these strategies that Big is running that Xantares probably doesn't know all the small peculiars and details to. And as he gets more experience in this lineup and running these tactics, he's going to get better and better when you realize which smokes you can play with a little bit more, which angles you can take a little bit more aggressively. So early returns are great, but it just gives you even more hope for the longer payoff.
Yeah, this team has just been very fun to watch, specifically because of Xantares. There have been some moments, though. I mean, Big have to acknowledge it. The cash game did not go the way that they would have wanted. I think that big moment of missing the defuse and was it Tizian not being able to take out Zelsis. And actually, did speak to Zelsis about that. He said, he was like, either I make the play or I go for the defuse. I didn't know. I just did what I felt like I needed to do.
I think the most shocking thing about the end to that match is we had a look in on the wrap-up from yesterday to Gob be basically telling the team, you know, calm voice, let's get over it, blah, blah, blah. He wasn't mad at all. Yeah. And that's shocking because I think, you know, Jason and I in a pug situation.
Yeah, I'd be pretty furious. Be breaking a mouse and all of that. But it's nice. Kakafu referenced it during the interview, even just saying, listen, some of those instances on cash, probably 50-50 situations where the other half they're going to go our way if you replay them 10 times. So there's no reason in really getting super upset about it and kind of sticking on that overnight. Just kind of forget it happened and realize that in another day, if those situations play out again, they're probably the ones who would have won that map.
Well, all eyes have been on Xantares, and for due reason. A good reason, I should say.
Can you say his name?
Xantares. Wait, is Malkin Cardis?
I didn't think you were actually doing. I didn't mean to throw you on.
No. I want to challenge myself.
I'm going to say nailed it.
I think I nailed it, personally speaking. I mean, you know, come on, give me some credit, people. He leads all players. Yes. By the way, in all stats. I mean, this guy is a savage, living up to the hype. Xantares, as you had mentioned before, is real. And, I mean, yes, this is a different kind of sample size, right? It is a 4-team tournament, different kind of teams. I think people are wondering, how is this guy going to fare against the likes of an Astralis, a Team Liquid, which we will find out later on, surely. But I think early signs are showing that he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he's right ahead of Nico. So Nico's right behind him right now in rating for the tournament. And both of them have played the same teams in the same number of maps. So you get a pretty good idea so far as to, you know, how he's going to fit into Big and how he's going to succeed. This matchup is going to be very telling, though.
Indeed it is. Well, let's take a look at tonight's X Factor, presented by HyperX. And it's going to be very simple. Who steps up to help Xantares here? Because he has been fragging out. He's been doing really well, but he's going to need his teammates to back him up, Moses.
Yeah, I mean, Tapson's not doing too bad, and he's the other guy you got to point to. But for me, with this team, it's always Smooya. I mentioned it yesterday. I think Smooya as the AWPer, as in the kind of style that he likes to play, I think he just brings this team a whole different aspect to their offense and their defense that is very difficult to beat. So you can tell the difference in these big squads when their AWPer is on point and when he's having a little bit of a quiet game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Smooya definitely has to come up big, especially when you go up against like AWPer like Guardian. You have to have that AWP presence in the server, and he can't fall short like he did yesterday.
There's been moments over the past year where I've actually laughed to you and I've been like, Smooya is going to be the best AWPer in the server today, playing against Guardian, but it doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes it is Guardian. He is a little bit still Smooya, young player, still relatively inexperienced compared in the pro scene, where he is still a little bit up and down. And Sean yesterday said he has to get out to hot starts. He's one of those younger, emotional players that needs to get a good beginning in the game to really feel comfortable. And you can see when he's kind of struggling to really zone in.
Yeah, hot start's going to be important. And now we go over to the picks and bans for the maps. And let's see what the choices are for these two teams. Big, Faze, it's about to go down.
Yeah, you know Big has to ban Mirage. It's not a map they enjoy playing. Faze loves it. Now, Faze's ban is where it gets a little bit interesting.
It's going to be tough, isn't it?
Yeah, because they've shown that they'll float the nuke ban quite a bit. And you know, I don't think Faze is all that strong on Overpass, but they might float it.
I was going to say, Dust 2 is the one that worried me if they'd be willing to go up against it. So
we remember that at the major.
Yeah, we do remember that very well. I think it'd be interesting to see a nuke. Wouldn't be surprised to see a train come in from Faze on this pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a train. Yeah, and there it is. Faze going to Train. Big was very good on Train at the Major, but with Xantares, that's a map that's
Overpass is out.
Yeah, I imagine this is just going to go straight to Inferno, which is kind of the easy way to go. Yeah, I don't see... Big doesn't strike me as the team that's going to take a lot of risks in the pick band, and Nuke still, despite the fact that they've shown they're willing to play it at times in the past, I don't think at this stage in a tournament you want to kind of go to a third map on Nuke.
Yeah, say what you will about Smooya's confidence levels, but he always says they have a 7-map rotation, 7-map pool, and after the Major, I was just like, you're a liar.
Yeah, you're straight lying.
Fun fact, by the way, this is the first time in this entire tournament that Overpass has not been played. So, sad face for me, because I love Overpass. It's like my favorite map.
It's a fun map.
Yeah, well, you know, guys, now time to get to the fun of predictions. That's right.
Yeah.
What do we got, Moses?
You know, there's honestly... I think Big looks like the better team. I think tactically they're a step above. I think Gabi's done a phenomenal job. They have a lot of good individual players that can now stack up, especially with Xantares coming in, who's also apparently the best player of this tournament. There's literally no reason for me to pick Faze, but I'm going to do it because something about them just feels right this morning. Something when I woke up was just like, Faze is going to take this.
Just gave me a million reasons why Faze won't win,
you like
but
that
then you pick Faze is going to win. All right, Sean?
So I think this version of Big is better than the one we saw at the Major. They beat Faze at the Major. They've beat them like 4 out of the last 6 times they've met. I think Big takes this best of 3.
Okay, so the desk is split.
Goldboy,
What do... I picked Faze because I'm afraid of Yanko. The fans say Big 53%, Faze 47%. Kind of shocking considering that Faze comes from the Call of Duty community. I just thought that they'd all flood the chat and just vote for Faze, but seems like
times have changed.
Times have changed. Clearly, I'm in a completely different game here. All right, well, you've heard from us, you've heard from the chat, but now it's time to hear from your casters. Let's go over to the Boost Mobile caster desk with Bardolph and a guy with impeccable taste, DDK.
Oh, wow. Yesterday, I'm a real estate salesman. Now I'm
You're the flowery brethren of Golden Boy over there.
You know, but you know why he does this? It's really just a compliment for himself because he's flowered up today as well.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you notice his shirt.
Thinly veiled.
It's always the way, isn't it? But yes, this is going to be an incredible matchup. I think Big have proven that they are very scary. Faze as well. Yesterday, you know, being able to actually run through their game, getting to their flow state, seeing Nico be so dominant, that just makes this like perfect. Today it looks like a perfect day, James. I want to see incredible stuff from all these players. They have so much to offer us.
I always find it difficult to pick against Faze, even despite form, just because of the sheer skill on their team. However, I have gone for Big because I think it was really stimulating to watch Gobby and how his team were reacting to everything that was going on, despite how maybe all the performances weren't where they needed to be. But here we are. Big will be starting on the T side of Cash, the first map of this best-of-3 series. Tizian and Gobby with the grenades for the T side. And there's a big focus towards A early on, where I think we're going to have a peek in A main from Faze. Adren's holding a flashbang. It's about to be deployed, and there are 2 players here having a look, but Tizian still gets a kill. And will Olafus get traded? Of course he will. Too many people there.
Too many man. And yeah, still trying to get through those choke points, looking rather difficult at this point. Even though they have the man advantage, they have so much time, they don't actually have to commit. We have Faze having rotated all the way to A, and there's 3 players ready to respond there. Big can't just do that typical thing which they're doing right now, where you cut the noise, and then eventually one of those CTs has to drift away. They've got to start getting information. What if there's a rotation? You want to know about that so you can set up, but Tizian's here to harass. And still, are Faze sure? Is it just a fake?
Gobby jumping around, showing presence. Taps him with that P250. Extra range, getting a nice headshot onto Guardian. Joan going for the taps. He's got his teammate on short range, looking towards the squeaky door. And now come the numbers. Now they start to try to storm the site, get through the choke point. Frags from inside it. And that's a 1 versus 4. And they know Adren's on the site, so they're choosing to rotate away. Tapson keeps him in situ. And there is the round for Big. We've seen a few slower pistol rounds, more drawn out. And of course, I wonder if, let's say 6 months from now, Xantares will have his own branded hand towels for mice, considering how prevalent it is on the cameras on his desk.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely something to that. And it's actually made me think more about Mouse Excel again. It's been a long time. I used it for like 2 years. It takes a long time to get used to it, actually. You can't just switch to it. It has a learning curve. But enough about that. We do have Faze now in the second round going for the full save. And typically we've been seeing Faze actually force buying in this situation more so than a lot of teams have. I know that Sean has mentioned that it, for him just makes a lot of sense because you have those kind of awkward buys on that third round if you go for full save. Here we don't quite have enough money for everything. not quite all the utility, maybe not an AWP. And Faze is so strong with all the pistols that it just makes a lot of sense for them to have that plus a bunch of utility in Elmo. Ooh, Tapsing getting caught there, able to escape, however.
So many targets. He doesn't need to take those fights because there are so many bullets flying his way that there's a potential for that AK to be lost. Tizian's coming in for support. There is a player to his deep left, spots him. Rain is the last man. Will be taken out by the Mac 10s of Gobby. Gobby always good on the anti-eco rounds and the anti-force buy rounds with his SMGs and occasional auto shotguns on the CT side. Has been commonplace on Overpass, but of course we won't be seeing that one on this series. 2-0, and FaZe Clan are pulling out 5 M4A4s. So the third round buy from a CT side, I think Cash is one of those maps where the shortcomings are quite telling because it's hard to have map control when you don't have all the utility in the world. They have, of course, the smoke grenades, so they can smoke them off initially, but the incendiary grenades are quite lacking, as you can see. They don't have a single one. So if they're trying to stop the T's from advancing when they try to execute into a site, that's going to be more difficult now.
And look here, we have a pop flash set up here for the CTs with the M4s. Really nice aggression to take. Oh, Smee need to reload as well, and he's going to get taken down by Nico. Really working out very well. In fact, the pop flash not even necessary due to Smee harassing there. Unfortunate for him, but look at the reaction from Big. Immediately they see the push there. They know that the mid presence has to be weak. They push him for free. Now they have middle. So they've lost a player, but they've gained some positioning. So that's actually a good result overall for Big.
Yeah, this kind of awareness and commanding from Gobby is why I've picked them for this series. See if it takes him through. Rain with a very difficult angle. Surely there's no way Xantares finds a frag here if he continues to push on.
Another bait setup from Big. We'll go into that in a moment as we see now that Big have gotten connector. Obviously, Xantares knows there must be someone around this position. The timing is so important. Able to escape the angle just in time as Rain starts to creep up. Xantares won't realize he's so close. He just checked that. Rain finding the perfect timing. And now it gets worse. 3 versus 5 for Big. They've got to make a play now. Tapson needs this kill, but Rain doesn't have to take the fight.
That's 2 players spotted for FaZe Clan. No one player is in Squeaky Door. That's going to be a problem that Olofmeister can deal with. He's got nice position, and now it makes it even harder. 4 versus 2, make it 3 versus 1. Very quickly, Tizian doesn't have the range with the Mac 10, and FaZe Clan will hold with 3 players. Maybe they can find some upgrades towards the end. Again, started difficult for them, but with the first frag, and then the second one, quickly got much better.
So something that's interesting to note, and I'm not sure if this is something that will be talked about in the death later, we're seeing this tendency from Big, where they decide to go for this highway smoke when they take mid, and they use it as a setup to try to bait a peek from the CTs in connector to punish. We saw them trying to do that there, and they had the pop flash play into connector as well. And this is something that teams can start to play against them, but Big now can also start using that to fake as well, fake mid presence, when in fact maybe they will explode elsewhere. So they can use that highway smoke to now create mind games now because people have learned that tendency and that setup of their CT side.
Olofmeister has been pop flashed through into A main, so that's a lot of information. They can choose to leave him there if they want to. And rotate an extra player towards the B bomb site. Big creeping towards B. This smoke can have 1 person behind it, can have 5 people behind it. On this occasion, it is the latter. Still a 2-1-2 setup for FaZe Clan as Nico starts to move towards mid. There's a smoke for the other side of the fence. Now the pop flashes come through, so it would isolate the player if he was round the back boxes, but Guardian and Adren will hold for now. Down to the pistol is Adren. Nice headshot from him. This is great. Gets an upgrade as well. And there's not a single frag. Finally, there's one for Samir, but surely it's too little too late. Switches out to an AK-47. We've got Olofmeister looking for a potential rotation. The rest can wait on the site. They have the bomb. 40 seconds for Samir to try and find something. Then it's time to get some frags. He has some position trying to avoid getting traded, but Rain won't need no trade. 4 plays survive for FaZe. Now they can start to build their money.
Great defense here, and as you say, you don't know necessarily how many players are behind that smoke, but one of the issues is that FaZe had mid control. They had 2 players sitting in mid, just seeing nothing. No presence there. No presence towards A. It was just, there was just nothing. And so I think, FaZe were very ready for an explosion on one of the bomb sites. And so they seem to have a good read of that situation. Big will have to make it a little bit more difficult in the future rounds for FaZe.
That execute into B, I believe, is an old French strategy where you smoke off the checkers area. So if there is a CT there, then they're isolated, take the site, take checkers afterwards. But seems that FaZe were ready for the pop flashes. So that was the deciding factor. Now we've got the P250s and Glocks for Big again. With Faze just starting to make some cash, Big will want to force them to use as many grenades as possible. Incendiaries are more expensive than Molotovs. Extra $200 for the CT side. That does add up. So some presence shown towards A. Tizian will continue to be a nuisance around the squeaky door. And Big will head elsewhere.
Very quiet again here as Faze remain calm. No need to overextend. They know they're against pistols. Why risk it? Nice catch, Meister, finding himself a couple of quick kills. The support from Rain and Nico comes in, and that will finish off the round. So easy pickup for Faze. They lose 0 players, and also they actually maintain almost all of their utility as well. So very little economic damage from Big in that round.
3-2, Faze Clan in the lead. Rain and Guardian with and Nico with AK-47. So I'm sure there'll be an opportunist pickup of an AWP later on. No snipers on either side for now. Got Tizian with the Galil and 4 AKs. So let's see what Big have in mind on this occasion. 2-2-1 set up to start with the Faze Clan. Rain under the boost, the Adrenaline moving close to the smoke as well. Guardian left solitary on B. It seems they've got some boosts in mind. You saw the diagonal spray through the smoke from the T's, trying to deter this movement. Sometimes they'll shoot a player in the head. And Faze accidentally gave away a sound cue while they were trying to boost. So they won't take the risk, just in case someone is on the other side.
We know Tizian loves to harass the squeaky door. It's something that he just tends to do every single round if he can.
Big fan of doors, Tizian. Send him pictures of doors on Twitter.
And that smoke as well doesn't really give up too much information towards Faze. The thing is, though, is that Faze have middle still. One of the reasons why you need to clear middle is so that the CTs don't quite understand exactly which way you're going. Because right now, because there's no mid presence from the Ts and no threat there, and because the CTs are also able to kind of peek into B main, they don't really feel anything. The only presence is on A main. So right now, Faze is very prepared for an A attack. Still harassing, force out more utility, and the late mid take from 2 players comes in, but Faze are all over it. They've defended so well.
Defense looking strong. Rain flanking as there are 2 players remaining for Big. See if he's activated later. Pop flashes, counter flashes on a quite an unusual angle. And that would be both. Oh no, Adren comes in with a HG at the end. And it's a clean round for Faze. No one lost. Again, even 1 kill for Big is very expensive for Faze Clan. 0 kills is fantastic for Faze. 2-round lead, and Big are on $3,000, so this is looking like an eco.
I think I understand what Big are trying to do there. The presence they had towards A, they're expecting that later in the round because of how they have 2 players. You know, they're throwing smokes, they're spamming door. They're expecting that those 2 players that go into mid at a later timing, that they'll be in like a 2v1 or something. The CT setup they'll be forced to have at least 2 players on A, which means worst case 2-1-2 from the CTs. But in reality, Faze didn't buy it. They just said, you know what, we're just going to keep 2 players deep in mid, and if you go for that A attack, we're going to get a flank in. So it really backfired in them not having more presence in mid earlier in the round.
Godby boosting some players. He has Godby that is a smoke and a flash, which may be used to execute him towards the A site later, I would imagine. Tabson holding an angle, which you'll often see Scream holding as well. I played against Scream on Cash once. It was very brutal. He's a hard man to shoot. So they've got possession of mid. Now they could try to go for a split on the A side. They've got that smoke up, and that's always a question mark. Is somebody for the CTs? Is somebody close behind? Oh! Xantares running for a weapon, collecting one of his own team's weapons, an AK. Now there are serious issues because Guardian has to start to wonder about behind him. Is he going to get flanked towards B? Olaf Meissen are having to go to car, which is going to isolate Nico. He's having to get aggressive. So this has become awkward. Of course, they are better equipped, but they could get outmaneuvered by the numbers of Big.
Yeah, you're right. Things start to get a bit weird. And the jumping, maybe it's a boost. There it is, though, Tizian with a very important response. Finds the headshot onto Nico. Now the A defense is gone. And everybody regroup here from A to get into that site. Nice headshot comes in from Xantares with that AK-47 that he just picked up. And now it's a 4 versus 2. The Faze have money, but there's another headshot. Xantares taking all the heads. Tizian will find the last player. Deagle comes out, but Guardian defends. But now he's not really liking this situation. Despite how much money they have, he's looking to just back away.
A 3 versus 1, even if he assumes no one has Kevlar. Xantares is a 3k, he's got full health and no armor. That's brilliant. That just tells you what he's brought to that team. But of course, they can set up for an all but guaranteed trade frag situation, so Guardian is doomed in most scenarios. They do have money in the bank phase, and now he can pull out the AWP, drop the AK to pretty much anyone else. Savage players all over Faze. He will hold for now. What a round from Xantares. That first shot, I have to see it again in cancer. That was unbelievable. Pop flash from his teammate. Rain, I think Rain was blind as well. What a great angle. Taps, spinning around. He's a sentry. He's just looking for anything, any target. 360s.
Yep. And I love, you have to appreciate, just for very quickly, that when he got that kill and picked up the AK, he didn't just try to go for a flank. He played with his team and they tried to keep the numbers advantage. I mean, a lot of players would just actually push the flank there in some regard. But Xantares knew better than that. He's not just an aim machine, he is more.
Got a boost in mid happening. Attempt number 2. Rain has been elevated in that position. Meanwhile, there's potential action for Nico. But this from Rain, he sees 3 players. There's 2 gone. Did he see the guy going into main? I'm not sure if he did because he's looking away now. Oh no, it's on my X-ray actually. It is in Squeaky Door. And Olaf Meister will take care of that. Okay, well all of a sudden, again, Big have 2 players remaining. A familiar story in this game of Cash so far. And they've had no answer to any of these violent frags from Faze.
That's
what a
pretty
great answer.
Yeah, that's tilting, isn't it? It's so tilting. Goppy will return 1 frag, but in that 2v5, they're in a spot where there actually would have been quite a strong argument to save with the AK and the AWP, as they would have been able to have a full buy in the next round with that. But thank God they at least have some money because they won a round in which they were on pistols and didn't invest a huge amount. But this is still an awful look for Big at the moment. It does feel like they're stuck in the mud, like really struggling to find a way forwards.
Xantares with an AK, Goppy with an AK as well. The rest on pistols, see what they can do this time. Not even starting with a Deagle Xantares. Maybe a scarier proposition for FaZe Clan, who don't know what the deal is just yet, but the utility being used here will be a clue. Of course, a false buy is unsurprising in a situation when you've just been reset after winning 1 round. So it looks like all of smoke around the A side. I didn't see how many were thrown. We've got 2 players around A so far. Another smoke on that short position, the one I usually throw, but this time no one's in mid. Nico has a door open again. We've seen him do nasty things from here already in this tournament. Moving around the forklift, gets a teammate on his 6, but potential flank here, Tizian. Ooh, Captain 10 HP won't last very long. Action all around the A site. Will be expensive for FaZe Clan, but they survive the force buy from Big.
Yeah, Smia really struggling to get that momentum going so far. And one of the things that has been troubling, I think, in a difference between Smia and Xantares in some of the matches is that Xantares will find a way to impress himself upon the match, force the issue, whereas Smia needs to be set up more with that AWP. And sometimes that just isn't seemingly the case. And so hopefully Big can get things rolling a little bit later into this, after the pistols, of course, and we can start to see Smia coming out. But right now, the approach from Big, it really feels like FaZe are reading their pace very well. And that's an enormous problem because FaZe just have so much individual skill. We see that Nico just wants to take those open fights and he'll win most of them. So Big need to be able to take away more map control, create more questions for FaZe. But right now, James, FaZe look incredibly comfortable.
While the score looks close now, I think the implications are a lot worse for Big at present, and FaZe have a great opportunity to aim for, say, a 10-4 scoreline, something along those lines. Always good to have short-term goals in a map of Counter-Strike. So after 2 kills, Rain has been picked off, but Olaf Meister just, well, never mind, he was there, he's not there anymore. Now there can be suggestions of a split towards B, but Adren is underneath the vent. Goppy gets blown up. The bomb hasn't been seen, I do not believe. And And Smooth's got an AWP. So if there was ever a time for him to try and get into this game, I think it's now. With only 3 players left, Adren is starting to force the action and push through B to find out what's going on. And it seems Guardian will check for a flank, but stay on B just in case, while Bigger in mid.
This is a huge problem. What a play from Adren here. They're not going to be checking for this. That is it, Adren. Such a great move to go for the flank, go for the information for the team, and just crush the chances for Big. That's quite sad for them. But they have the buy back in once more, and they'll have pretty much everything they want. They will be lacking in AWP. We'll have to see what their change of approach is. I really do think that making more of an impression on the map control could be a good start for them. We'll see exactly how they anticipate things. We haven't seen too many very fast contact plays from them either, though, so perhaps that is something that can be thrown into the mix. But we'll see some variation of a deep wall here. Instead of having Tizian harassing the door, he's helping towards middle at the moment. And we have 2 players here for Big towards that B main area. Olofmeister going for a deeper peek, trying to catch anybody setting up those default nades to take over checkers. Won't catch anybody though. And Big will use the timing of those cross smokes on B to quickly move towards A with everyone, and hopefully for them try to set up an attack before FaZe realize what's going on.
It will be a long rotation if they time it right, because there is a boost on B looking into the sunroom. So if they're trying to focus FaZe Clan towards B, they've done that. But now the Olofmeister is quickly starting to rotate over, and they're still stuck in the choke point. Counter-attack will be a problem as well. Nico trying to use the door, not quite working out for him. Rain in front of the smoke. That smoke hasn't gone deep enough, and they've used it against them. Frag. They tried to elevate. That smoke not helping out on the execute. They just haven't even made it onto the bomb site, really. Finally, Gobi is there. 1 versus 3, and that won't work out for them. I don't know if the smoke for the cross was blocked by a player or why it was so shallow, but Rain was able to play around that. And then we had CTs on the site who were able to stop players jumping over the boxes of the big execute. Now we see the stats and who's lighting up the scoreboard at the moment. Rain, 14 kills, far ahead of his teammates and the opponent. Make it 16 with that update. Thank you very much.
Ouch. Looking really bad for Big right now. No one can quite really get things going, and yeah, you can see Rain's playing around that smoke, as you say. It's too shallow, a missed smoke, and it really cost them here. And Rain able to just dance around the bomb site, and they had a 2 versus 5, James. They set it up really nicely. If you can't win a bomb site when you're in a situation like that, that's a huge issue. You've set everything up. All you have to do is trade into the site and set up the post plant. And again, like, that feels really bad, because it's different from losing around because you feel outplayed. You feel like in that spot you should be winning that.
That smoke was almost in no man's land, but it was a great response from Rain to recognize an opportunity and take it. Essentially stop Big from even making it onto the A bomb site, leaving only 1 player to get taken care of after he went down. And once again, a familiar story. Bigger back on the pistols. Every other round, they've got a bunch of deagles. Might get 1 or 2 kills, but FaZe are the one winning the rounds. 4 in a row. 8 from 9 rounds for FaZe Clan. Outside of the pistol, it's basically 8-1 to FaZe, to give you an idea of the success right now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they are looking really, really good so far today, but it doesn't really feel like they've been stretched either. It feels like FaZe are just... Again, the word I would choose is comfortable. They're very comfortable. Nothing really is catching them off guard. They're not really having to struggle for any of these bomb sites. We're not seeing any awkward retakes or clutches. Olofmeister here. Nice flick from him as they finish off the pistols.
Practice.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a warm-up for sure.
Yeah, they are in the driving seat and they've got the fancy gloves on. 9-3 for FaZe. Now Big, maximum loss bonus, have Smee on the AWP, but again, a question is how they're able to get him into a fragging position. Nice flicks from Olofmeister. He's warming up during the game. He will continue with the, well, 1 of 2 AWPs. Guardian will have 1 as well. Double ops on Cash. Often fun. Guardian towards B once more, where 3 big players are headed. A tag, but no frag. Guardian's on 10 HP, and that's still a very dangerous Guardian.
And he is actually, they can finish him off with an HE if they throw it through the glass. You can land HEs onto the bomb site. So that is an option for Big to attempt. But actually, no, they don't have any HEs in this round, so never mind. Never mind. Yeah, that's Definitely heartbreaking there for Smooya, who did leg him. But look at Nico, he's gone for that door push. Oh, I don't think that he meant to shoot the gun there. He's given up the position, and now they know he's there. Okay, that definitely was a mistake from...
I just looked at his face. He is extremely frustrated with that, so I don't think that was deliberate on his part. But here we are. Guardian has picked off Smooya, and now Guardian's starting to rotate his AWP. Olofmeister has taken the place of his teammate in that squeaky door position. And Godby's... Oh, he could see Godby soon, who's just gone around the corner with the bomb and starting to fall back to maybe throw a grenade of some description. Olofmeister saying hello. Was considering going back to the well, but he will fall back in case there are loads of people in main, perhaps. Xantares and tabseN in the mid position. They could go for a vent play. 38 seconds. It isn't quite clear what Big wants to do.
Yeah, they have mids. There was a moment where Faze had 0 people on the bomb side when Olofmeister was pushing, but now they have 3 around A. So 25 seconds to go, and they're just convinced that it has to be B because the time is so low and there's no presence towards B. But here's the flank. There's TTs all over the place, ready to go for the flank. More T's going in through middle. They can go to A now.
Oh my God.
That is ridiculous. They've read this perfectly. Tizian always to be careful about this flank, but he manages to get around the white box just in the nick of time. And finally, we're going to see a retake, a post plant for Big.
What a rotation. That's like a double rotation in a matter of 30 seconds. The read on the game is absolutely crazy, and also it's almost a role reversal. Olofmeister, squeaky door, Rain and main. These are T positions. Red picking up from the B bomb site. 3 on 4. How invested do they want to get to this? Olofmeister and Rain are pretty close, but Adren's so far away. It's basically a 2 versus 3. tabseN picked off towards the car position, I think. The rest of Big on the side themselves. What can we really go for? Just damage at this point. Tizzy's having to creep a double peek, I think. And that's the round for Big. That was a crazy round.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where this is an awesome round to win, but again, you're thinking to yourself, it's just so peculiar. We can't. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, Godby just dancing around there. Not really interested in taking the fight. Very strange, but it's a peculiar round because, as you mentioned, all these strange rotations. We had all these interesting pushes, which created opportunities for Big, and then they kind of played around it. Both teams were reading the map and going for these big mid-round rotations. That's not a consistent approach to winning T rounds. You know, Big are kind of fortunate to actually have the 4 rounds that they do at this point, and I like that we see a timeout here. It's actually a tactical from Faze Clan, but this is very useful for Big as well because they do need to figure out exactly what they need to do for the best chances here.
So we've got Yanko talking to the troops about utility and other things during this timeout from Faze Clan. He's saying, see, he's given his team a goal. Let's reset them here and make it 11-4. Again, short-term goals, very important in any sporting activity, I think.
Yeah. I think you're talking about some A-main aggression, James.
Well, let's see if you are true, Dan, or if you're correct, or if you're misleading the audience. 2 rounds remain in this half. Faze have a goodbye thanks to all those rounds they won. And we'll see what they have in mind. Both teams have been very active. Those rotations were awesome to watch from Big, but we've seen plenty of pushes through A and B late on from Faze Clan as well. Everybody hungry for information. Again, we start with 3 towards B from Big. Smooya holding the initial angles, looking for some aggression. The angle to his right, he has a superior distance from. So if there was a push from the CTs, he's almost certain to get the frag. And there's one from Olofmeister. Jumping around too much, maybe. So normally it's Guardian on B. What does it mean if Olof is on B?
Indeed, it's very powerful to have a player that can move around the map in that way. You have mid control here for Big. This is a great start for them. Loads of time. 5v4. You have mid control. You know that the CTs are likely 2-2 on their setup. And considering how big of a threat in TCon in the past, you can also likely assume that they would have somebody watching TCon. All this pressure on A-bomb side is starting to come in. Looking for the moment to go in Xantares. Defense against Rain. Nico needs a big play here. Looking to play around the smoke. There's the drop they hear him. The spray comes in. Got B. Great 180 from him. tabseN as well with the headshot onto Guardian. And Faze have been largely eliminated. Just Adren in the 1 versus 3.
Still has a fair amount of health. Faze can buy in the next round regardless, so Adren has to go for this unless he feels like he has to save the AWP. But he's got 6,600, so he could drop it in the next round. I think they realize, okay, let's go for it. But a fair amount of time has passed already. So it may be about just trying to take some weapons away. Or going for a ninja, but I think he's even too far away for that. Oh, the bomb is around the corner. If he could make it there, he can't hold it. No one's close enough. Oh, he could have put it a bit more further away. I think Gobby's going to get there in time. Yeah.
Oh, that was close.
It was close.
That was very close. I actually didn't think he'd make it in time. Oh, and we'd have like another Tizian moment. That was so close.
A wry smile. A nice try in the chat.
There we go. Smear's going to feel good about that one after being denied a couple times previous. Oh, it was so close.
You don't see so many teams cause so much havoc with the smoke up highway as much as Big do and the threat of taking Z, keeping FaZe very uncomfortable. Those flashbangs go down the middle over the warehouse, not over the glass, so the T's can run and peek with it. Gobby asking questions of the AK. Nice rapid from him. Xantares has been taken out early. Lots of exchange in the mid position. Gobby finally gets his kill through the smoke, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 4.
And Gobby knows he's got to do something in mid here. Taking a fight, trying to get that 3 versus 3 is really critical. Olofmeister is quite weak, but he is on an AWP. Forward is Nico. Doesn't get the first bullet off there. It's Tizian, but he'll still win the fight regardless. And that is a huge issue for Big. At least 2 players are very weak for FaZe, and at least they've taken 1 player out, which does create holes. It's a very different story to a 3 versus 5, for example. There is a way in. You can see Smooya now. He's moved into checkers, but he's unscoped. If he scopes, they're going to hear him. Wow. Well, Nico will hear that tag on Gobby.
Only 14 damage. What kind of grenade is that? How is that possible?
It's a chance, James.
Smooya's moved into the B-bomb site. He's been heard, he's been spotted, tagged. That's a fair chunk of tagging. Gobby can re-smoke this. And Smooya can hold the upper area. There goes the smoke. 27 seconds. Oh, the bomb's been dropped. They've taken too long. He's taken Rain out, but Nico must be eliminated. Smooya, he's got 1 shot. He has to try and avoid getting traded. Creeping up, Nico realizes what's happening, runs out, and there's 10 rounds for FaZe, 5 rounds for Big.
Indeed, not quite the 11-4 Yanku was going for, but it is a decisive half for FaZe, and they looked so strong. It feels as though it could have been a lot worse for Big. So they have enough rounds to get things going on this second half, but they need to wake up here, because otherwise it's going to get very bad very quickly, because it already does feel like FaZe are feeling themselves so far this tournament here today.
Yeah, so it was a strong half for FaZe Clan, and again, outside of the pistol, 3 rounds for Big, really. Players readying up. Some last words from Yanko. Now let's see if there can be a change of fortune. Xantares and Smooya, not a great half really, is it? 7 kills and 4 kills. We've had a great flash in 1 round for Xantares, but he got 3 kills, and after that, everybody was quiet, really.
Yeah, I think the fundamentals from FaZe have been really good, and some of those tendencies of Big, I think, have been sort of identified, and FaZe have, calmly understand what, what these tendencies mean and how to react. And they're just, when things came down to attacking a bomb site, it just always seemed so difficult for Big, even if they had advantages. We saw that 5 versus 2, for example, Rain and Guardian just easily dealing with it. Maybe a botch smoke has something to do with it, but that is in the past. Now Big, they've got 5 rounds. They look to the future. They look to get that pistol, and they look to try to go for an equalizer. 5 rounds is required to do that. It's not too tall of an order. We'll see if they can do it. They've got a lot of utility on the CT side. You don't often see that. 4 flashbangs and a smoke and a kit.
Looks like retake strats to me, and considering they've only got 1 player in the B bomb site, that might explain why. Smooya in B alone. FaZe Clan spreading out, looking for any pushes really, just holding passively. Tabson with the 1 taps again. There's a flash for him, sees nobody else in A. So now Big have control of A. What are FaZe Clan going to do? I think Tabson picked up a smoke from a T player as well, which is a nice bonus, especially if they have to retake towards B. They can entirely smoke off checkers in the entrance to B, if need be.
Yeah, he's dropped it at the end of A main. There's lots of play still here for Tizian, looking for another headshot for the Big side. And FaZe Clan still have a lot of decisions to make. They can go anywhere they want, and that's not good. Tizian in that 1v1 gives it up. Now FaZe will feel much more comfortable, still with the smoke and flashbang on Adren. Looking to go towards middle. They already have Nico deep by White Box. And Faze, they can still go back to B. Big have to be so careful.
They've got no lurker towards A now, but they are close to the highway position. But with Adren outside B, I feel like it's much better for them to try and split the B bomb site. Now, Adren has brought Godby and Smear towards B bomb site, so maybe they're playing off rotation. Either way, they'll take out Tabson. Then Xantares is lurking around this A site, but he's so low and now he's gone. Open for business is the A bomb site. Godby already towards the car position. Olofmeister is close and he's got a bullet advantage with 18 more in the Glock. Some spam from him as he backs off around the corner. And this is going to be rough for Big. They're going to walk into a crossfire.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to pull this one off, especially considering that Smear's already on 14 HP. He can't take any damage. Oh, that's a stunning shot, though. Godby will go down. Maybe if Godby had picked up that kill, Smear could have helped him out. But Smear's trying to keep his Kevlar intact at this point. And Rain's got quite an annoying angle. Nice, though. Smear picks up another one. Defensively, he can't win the round, but he can sure try to survive. And one more. Smear looking for 4 kills now. Nico, is he going to chase this one? Does Smear have enough health? He should be, yeah, should be able to survive the bomb. There's Nico, and he finishes him off, but Smear got some extra bank for the 3 kills that he picked up there. Extra 900 bucks.
Pretty good going. Almost saved perfect armor, but then took 6 damage eventually.
He's the AWPer too, so that's going to pay off later on.
Yeah, it helps for sure. You can see it looks like he's feeling the pressure. He just needs to step up. We asked about who needed to step up. You see Godby's on 11 kills, but Smear stepped off the ladder for now. I mean, Xantares, rather. But he was very good on the CT side of Cash when we saw it previously, and maybe that's going to happen now. But losing the pistol certainly doesn't help, shortens the odds.
This is just great from Faze. Just use those MAC-10s, barrel into that B-bomb site. Your nades, you can just... There's no position that a CT can stand in with those pistols. And as soon as you get the bomb down, it's basically over at that point, if you have enough players left alive. So here it goes, flashbangs in. Actually, some good damage done by these pistols. Oh my goodness. But they'll all deal with it pretty well, these MAC-10s reigning true with the AKs. And that's the bomb site, so easy cleanup. And so we can expect that AWP, I'm sure, from Smear in the following rounds. Ooh, you don't often see people going for that, but it is always a fun run boost.
Yeah, it's a rare one. It's bonus money for Guardian. He can back off now since he's low. There's some more money for Olofmeister. Everybody alive for FaZe Clan. 12-5, and the game is probably going to start now.
Probably going.
As far as Big are concerned.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. The weapons are coming out. Godby on a French gun. Tabson on the AUG. Smear, AWP, no Kevlar. Again, they have that limited utility because of the 3rd round buy. But what choice do you have, really, when it's 5-12?
Yeah.
Olofmeister wanted another flash? No? He threw his HE, but he's leaving with spawn with 3 grenades. So I guess he really doesn't like HEs.
And this is really far from Faze, straight into that A-bomb. So they've got the MAC-10s, they want to use them, they want to get that positioning quickly, but so far so good. Tabson slows them down, gets a double with that AUG of his, and the M4 range true for Xantares. Good for 1, that's all he needed. They've stopped the push. Still a chance though, Nico will take damage as he gets the kill onto Tabson. Now it's the quest to make this as expensive as possible. And here comes Olofmeister sneaking up on Godby. There's the reload at the worst possible time. And now there's a chance. Nico and Olofmeister ready for the 2v2. Oh, that's big.
6 cents from Nico. Smear now puts it into a 1v1. He doesn't have a HE. He has a flashbang though. Does he go pistol? Does he go AWP? He knows Nico is around default somewhere. The post-plant smoke is already up. He's scoped in, so he can continue to creep, and Nico's not going to expect this, but the scope is obscuring his vision. Okay, Smear on the corner now. Nico by the box. Out he comes. There's the flick. Finally, there's a big impact frag from Smear. Some nice confidence boosting for him as Big make it to 6 rounds.
Faze made it expensive as hell, though. And that is really important to see Smear in those clutch situations. He's one of those players where I watch him, and I feel like if we see some good stuff from Smear in a half already, I'm thinking, oh, he's going to nail this. He can do anything. But then I also feel the opposite sometimes, where if he's having a bad game, I feel like the pressure starts to really eat away at him. But this was fantastic, and it's going to do great things for his confidence moving forwards. You can see Nico not happy with that one, but they did so much damage, James, and that was a bonus round for them.
You can see Yanko on top of Nico. stopping the frustration. It's fine, it's 1 round. Let's focus on the next one. Keeping his cool. When doesn't Nico perform though, or otherwise? They still have double the score, and again, if you're Yanko, you've got to tell your teammates, this is an opportunity to reset them, to break them. It's good that we lost that round. Still an Olaf Meister running out of an SMG, so now they can really have an impact. This lineup is normally where you'd throw a smoke, you'd aim at the top of the arrow, smoke off the quad position, which would stop people from holding angles. Tapson with an off-angle Guardian, not ready for that one. Rare miss from him. Santares is a very unusual angle and allows Tapson to make that smoke for the cross. There, the spray from Santares, hitting the mark, but they have control of the site for now.
Yeah, the Org is so consistent at those distances with the scope and how easy it is to control the recoil, and Smuya finds one through the smoke as well. The difficulties compound for Faze as Adrenaline has to make a play, goes through the door, which way does he look? Well, that's going to work out. Finds himself 2. Olaf Meister with 1 as well. All of a sudden, 3 players dropping immediately for Big. And Olaf Meister has 40 seconds to clutch this, and he seems to have a sense for a flank. But does he realize how deep that flank goes? Looks like he won't. Tizian with a very good position. Smart stuff from him, and that's Big picking up the round, but that shouldn't have been quite as expensive as that.
Yeah, the good thing is that Faze can't particularly buy, so it may give a small few bubbles of breathing space for Big to try and recoup some of these losses. I think the whole Big team's feeling the pressure at the moment. 5-round deficit. This is a very important round for them. Tabson will have the AWP, and Smear's on the SMG. So, see how this works out. Now, you could argue, why doesn't Smear go to where Tabson's going? But then you've got 2 people not playing in their roles, positionally. So if they're expectant of a push towards B, the SMG would be better for a clean-up. Smear in a position where Gobby can throw a pop flash for him later on. Although Gobby doesn't have any flashes, actually, so he can't. Never mind. Face cut. Ooh, that's meaty. Guardian and Rain taking colossal damage from a HE towards the boost position. That's not nice.
Got to give that respect to Faze with those pistols. I have to say, Faze's discipline when they were on the CT side, playing as Big when they were on rounds like this, was very good and very impressive indeed. Didn't give away anything almost, except that 1 round. Santares went off. Tabson looking for all, just about missed it. It's got to be careful. The pre-aim was there for Rain, but he can't pick up the kill. It's Nico to do so on Tizian as he goes wide on Connector. But they can't quite get the gun. It's covered. But there looks like potential. There's potential in this round because there's also a Dren in Squeaky who's ready to burst out if the mid players can pull that rotation and attention away from the A-bomb site.
Oh, the bomb's been lost towards B now. The SMG perfectly positioned for this. So I think the most dangerous part of this round has ceased, as far as Faze are concerned. There's a frag for a Dren. He's got 10 seconds to try and do something, or maybe hold on to this. An AWP to be collected. You can spray through that panel on the right-hand side through the fence. Some people used to save there a very long time ago, but you can spray them down very easily. And there we are, 8-12.
It's so crazy that in a round like that, where Big, Faze have almost nothing to work with, they actually found so many small opportunities, and there was actually a bunch of different ways that they could maybe win that round. It's just kind of crazy. It's always a struggle, it seems. Very difficult game so far for Big, but this is the first proper fight we're going to see from them. Smuya and Tabson on those AWPs. Full utility, full kits, everything that they could possibly want. This is where it really starts, if it's going to start at all. Can they find that flow and that momentum?
The Dren towards Squeaky. Tabson boosted up. Does he double scope in? He sees an elbow. You can. Oh! I thought Guardian almost went too wide there. Very nice shot from Tabson. Nico will collect the AWP. Tabson has repositioned outside of main. Smuya's been left alone with the A-bomb site. He has an AWP as well. Olaf Meister waiting for a push. Faze have a focus towards A, clearing things slowly but surely. No one by the lockers.
I love that Big have quite a heavy presence in mid right now, because usually when a T side goes down to 4 players and there's 5 CTs and there's a minute left, they go for a mid take, because CTs typically will reinforce bomb sites and usually leave mid open. But look at this presence. They're ready for a big fight on mid or big. That's beautiful. Nico taking so much damage. The follow-up grenade from Xantares is on point. That's great stuff from Big. They read the map perfectly here.
You have to respect that. That's quite a combo. Minimal risk, maximum reward. 40 seconds, 3 versus 5 for FaZe Clan. Looking to boost once again. What is the play from FaZe? What does Olofmeister's role in this, in that boosted position? Small amount of flashbangs. Captain won't get flashed. Easy frag for him, and his teammate's just hiding in the corner, but a Molotov will force him through. They surely won't expect him here. Running onto the side to try and plant the bomb. This is all but guaranteed. Oh, he's missed the shot at Xantares. Trent, is there a chance for him? 10 seconds, and this bomb can go down. How are they turning this around?
Oh, God, Smooya, he's got to do it again here, but it's even more difficult. They had everything here, so much money invested, and Smooya has to be perfect, and they could pop out at any moment from any position. Nade comes out, the double peak timing is just too damn strong. Oh, how do they give that one up? Xantares, of all people, he just whiffed a few bullets. That should have been guaranteed. You hold the off angle, and you make it work, but you can't make those mistakes against FaZe today, it seems.
They played the bait setup where Xantares was hiding the entire time. Only the AWP was going. Molotov forced him out. He had to get that kill. A rare miss from him, and that might cost Big everything in this half because their money's been broken. They're on $2,000 to $3,000, and FaZe are on 13 rounds.
And it's really difficult as well because when you don't have any economic security as a CT side, your AWPers can be so incredible, but the issue is that they have to take these huge risks. So you want to have a big bang before you start sending Smooya around the map to make crazy plays, or Tabson for that matter with the AWP. And so once again, it just feels so demoralizing. Your money just gets eliminated once more. It feels like you're always having to play safe. You can't take huge risks. And at this point, FaZe are 3 rounds away from winning this map, so they're going to save, then it's going to be 2 rounds away, and they're going to have to take some huge risks, whether they like it or not. This has definitely been a very slow start from Big.
Guardian boosted up. Again, on previous teams, this was an automatic veto. I'm sure he's enjoying playing Cash.
I forgot about that, you're right.
New Cash to come some months away, I would presume. FaZe waiting for Big. I mean, you have to respect Godby. You have to give him the opportunity to try and do something, because if you don't, it might cost you everything.
The worst thing as well about that last round is that it just came down to just messing up on some fights. But the way that Godby and Big had read the T rotations was absolutely perfect. The way that they understood where they would be at 1 minute, how to counter it, where they put everyone in place, how they use their utility. It was just such a good read. And so for the round to fall flat in that fashion is very sad.
Yeah, especially with the bait setup with the AWP and the rifle around quad. That really sucked for them. It's a shame that one of these teams has to go. However, there can only be one ultimate winner. Cloud9 waiting in the wings. We've had a flashbang for a pop flash play in this round. That hasn't worked out for them. 28 seconds left, and FaZe have swarmed the B-bomb site. Adren playing containment for the time being. Some cat and mouse. Cat always wins.
Nicely done by Adren. It's also a shame because I actually still wonder if maybe we'll see it, but I felt like that previous round was a good candidate for Sean's map tactics. I'm not sure what he'll have in the bag for later, but 14-8, that's the reality that is there for Big. This has been a very difficult game. One of the reasons why I think everybody respects a team like Astralis so much is that even when they have a slow start for whatever reason, and a game looks like this and it's been a struggle, they always seem to somehow find a way to make it incredibly competitive and bring it to a very, very close game, if not actually making a full-on comeback. And that's the psychological test that we have here for Big, because they've had few opportunities. They've had few opportunities to feel good in the game, and in some of the spots where they needed to get the wins and they had the advantages, they've been unable to perform how they would have liked to. So they have all that playing against them, and now they just have to press that reset button. We've got that tactical from FaZe, actually. They want to end this right now.
I really wonder if anyone ever... I guess I don't think anyone ever ecos here and goes against game point, because if they win here big with almost zero utility, then they have one round later on. So it would be crazy to do otherwise. Gobby and Smooya towards B bomb site. Looks like a rush B. No stop from Faze Clan. So far, so good. A flying UMP to take out Smooya. Nico continues the charge. He wants to close this out very quickly, not allowing Gobby to have any chance to read what they're doing. Tizian doing the best he can, avoid not managing to kill Guardian, but Xantares is somewhere, and he's fragging players. 3 versus 2. Suddenly, Big have a man advantage.
I have no idea how Xantares got into that position straight deep in checkers, and now it's tabseN also holding that rotation of the bomb, and all of a sudden Guardian finds himself alone without anything to help him out here. Just a single Molotov, scoping back up to try to catch one more player, but nice white peak comes in from Tizian, finds the head with the MP9. Where the hell did Xantares come from?
I think he teleported.
Did he dive in from heaven into checkers? How did he get there? My God.
Oh yeah, we went through the vent. Here we go. Xantares with the M4A4. Tap hand with this.
Wow, that second kill as well completely saved.
No!
Saved Tizian.
Yeah, he couldn't believe that. They had so many advantages. He jumped in, he got 2 kills with the UMP, and it all collapsed. Xantares said no, the big red button was pressed.
Okay, this just got real, James. This just got exciting. Are they going to go for it again? They feel like they should have had that one. They're going to go for the same strat again. Now here's Gobby. Are they more ready for this? Smooya opens up. He is ready for this. Actually gets a frag, having to throw the smokes in the mollies. They're everywhere. Absolute chaos once again as Big come in from the big rotation. And now things start to slow down, but there is the bomb. It's on the bomb site. Reigns made it his way all the way onto the side. And this is absolutely crazy, James. They've got to go for a retake, 5 versus 4.
This is almost a T-execute in reverse, and they haven't gone through with him. I think they all wanted to just contain these players, and Reigns was on the bomb site on his own, didn't plant the bomb because he's on his own, and he's been fragged. The bomb's just sitting there. Nobody went through these smokes. They know there's a bunch of CTs there, but maybe they didn't know that Smooya had smoked the other side, and now we're in a 4v2 situation after Gobby goes down. And it's about survival for Big. The focus is on their economy. They need to stay alive. And they're doing so very, very well. There's a whole minute for Guardian to fall back. He can go hero AWP. I want to say Virtus Pro showed that first with Pasha. 1 AWP and nothing else on the T side. They managed to win rounds like that. So it's entirely plausible that Guardian carves people up in the round to come. So this is a big gun to hold on to.
What's crazy, just think of it like this, James. In the last 2 rounds were like very fast rushes from Faze, which were blown up by Big. Big survived 4 players here and 3 players in the previous one. Big just eliminated maybe like $60,000 to $80,000 of equipment in like a minute and a half. It's kind of, when you think about it like that, it's pretty nuts. That's incredible that they hold that. It's very difficult to hold those very fast rushes when you're just not ready. Very difficult indeed, but they managed to do it. There's Molotovs everywhere.
Yeah, I think if Faze knew that Smooya had smoked himself off because of the deep molly, then they would have gone through the smoke. But as far as they know, Smooya's standing there just waiting to frag them, which leaves Rain isolated on the site in a very strange situation.
Oh, nicely done. Finds Guardian at the last moment. Beautiful pickoff. Wow. They had the perfect positions to stop this. 2 players in checkers. Creating delay with the smokes, bought time for the rotation, and all of a sudden, James, Big have a lot of momentum. Out of nowhere, they have so much momentum. They've got all the money. It's the first time, I think, in this entire map of Counter-Strike, in round 25, where we're seeing this.
We're both listening to Yanko talk since they're the team closest to us.
Yeah.
He's giving them very, very exact instructions. Rain, on your camera there, 25 frags. He has turned up today and then some. He's leading the charge on the entire server. Needs to continue to do so. Guardian's the one a little slow with 8 kills so far. The money's been broken for Faze Clan. No grenades in this round. 2 P250s, 3 Glocks. Olaf heading towards B. The rest of the team focused towards A. Will it be a slow one? They'll have to wait out the initial grenades with no Kevlar. Rain's not shy though. Feeling confident. Up close. He's waiting for a pop flash. You can see him looking away. Just as Smooya was in the first half when Nico walked through the smoke and shot him because of Smooya's spray. So the first grenades are down. And Faze now moving towards the B bomb site, leaving Rain towards A on the other side of main thanks to that smoke. Got B and Smooya in the checkers area. And here comes the numbers game.
There it is. Brumbies comes in. The numbers game as James described, but really strong positions here from Godby. Oh, that's a nice spot for the nade. They have nowhere to go. Oh, but really need to hit that one. And all of a sudden, they are actually making their way into some position. This becomes a little bit awkward here. Losing a bit more than they would have liked, but they should stop the plant. Nicely done by Godby. 11 rounds to the 14 of Faze. Now, what we were hearing from Yanko could start to come into play.
Well, now we just got a real match.
Yeah.
3 rounds between the two teams. Now things are getting interesting. We need to get some Xantares towel designs. That's the kind of memes we want to see today. Send them to Eleague.
Have like a quilted design of all the memes of Jason's head. That'd be kind of cool. No?
I like how you tied it all together, Dan.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Faze Clan have in store on this occasion. Adren's on a UMP, so things are still not ideal for the Faze Clan boys. Over towards Squeaky as usual. May not want to reveal, though, that he's in Squeaky with a UMP, because that is a... If someone's highway, for example, and he starts peeking, that's not a good duel for him. The damage fall-off was made worse, let's not forget, back when the UMP was very popular. 2 players boosted up. Olofmeister quietly carrying the bomb towards A, or perhaps to place to throw a grenade. Guardians just holding a B push, very passive.
So they want to go for that explosion out the door as they pull players away from the A-bomb site. That's what it all comes down to. That's what Faze are trying to do. All the CTs out of position, but with this harassment here, they look to be in pretty decent position overall, but there it is. We start to see Xantares helping mid just for a moment. Is there a timing here? Faze are looking to find it. They're looking to force that timing, in fact. They can close up mid for this split. This is looking very scary here from Faze. A very ominous presence approaches highway.
3 players on the site though, and Smear forced to rotate because of the smoke. This is going to be a giant fight on the A side. Unless they're pulled away with Logan, going to be Guardian. Has got a second one in him. He's continuing to hunt. There it is, straight in the face for Xantares. Smear takes a Dren down, but the numbers are favouring Faze. 4 versus 2. The bomb's on the site already. No one needs to cross now. They can hold these angles. The flashbang. They know where Smear is. There's only one question mark, and it's got B, and he's towards B. He's miles away. So it looks like Big will have to concede this round. Now, if they can save these 2 weapons, which won't be the case, they could have bought around them. They can still buy. They're likely to. I'm sure Godby will try to save the AWP, but he will no doubt be hunted.
Really strong rounds from Faze. Tries to go for the 180, not going to happen. Denied. Very well played indeed. Yanko's calling there that we heard played out beautifully. Here, Faze obviously executed it very well, particularly these shots from Guardian. Oh, this looks so sexy. Doesn't even Guardian have the AWP? And he's been having a slow game, and is that difference of experience actually that we heard talked about on the desk, where if you compare Guardian and Smear, well, Smear might have his moments, but Guardian's going to just, even if he's not getting kills, he's got so much experience that you can, if you set him up, he's still going to be consistent. You just have to get him in those spots.
I love how into it and animated Yanko is. It's really fun to watch. Very, very specific stuff. This is setting expectations of their opponent. This is what we want to do. This is how we handle it. This is the kind of timing we have. It's really awesome. It's always great to see Yanko nerding out on the desks. One of the best talkers about the game that we have, and now he's able to do even better and stand behind Faze Clan, which is really awesome. Big have been able to buy. They've gone for 2 sniper rifles in this round. They are 4 rounds away, and it's game point for Faze Clan, looking to take a 1-0 lead in this semi-final. With a head to face Cloud9 later on. Ooh, just shaving any hair from Godby's ears if there was any.
Yeah, but just about dodged there indeed. Ooh, so, a different approach here from the CT setup for Big. They are managing to get, as we saw, Godby into a close position to try to defend against those fast pushes. Ooh, does he find a timing there? I think, well, he did jump and run around, so they would hear that he is close to mid. So they might be holding for a mid push from the CTs, so we can't do it.
Smear's been dancing around back and forth with Guardian outside the B bomb site, just spotting and noting that he's keeping an eye on things, and that might be a clue. He's left. Oh no, he's going up top. I was going to say, seeing Guardian standing there keeping an angle might be a clue to Godby that there probably aren't many people in that direction, and his action elsewhere. Nico's been taken out by Tabson. Rain having a look. Gobby is in the most awkward angle possible. He spotted some of him. Almost a double pick. Xantares doing the job. Bomb left outside the A area. 43 seconds remain for FaZe Clan.
And there may have been an opportunity missed here. It's very unusual for Big, for any CT side, to have 3 players in mid like this when there's 35 seconds left. And they've just been holding that. And Adren had a window much earlier to push out onto the site, but Tizian is just like chilling back there. And now Adren will go for that push, maybe a little bit too late, and he'll get taken down. Guardian, once again, last man standing without too much left to do, and he's continually in these spots. Really cool from Big. Again, another great read from them.
The confidence is brilliant. It's 5 versus 1, and they know he's not going to go towards the B bomb site, so they rotate more people to hunt him. Nico looking for info, got a bit too much. Just the dry peaks from FaZe Clan being punished by these double AWPs. And Big are pretty happy. They know they've reset FaZe Clan, the money's been annihilated. So there's not much to be had for FaZe Clan in this particular round, or is there?
Yeah, I wonder what was holding Adren from pushing earlier when things started to go wrong.
It looks like they've chosen to go for a force buy.
Oh yeah.
So ignore everything I said. Now it's become quite dangerous.
Yeah, some of these explosions have looked very scary, for sure.
I feel like Guardian maybe should give the AK to anybody who uses it by default, like a Nico or a Rain. I think that would make sense right now.
That was very close timing. Xantares almost got so many kills. And look at that, with that pop flash play, now there's 4 players on the A-bomb side. This is just not ideal at all. You don't have the element of surprise. You will try to move in with the numbers behind the smokes with the flashbangs and Molotovs, but these CTs, there's lots of counter utility coming in. There's a big sprays from Tizian, from Xantares, and now there's just 2 players left. Looking very unlikely they can get a bomb plant now, let alone some kills, as Adren looks for it, but he can't find it. It's up to Nico. Finds himself 2 off the spray. How much more will he find now as he goes for another one? That's 3, but there it is on the cross. Smia finds him, and that's going to be Big with 13 rounds, 2 more to go for overtime.
Nico needs the AK from the start. or anyone who just mains the rifle over the AWP, I think is reasonable, especially based on form in this particular game. If you look at Rain, for example, who's 26 for 20, but here we are. Eco time for FaZe Clan, so they can't even capitalize on those 3 kills from Nico for the final round to come. There'll be a flashbang and there'll be a P250, and that is it for FaZe. This may be a fast one. Is that going to be a meteor HE? Not bad. Okay, ding dong. And now Smear's got to try and hold of a P250. That's the bomb flying out of the bomb site. They really need that money. Can they get the bomb down? I don't think so now. That would have been helpful. But they will still have the AK-47s, and Nico can buy an AWP if needed.
Really smart from Smuya to keep to switch to the P250, because there's a world where you think, well, they're just going to run onto the site and plant. But instead, they try to go and take him down, which is a really smart play. Because otherwise, imagine if he shoots a shot here, misses that, or hits it, doesn't matter. He dies. 2 players left. Maybe they can pick up the AWP. Then it could start to get a bit hairy. But Smuya, great decision-making, hits the shots under pressure. Now, 14 to 15. 1 more round to go. 4 buys for both teams. No AWP for FaZe Clan, but it hasn't helped them much anyway on the T side so far.
Will it be another overtime in this series of E-League? I've seen a fair few already this week. Of course, the snipers creeping through the smoke on both sides, both towards A and B at the moment. Both elevated on boxes. Tease, can he get away in time though? He's got a teammate for support. Make it as safe as they can. Early engagements will not have any fruit for either side. Tizian alone in mid at the moment, and Gobby's starting to rotate away, leaving Smuya in an aggressive position. Plenty of times a big player has been entrusted with the B bomb site on their own. Seem to have a good handle on what might be going on.
And for FaZe as well, it's very scary going to mid, because Big have shown that in a few rounds that they are willing to have 3 players on mid at a late timing like this. So they'll go over the top, they'll take their chances. 45 seconds to go. Tizian's going for it. Oh, it's just not quite in position in time, but still manages to recover. Finds the kill as they start to move towards the vent. That might indicate that they're going towards B. You can see that call is being made, that they're trying to get into the vent, and that rotation now is coming to support the B players. Nico battling in mid, but the trade's there from Tapson.
26 seconds for them to charge towards the site, and the cross smoke has disappeared. And who's on the site? It's Xantares. He's got an M4A4 and he loves the situation. A flashback to the team, he's not working. It's close. The transfer's not there, and the frags will be advantage Faze for now. Now they can get the bomb down in this 2 versus 2. And we already have Adren in a post-plant situation. Don't go too far though, because Gobby and Smia are almost on the site already. The Shadow's seen, and Guardian gets the frag. Adren moving up now. Smia in a 1 versus 1 of the AWP, just walking into ankles. No idea where Adren is, but now, is he fast enough to take out Guardian? He sees him! Oh, in the red, but he can't quite do it. It's not fatal. FaZe Clan take the first map, 16-14.
Oh man, it's got to feel so bad for Big. A 2v2 clutch to take the map after all of that. But you got to give it to them, the heart. They managed to bring themselves back into this one, and it was looking like they were down and out for so very long, and that's going to be such a boost going into the next map. Great stuff though from FaZe. They managed to close it. So many nail biters here at Eleague. We'll have to find out more from the desk after the break.
You're funny, man, really.
Yeah, man, you too, man. Like a clown, man.
Yeah, man. I'm not funny, man.
Let's go, boys. Time to go to work. Let's show them who's boss.
That's it, guys.
Ladies.
Now
they're ours.
Imagine Twitch chat right now.
We want you to look your best, and luckily, you can. All you got to do is go to shop.eleague.com. 20% off all the goods Eleague merch you can get. Use that code CSGO19. Discount ends Sunday night after the championship.
There's a lot of goods there at the Eleague shop.
Indeed. All the goods that you need. Welcome back, everybody, to the desk here. What a game it was. Faze managed to squeak on by with a 16-14 victory there on Cash. Wasn't looking good. I'll be very honest.
It looked like they got solved by the end. But honestly, it looked bad for Big in the beginning, too.
It really did. It was such a back-and-forth game between Faze and Big, but a good way to start the day off for all of us watching. I'm sure for them on the stage, not so much.
Yeah, it certainly woke us up. And I mean, it was a tough start to the day for Xanteris, who we had hyped up. He had a really, really rough way to get into this game. He had that 4-kill round, and that was about it for a while. I think the big difference for me early on was Rain.
Yeah.
On this CT side, he's like a heat-seeking missile for impact kills. Something about the way he plays or the way he selects which fights and which angles he takes, he's always able to find that one player who just makes the rest of the attack just collapse and be ineffective.
Indeed, yeah. This was the first time in the entire event I think we've seen Xanteris feel like a mortal in the server.
Yeah.
He was at the bottom of the scoreboard for his team, which is honestly something that Big can't afford. I was actually shocked they were able to keep the score as close as they were, given how, I guess, poorly Xanteris was playing. Even on that last round, that wide swing from default, I mean, yeah, you can see he feels it right there.
Yeah, that's not a good look. It's not what you want out of one of your star players. I mean, this was pretty scrappy. I'm surprised Big stayed in this. Those two B rushes back-to-back that FaZe had felt like they could have gone either way. And I think the interesting thing is with this roster change coming in and leading into the major, this is probably another cache that Big is going to look at like Cloud9 and say, we kind of let this one slip away, because it seemed like in some of those 2v2s or 3v2s, some awkward timings that allowed FaZe to get into the bomb site that I think in the future, when they get more experience communicating and playing with each other, I don't think that will happen nearly as much.
But then there were also times, though, that you were talking about like FaZe getting into the bomb site, but then they just weren't planting. They weren't like, why was that? Like, I'm having a hard time understanding.
B-rushes get crazy at times. They get a bit weird.
I feel like I've rarely seen a B-rush, though, where both the B players go down within 5 seconds and there's no bomb plant. That was such a bizarre round from FaZe, and I would be so tilted if I were, YNK or Nico after a round like that, and they call it again, and it's like this, almost like a similar type of environment.
It's close to identical. I think that would be fun to like ask Rain about afterwards, because he was the player with the bomb in both those scenarios. And I imagine the first time at the very least, when he's into the bomb site, he realizes, I think it was like a 3-on-3 at that point, and he might have had an escape route towards A, and I think he had just been playing so well that he was just kind of going with what his gut was telling him. Second time, felt like a lost round. Might as well get the bomb plant, the extra money. But either way, they squeak it out in the end, so none of that matters in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, we definitely had some crazy rounds. And Sean, I understand you want to break down one of the rounds in that game as well.
Yeah, this is actually FaZe's first gun round in that second half, and it just kind of goes to show this playstyle of both teams. So FaZe is approaching this entire match with super fast-paced strats, not getting bogged and caught down behind Big's utility. So Olaf's going to throw a smoke way over the wall that's going to blow up backside. They're going to throw a smoke on the fly for Highway, and they're just full-out rushing A. And what this does is it pulls Tizian from Highway to A site, and it allows Olaf to get a flank. Now, he's not very impactful, but you can see the idea behind what FaZe is going for here. And Big does an excellent job, and you can see Gabi launching flashes to the front of the site for Tabson and Tizian to take their fights. But the mid-game aspect that FaZe brings to this 2-on-3 is what impresses me the most. Because it's actually shocking that Big comes out on top once Olaf gets that kill at Truck. At this point, it's a 2-on-1 on the site guy. Smooth is alone in spawn. Nico gets that frag. And Smooth hits a really nice shot here on Olaf to get it into a 1-on-1. And then again, another nice shot on Nico to win the 1-on-1. So, I mean, this was an absolute crazy round, and I think FaZe had the game plan of bringing these fast-paced strats throughout the entire game to avoid getting caught.
Well, you can see this too. It's like that. That's probably a perfect round to highlight the fact that FaZe, like, it felt like they're outclassed tactically a number of times, and that was another one where it felt like Big, with the way they rotated to the bomb site and regained control of it, we're just going to flat out win that round. And in a 2-on-3, Nico and Olaf, like, they're clever players and they're very talented players. They're going to find a way to even that out, but it is just sometimes surprising to see how disadvantaged they were in that situation and still able to even make it a 1-on-1.
Yeah, it speaks to the talent of those two players and what they bring for FaZe, and again for Big, though, to be able to regain like that, to regain control of the game. Smooth, big plays from him there as well. well. Well, I mean, yes, there's been some crazy moments without a doubt in that first matchup. Good for you guys is that game 2 should be just as insane. But first, it's time for another one of the CSGO Trivia Challenge editions. That's right.
I think he's the only one that likes it.
He loves this.
We're just so
I
scared
am
up here.
digging it. Okay, well, let's see what the wheel of happiness brings us today. Which player said, if I am at my peak, no one can beat me? Ooh, okay.
Olaf had a similar quote that's not exactly the same, but it essentially means the same thing. He had it here at Eleague, so I almost want to go with Olaf, but I don't even think that's the right answer.
Do we have the options?
It's any Faze player.
Oh, any Faze player. I'm gonna go Guardian.
You're gonna go Guardian?
Okay, okay, interesting stuff. I'm gonna go with Olaf because I'm just gonna bite off of Moses' pick.
It's not right. It's not. Don't
He's
do
been
Olaf.
right all weekend long.
Right
So I'm just gonna go with that. Sue, what about you? What do you think?
I'm really torn. I'm torn between Guardian and Olaf, but if I had to choose, I think it's Olaf. I think it's Olaf.
Oh no, they've all done.
All right, we all went with Moses' choice because he's been perfect.
Well, if Moses is wrong,
perfect so far.
It's all his fault.
So let's hear the answer.
Oh God.
If I am at my peak, no one can beat me.
I knew it. I was never scared.
Yeah,
Jason's
right.
ego did not get that.
This guy. You know, this is probably like the best weekend for you prediction-wise. You're just nailing everything.
Oddly
buddy.
enough, it's not, Golden Boy.
Why is that?
Huh.
I've had plenty of 100% pick weekends.
Oh, whatever. Okay, well, I lost a point. Shangers, you have an F-.
You know, I think that's better than -9. So.
I've got a tax sheet, apparently.
Well, I mean, tax season is right around the corner. That one makes Sue, always check out your 401k, kids. That's very important. And then, for some reason, Bardolph and DDK got a bye. This doesn't make any sense.
Those chickens didn't even want to play.
I'm just going to proclaim that I am winning. Anyway, moving on, though, because I have the power to do that. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to go to Train. This was Faze's pick. Can they end it out 2-0 get revenge against Cloud9, or will Big manage to bounce back for that Game 3? We'll see you on the other side. All right, everyone's getting their seat in the Cheese It Grooves Lounge. Look at that. Good looking people over there. All right. Welcome, everyone. As we get set for game number 2, we're going to be going over to Train now. You know, I mean, I think like when you think about like the grand scheme of things with FaZe and how they've been able to play in this whole game, one guy you really got to highlight here is Rain. Honestly, this was his best map on Cash this tournament. Huge performance for him there. You had mentioned him when we were breaking it down, and FaZe on Train 1-0 as well. So overall, I mean, good stats for them, right? It is only 1 win, but still, that's 1 win more than Big has on this particular map, and it's their pick.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going into a map like this with a brand new roster as well, or a tournament like this, I should say, there usually is only like one map you're going to feel actually confident and comfortable, and everything else is kind of see what happens on it. But Rain, certainly a player, he has some iconic moments on Train. We used to talk about him as this being like almost like a home map for him, where he could play very well. And another map where impact kills can have such a huge thing to do with the way that you can kind of work your way through the train yards. Yeah, I agree. I think Cash, as well as Train, suits Rain very well, because he takes those mid-range fights. He's so good at tapping and bursting the M4 as well as the AK. And not the AUG. Not the AUG, based on the stats we've seen on FaZe. But he doesn't care. He's going to phase up.
Oh, he phased up, dude.
That looked like he was aggressive, though.
It was an aggressive one, just thrown in your face. All right, predictions. Let's go into this. Are we going to game 3, Moses, or is FaZe closing this one out right here?
Yeah, I think this big team is too good, and they've come too close against FaZe in the first map and Cloud9 yesterday to just go out 0-2 in this series. I think we have to look at this and say there's going to be a third map.
I think, can I like use Moses' eraser head and like erase my pick and go to FaZe now?
It's too late now, baby.
Too late now, buddy.
My head's turned into the Death Star. There's no eraser here.
I think FaZe takes this 2-0.
Oh, man. And he picked big as well. Interesting how things change. Okay, well, now we're going to get ready to scoot on over to our casters for game number 2 on Train. You got Bardolph and DDK on the mic.
Thank you. We are at the Boost Mobile casting desk, and we're looking forward to this map. But before we get into this, we have a tattoo off on social media. People have been getting some ink, so we've got a FaZe clan on a shin, it looks like. So we've got a FaZe supporter, and that is really serious on both the arms, of course. So rather you than me. Props for that.
Nice. The bear claw. It is actually an awesome logo. They have a really cool logo. I like it a lot. So I respect that. And speaking of which, James, this is they're going to need to bring out the bear claws for this map, because like Sean, I can see why he's changed his prediction. Although I don't respect it, I can understand it. It's something where FaZe is starting to really heat up here, and Big had a lot of trouble there. Though we have that silver lining. They started to come to life towards the end. It will be a better map for Smira. I'm sure of it. Hopefully we'll get to see Xantares get warm as well. Let's do it, where the freeze time is about to deplete, and here it is. CT side for Big on Train. Map 2 here. The winner will go against Cloud9 in the grand finals today, the Eleague Invitational. FaZe on that T side. They got that stacked utility on Andren and Nico.
Tizian, close to the B ramp. May hear these players, well, at least the first player, jumping down into the pop dog position. Might get hungry. Xantares rotating from B towards A now. Big are expectant. Grenades flying into the A side. 4 people around pop dog. Are they really going into A? Or is it a fake? Indeed, they're going wide. They've made some space for themselves in the smokes, I think. Got beat around the smoke. Has to be taken out in the meantime. Spamming while he falls back. We've got CTs on the high ground. And Big are lighting up the kill feed. Guardian and Olofmeister. Olof has made his way into B, telling Guardian, come and rotate. I'm in the back. He's dead now, of course. Guardian now needs to get a bomb down. Worst case scenario, can get a default plant. You can see, doesn't stop to take that fight. Just gets the bomb down instead. Now, any kills would be a bonus. Of course, the round win is unlikely, but not impossible. Taps the head, but doesn't quite get the kill. Moving as fast as he can. Doesn't Sanchu's weight. Jumping burst fire. Does all he can, but he can't get any more frags.
He's just got swarmed. There's a bundle of players there on top of him, and that'll be it. So I say, you know, the defuse will come in. The bomb was planted. That's really good news for FaZe, despite losing their round. And this is kind of, you know, what I would love to see, because I could absolutely see a force buy now from FaZe. They've got the extra money from the plant. They love to keep that pressure up. Right now, I think they really feel that skill, that, you know, the players are firing off. They feel confident. They want to get out there, is how I would interpret this. Could even see an AK drops for somebody. You know, that could be fun as well. Big, they get that start where they get to get those MP9s out. The M4s are coming out as well. So It's a stark difference to the start that Big had on the previous map, but they just need to make good of it and convert here, because it looks like there is no force buy, only some P250s.
I think players like Smuya might find some comfort taking the angles on the CT side once the AWP comes out. Might be a nice way for him to start on this map. Ouch. Careful. That's a chunk taken away. There was an interesting round, I forget what game it was, where Astralis were on a T side and they had a bunch of deagles in a round such as this. And rather than try to push through choice points, they just continued to hold angles where there was a very limited space where CT could re-peak them. So they had a higher chance of just getting a 1-deag and just held in those points. And the opponent, I forget who it was, but they took the bait and just got eaten alive by Desert Eagles. Not something you see very often, but I was very curious with the long, tight channels you see on Train. So I would like to see more of that.
Ooh, Nico goes to the peak. You always know he's capable. And there's definitely a lot of tension in a round like this. Big do not want to drop a single player, and they managed to make it work. Beautiful stuff from Big. Absolutely what they had to do. But the thing is that they see that no money was spent there. They know that the bomb plant went down for FaZe in the first round, so they know that it's a huge buy coming their way. All the nades here for FaZe. So will they go slow or fast?
Big buy from FaZe. No AWP money just yet. If they win the round, it would be, after losing a pistol, a good start for them. So we'll see if they can do that. Short-term goals again. Initial grenades being set up to suggest a breach into the A side. But speaking of breach, Smuya's gone further than you might expect. Not going to peek all the way down. Going to be happy with that. Some teams in this situation would smoke this position off and make it more obvious that they're being taken. A trend spotting, and GodB has gone huge in the meantime. Taking the game into their own hands are Big. Smuya gets one trade, it's got 3 versus 2. Now there's only SMGs left for Big. Not the most ideal situation. A minute 20 for FaZe Clan with AKs and a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, really good aggression coming from Big. That pop flash play from GodB was nice. It's a shame it all backfired on them. And now FaZe have advantage. Over a minute. 2 AKs, they got the run of the map. And as you say, there's MP9s, you want those at close range, and when you don't know where your opponents are coming from, and you're on a map like Train, it can get quite difficult. A lot of time has passed. So Tizian's being very cautious here, because they could already be upper in a variety of positions that would be very hard for him to handle. Smoke is thrown by FaZe, which will keep Tizian entertained with that MP9. tabseN has upgraded to that org, that Smuya drop, so there's definitely a world where Big can do this. They have kits on both tabseN and Tizian. Big flank coming in from tabseN through T main. But Guardian's in a great position to backstab him if he goes too deep onto the site.
But looking at the time, this could be a very interesting situation. Ivy is very important to control when you want to plant the bomb. Nico expecting somebody to be there. Nobody stays. Actually, Molotov his own teammate off, and that's going to cost him everything. That's a disaster. Oh no, surely there's no time. He can't even get around the corner, and it's a team kill. What a calamity. Oh my God, what in the blazes just happened there? No pun intended.
For a second, I'm like, is this some next level play where now they never expect Guardian to be there because of the Molotov, or like, you know, what's going on? But that had to just be a complete miscommunication. My God, Guardian's just like, what on earth? Oh no. Oh no.
These nosed it right up. That is not the start they wanted. But again, there's always an upside, at least if you're the coach. Better it happens now in round number 3 than it happens in round number 23. Guardian taking some shots from Xantares' spray. Some warning for the carnage to come. Very, very difficult. Oh God, who knows how that round would have gone.
I know, right? That's pretty crazy. And again, it really serves to set up the map pretty well, because you do want to see Big sort of starting to get things together, get their feet in the ground. And this is a good start. They are starting to build some money. If they're clean on this one, they're going to be so disciplined. They've only got pistols, but it's 3 deagles in the hands of these FaZe players. They can easily win a round with less. Especially on a map like Train, as you were talking about, James, you can get these quick little peaks and very fast headshots at range. It's very hard to trade it. So you'll be so careful of these deagles. Nice position from tabseN in the org. doing the job. And now Faze decide to go to B.
Oh, here comes the numbers game, stuck in the choke point, moving down the ramp. Tizian's there with Torres, Bell's being run. There is a bomb on the floor, 4 HP for Olaf Meister, and he will be the last one to fall. So a comfortable start from Big. Getting better now. And now the AWP is out instantly for Guardian. They've got the money Phase with max loss bonus. No plant for them. Doesn't matter too much though. Now the game can begin. Forget about all the rounds that have gone past. Start anew, Faze Clan. AWP for Smooya as well. I heard some guys in the crowd try and chant, but they were like, Smooya. But it's Smooya. You've got to get that off, because if you're from the UK, that's how you do it. And he's from the UK, so see if that happens later on. Moving through the Ivy position, and Guardian and Olaf are on the way, so we're going to see a big duel towards the Ivy area between these two teams. There's rifle support in God B. This is how you normally see it. They'll deploy some grenades in the meantime. Tizian having a look. Nice pre-fire from him. Big will quietly move back from this position, it seems. It's wasted a lot of time for Olaf Meister and Guardian. Faze have been limited in what they can achieve because of all that nonsense down Ivy.
Yeah, it's really annoying. As you say, like it's also because if you feel like eventually you can't take Ivy, then it takes a long time to rotate into another position if you abandon it. So it just kills so much time, makes it very awkward. And the name of the game is, if you want to push on Ivy, is to then coordinate from those three angles at once, Pop Dog, T-Main, and then also Ivy. And that can be quite difficult, especially if the CTs are active, very overactive in one of those positions. And very spread out now, Faze. 40 seconds to plant the bomb. They start to group up towards inner. Lividren is very cautious around T-Main. There's so much time has gone past, and they haven't had presence in T-Main. They have to be very careful, because you could very well expect a CT to be in there now.
It's a fake. Adren slowly edging forward with the bomb in main. Guardian trying to sell the fake. He has got 3 players in the B bomb site. Can the bomb get planted? Adren's still going to make his way to the site. Big Jules being had, and the bomb's being dropped with 12 seconds. It could be a disaster again. Down to the 2 versus 2, 9 seconds. The question of staying alive. They win by elimination, Big, with 6 seconds on the clock. 5-0 for Big Clan.
That was pretty scary, though. A few of those 1 versus 1s looked a bit of a struggle there for Big, but as you say, they get the W in the end, 5-0. Their money still is not amazing, considering the 5-0. Faze have been very often doing a lot of damage, taking down a lot of players. And so that really doesn't put Big in the greatest position, as, you know, eventually they'll probably lose a round to Faze, and they'll probably only have 1 buy left in them if they're lucky at this point. And we're going to see Faze actually going for a buy up here as we get the tactical timeout for them. And, oh.
That's pretty cool.
That is awesome.
Loved Turkish mangal. Food is really good over there. Had a good time in Istanbul. Nice photoshops. Good stuff.
It's from Predator, right?
I didn't know Turkish people were black, but I'll take it. The AK is coming out again for Faze Clan. They have limited nades, but they may have enough. We'll have to wait and see. Smooya will continue with the AWP. We've got 2 more scopes in the orgs of Tabson and Tizian. Tizian will start alone towards the B bomb site. Santoros throws some smoke from the grenade from Connector. Maybe to help Tizian, indeed. And Wayne is going for it. He was 0 and 5, gets his first kill. And he might just have the B bomb site, but there's no one to really rotate, so they're going to make a play into A while he draws everybody towards B.
That's a rotation and a half. They've all just rotated massively towards that bomb site. Smooya, he's the one that can make the difference here. He needs to be able to hold Connector for his team to come back out. We're seeing players come out from all bomb. That's a beautiful tap, though, from Nico, eliminating Xantara straight away. The barrel of the gun spotted of Smooya. He is dead, and he doesn't even know it just yet. Maybe not that flash, I think, from a teammate, and of course, but still Smooya goes down. Guardian defends against Tabson from old bomb, and all of a sudden, that one play from Rain pulled everyone out of position, and that has screwed Big entirely. And again, James, they don't have much bank at all.
I wonder if it was the grenades that Xantares was throwing to support Tizian from the Connector position towards B that gave Rain the idea that maybe they were making a play with a heavy A presence. So he took an opportunity and basically won them the rounds. Massive play from them. Have to assume that there's an army behind it, but everybody else was around A main. Samir couldn't find position. He had to move further and further back and try to stop the barrel of his gun from giving him away, which gave him no vision. And FaZe get their first round on the board. 4 players look to survive for them. A great opportunist play from Rain. That's what you call an impact frag.
Yep, that is very true. Entry fragging is quite difficult, very high risk, but the rewards can be very, very high as well, as we can see there. And there is that man. And they set up the discussion around Rain on the desk that this is somewhat of a home map for him, or historically has been. And Mr. Lido thinks it will be a tough game for FaZe, but despite the start being tough, it didn't feel like Big were hitting a flow. And again, it's really reflected in the fact that pretty consistently, round by round, FaZe were getting a lot of economic damage and getting lots of kills on the big players. And in this round, despite Godby saving a gun, it's still not like an easy argument to go for a full buy. And in fact, they're not going to do it because they just don't quite have enough.
Some players on $2,500, $3,000 would be ruinous for their money to attempt a full buy in this situation, but see an MP9 on Xantares along with the Silence Them 4 of Godby. Godby Forest, I can't think of any other Silence Them 4 players right now off the top of my head. Samir and Godby making inroads towards that pop dog position. That's a dangerous weapon. He'll get some one taps from there with the 5-7. And it seems they're going to take A main as well, but they're a bit late beyond the, after the flashbangs. An easy kill for Olofmeister. How has he done that, Godby? That may be a weapon they go to pick up later on. Of course, it comes with its risk, but FaZe will be trying to make inroads towards B-bomb site in the meantime. Smoke dropped as late as possible by Big, and they move in up top with 3 players. Godby, those on the way to Spall's position. Almost getting the kill there. Spot trade's going down the ladder. There's one looking for a second one, running out of bullets, but Tizian and Smee with the pistols, leaving Guardian alone 1 versus 3 with the AWP.
And there it is, MP9 finishes the job. What a round from Godby though, that's incredible. Obviously that first swing onto Olofmeister, here it is. This is a bold play and it's absolutely stunning. And then he continues to be such a presence on the B-bomb side as well, just jumping up onto the coils and jumping straight off again. And that distracts 2 players. And then he gets a kill on a 3rd player that's on the bomb site. He's occupying 3 players whilst his pistoling teammates start to surround them. Incredible round from the leader, Godby.
Start to wonder if FaZe Clan will be able to keep focus with this kind of start on train. Back down to the pistols very, very quickly indeed. Olofmeister 4,900, Adren 1,900. Very big differences on the side. Smee gets some target practice in the IB position. And again, an emotional player. Every frag will be good for the confidence. Olofmeister picking the P250. There is a deagle for Nico. We know what he's capable of with that. And the damage is important. We can see with this full buy from Big, Tabson, for example, has $300, Godby 450, so there's plenty of impact to be had.
The funny thing is that I have a feeling, like, no matter which team comes out with the win and plays Cloud9, we know that both teams have already played Cloud9, and this series has been amazing both times, so it doesn't really matter, it seems, as far as the stylistic matchup is concerned. We're going to get a quality finals, hopefully, one way or another. To get themselves through those choke points, and you can see that they'll be allowed to move past the choke points, but it's because they've been given that space. Big are very confident. You can see why. They've got superior weapons at these ranges, and they'll finish it off 7-1. And it was a very shaky first 5 rounds despite winning them, and they were immediately in this situation where they couldn't afford to buy. But Big have recovered pretty well, and it's not until round 9 once again that FaZe have a chance to threaten this big lead from Big and turn this half around.
There's Nico with all the orange boxes for Train, but only good for 1 round so far. Godby and Xantares sharing the spoils for Big, 7-1 at the moment. Godby leading by example, 10-4-3 at present. Tabson just 1 behind with 9. Godby, one of the Fragger in-game leaders, moving towards Ivy once again. Meanwhile, there's a push from Big with 2 players. But how deep do they want to go into this? They know there are 2 players here now, but the bomb has been taken away from Nico. Hasn't dropped into the lower area. Could be worse, but that's still a very exposed position. If, for example, they had an AWP to post up on that, that would be very problematic for FaZe Clan. And they have no idea. That's a possibility that they have to consider, despite Samir being over towards Ivy.
And you might think to yourselves, you know, why would they throw the smoke in that position? Well, we see the pop flash take coming into... Oh, that's a very unfortunate one for Godby. Looked like he had that. Samir goes to follow it up. He misses. Oh, he's able to get away though, Adren. He knew that maybe there's an opportunity there. That Smooya hasn't backed away all the way. The back 10 spam. Oh, Smooya trying to crash in the smoke, trying to avoid it. What a tumultuous journey backwards as he tries to survive and retreats, and he does manage to do so. But to finish the point before, they smoked that position just to waste time for FaZe Clan, and there's 50 seconds left. And FaZe Clan have set up a nice B attack. They've got the Lurker and Adren on Ivy. This is not a bad setup for FaZe.
Yeah, they have collected the bomb as well, we must note. Santara's looking and just walking into Pop Dog, nobody's there, so he could be on a fast flank. Adren now may pull players towards the A site because Ivy is such an important position, but in fact, FaZe are going towards Ivy, sorry, towards Pop Dog, but Santara's still on the ladder. Oh, he's made it awkward, but he still gets the kill. Now where does the bomb go? Tizian's on the B bomb site, 25 seconds. The players are left alone now, just 2 players. Tizian, he's up top. They're never going to expect this. What a weird angle from him. Down he goes, 17 seconds now. Guardian is about to lose his AWP. 8 rounds for Big, 1 round for FaZe Clan.
Wow, perfect positioning from Tizian. That's so awesome to see. It's just like, I can't believe Xantara's got that fact. He's on the ladder. They're convinced they're going towards B. They suddenly change gears, go back, and he's in such an awkward position, running backwards, I think, and spraying. Somehow finds a headshot with the AK from below. I mean, imagine if he didn't have an AK. Probably dies there.
I thought it was only Oscar who could do those kind of things on the ladder in Pop Dog.
Indeed.
Tactical timeout from Nico again. Since Yanko has joined the team, there's a lot more discussion, a lot more timeouts from FaZe,
yes,
which is great to see. So definitely using the 6 players they have, if you will, the 6 members.
Yep, and also like the last match we saw on the first map on Cash, we saw them using, like, I think they ran out of timeouts, I think by round 28 or something like that. So it was timed out pretty well in using those timeouts in the most important moments in the game. And the last timeout that they took, Yanko gave them a strat which they executed, and it just flawlessly worked to put them in a position to win. So you can absolutely agree with you, James. Very vital part, proving an instant success so far in the short term, at least.
Yeah, but some people at home might look at the score and be like, everything he's doing is not working. But of course, you can lay out a strategy. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed to work, especially when you have somebody like Gorby on the other side who's very active and pays attention to what you're doing and will evolve his team and adjust very quickly indeed. He's a resistant virus. Anti-eco time for Big. Got 3 players moving towards the Ivy position. This time there's less attention from Big, but they are, of course, positioned to deal with it from the site itself. And Torres can easily do a 180 with Tabson towards Pop Dog. His back is covered. Towards main as well, so there is no cause for concern just yet. So you're going to have a look as the last 2 players are now towards the Ivy position. All of mice are moving back toward main. Again, kills very important. Good for $6,000. That's a nice shot from Smooya and a good indication of what might be to come from him.
Indeed. His first kill coming from camera. Very nice and safe position. Do they call that something else in North America, James? Camera?
Do you mean stop sign around the bomb train?
Yes.
Camera or stop sign? Some people say one, some people say the other one.
They always feel like a nice cozy position. Not much for Olofmeister to do here, perhaps. He doesn't actually pick up that scout, though, so using those traces, trying to see what he can get. And this is brilliant because Big, finally, they're starting to have clean rounds, James. They're actually building economy now. They've got a great security blanket. It's actually, this is crazy how after the struggle of those first like 6, 7, 8 rounds for Big, finally they look like they've hit some momentum, some flow, building that bank, and now FaZe look like they're really struggling, and they are. I mean,
well, look at that statistic. Yeah. Tells you all you need to know, really. Definitely wasn't producer Ben doing the maths, because it looks correct. No one has more than 5 kills on FaZe Clan in 10 rounds. Pop Flash to stop any fast initial plays. Fur from MIBR did a nice video about Train, actually, about using some grenades in position enough. Look for it later as FaZe Clan get their first opening frag in this round. Smokes to obscure the vision of Smooya around that position. Oh, we've got players stuck on the site. 2 players falling to Molotovs. Smooya through the smoke like Rambo, but not quite having the right ending. Santaras and Tizian remain versus Nico Olofmeister and Guardian. The T's have control of the IV position for now. It certainly helps with a bomb plant, but Pop Dog's a question mark. Tizian on the bomb train. Santares on the old bomb, where the bomb used to be planted in older iterations of CS.
Ooh.
That's a meaty one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's damage all over the place there.
No lettuce in that burger.
This is not too bad. Look, they're holding position. They're waiting for those pushes. And Nico, how have you managed to pull that one off? So patient. He knew that was coming. That push was coming. He was so ready for that. So ready. And that's an enormous pickup from Faze because it really looked like that was anyone's.
They could still get 6 rounds out of this half. That would be fantastic considering the way this has gone. So very, very important round to get for Faze Clan. And they can quickly sap the money of Big. Again, about $6,000 per person. That quickly disappears. I think the previous round for me, it started with a clean $12,000. And that won't last very long. Down to 5 now. Again, Xantares and God B making an investment towards that pop dog position. In the meantime, Rain is ready to get aggressive towards B. Showing some presence with some Molotovs and so on. And that may cause a rotation of a second player towards the B bomb site. Xantares moving towards connector now, but not quite going towards B. And now he is, of course. Smooya taken out towards Ivy. Guardian saying hello. Now Xantares will have to pick up those Rain flashbangs. And God B will get taken out by Olaf Meister, who will fall back to safety.
Yeah, it starts to get a bit desperate now for Big. They just don't have enough players to defend, so they're going to make a play. Tizian's going to try to see if he can get some info here towards inner, seeing if they're going towards this bomb site, and see if he can get the flank going. Rain's watching for it. You've got to be so careful. You've got to know exactly where to stop. This is beautiful from Tizian. He should get this one. It's beautiful crosshair placement as well. He's done it. He's taken down Rain, and now Faze have to make a decision. Do they try to double down and break through Tizian, or do they just commit into this A bomb site? They have the numbers, whichever they pick, so they should still have the advantage, but they have to be decisive. A late smoke to Pop Dog. That's pretty beautiful there for Big. They won't have to worry quite as much about that position. And here comes the setup here for Faze. They've got to get the slam dunk on this A-bomb side, otherwise this is going to go very bad.
One more Molotov for Big towards the bomb site, but the push seems to be coming towards A. The numbers game. He's trying to avoid a flashbang, can't avoid the bullets though. Xantares with the AWP. He's got a lot to do. Spots one player around E-Box, trying to reposition. He's got to be careful though. If he creeps wide, they'll see his legs first. There'll be a free shot for the team. And now he is the last one left. And he's come back out again. There's 10 seconds. Can he stop the bomb planter? Are they going to look the right way? Down to the pistol, back to the AWP. 7 seconds to plant the bomb. Does he run across? He knows someone's already going to be covering. And Guardian will be doing it. A very laboured round for Faze Clan, but they win by elimination. They've cleaned out so much money for Big, which will help the comeback.
And I wonder if there was a miscommunication there or what exactly happened, because we saw that 180 there. I think it was Gob who was very deep on that off angle in a towards between T-Con and Pop Dog, and he just goes to that 180 after the first kill. Obviously, if he holds that position, he's getting the second kill. So maybe they just made that call on the comms that they really thought that there was someone coming Pop Dog as well, and so he was worried about that trade kill coming out. Or, as you say, could have been dodging the flashbang. Whatever it was enough for Faze to take the round, and now they've got a chance. If they win this one, they break the economy, and they might very well get to that 6 rounds scoreline and have recovered what otherwise was being a horrible half for them. But still more in the tank here for Big. Still an AWP on Smooya.
Smooya's cleared out the whole of Ivy, and he's looking all the way down towards main. Big already have a larger investment towards the bomb site with Tizian and Xantares, and Tabson in a rotating position. It seems they'll be happy with that for now, but Godby can hear Adren moving back towards A main. He will reposition accordingly, and that will draw Tabson out and Xantares. So again, the monster is starting to move back towards the A side for Big, and there's a shot from Smooya. Now what do Faze Clan do? They know the information that Big have. How do they react to that?
And Adren has been playing a lurking position on Ivy in a few rounds, so they may read that as definitely, okay, if Adren's dying there, they're probably around Pop Dog and Inner. That appears to be the reason so far. They're playing a safe rotation, keeping 2 players there ready to see if there's a dive down Pop Dog. You know, one of those quick fakes, attack B, go back down the ladder, and quickly hit the train, the A-bomb train. And the smoke is there on Pop Dog as well. Right now, Big are set up very well. Faze are going to have to get some incredible entry kills here. It's going to be very tough, though. Tabson goes close. He goes into pop flash. Absolutely phenomenal. Tabson with 3. It's so beautiful for Big. That's exactly what they needed. And they finish it off. Smooya. He had a great round as well with that AWP. Perfectly read from Big.
Unbelievable. That is a $10,000 flashbang. Shut down the round completely. Note how they deployed that before the smoke had gone as well. They were so confident in the lineup. I was like, how on earth do you know where that's even going? And that was beautiful. Menacing. 3 players taken out, and there's only 1 guy left after that. Smashing stuff. Well, we'll see if that happens. Big have 2 more rounds to fight for now in this first half. Faze down to the pistols What a beautiful flashbang. Learn that one at home.
That was straight through with the broken glass.
I watched him shooting out the glass on our second monitor before he threw that flash as well. That was beautiful.
Big man, they got the flashbangs. That is just you got to respect that. It's
God be flashbangs.
Yes, absolutely.
He has taught his team well.
Frags. There we go. Yes, get your tap game on. God B feels good for Big right now. Ah, yes. You love to see it. You love to see that from God B. Gets himself the 4K on the anti-eco, and now it's the final round. Can they get the 12-3? Can they shut it down for FaZe in this first half? Or will we see something, a comeback, one more round from FaZe? Galila's out in rain, but otherwise, AWP on Guardian. Guardian's been struggling to get the openings for his team so far, though.
Yeah, it's not the easiest, if you know your angles on the CT side, to be the can opener for the T side. There is risk with jumping into these angles. FaZe Clan going towards Ivy hasn't been so successful for them with Smuya and Godby on occasion. They've made it somewhat random when they choose to go there with two people, the big side. But Smuya will throw a flashbang to show some presence. He will hear a flash surely, but he's moved away. Oh, shot Nico in the bump, leaving him with 11 HP and a walking stick. And FaZe know that Smuya holds the Ivy position. They're just going to try and run and trade. He's gone to the point of no return around the corner, takes his shot, but he's ready to stand his ground. 46 HP for Smuya. The Molotov, he's still ready. Not deep enough for Olaf Meister, but Smuya's been taken out by Guardian, who was halfway up the Ivy position. So 4-on-4, there's a minute on the clock for FaZe Clan.
So much time. We've seen Tizian go for this before, but this time Nico's got a better position. He gets ahead of Tizian. And Tizian can't get that beautiful off angle. And now they start to spot that they're going towards B. The long range spray from Xantares is not good. Got B in the 1 versus 4. Completely locked out of the bomb site. Nice nades to come in there, but will announce his presence. Up and down like a jack in a box, looking to find Guardian around the smoke, and he will. Doesn't take any damage, picks up the AWP. It's the last round. He's absolutely going for this one as he looks to charge down the slope. He knows he's got nothing to lose. Oh, got beat through the smoke. What else has he got on hand here with that AWP? Smoke on the bomb here as he tries to make things even more difficult. Starts to get scary now. FaZe start to sweat as he goes for the hold, threatening it, trying to pull them into the smoke. Are we going to get another one? No, they're going to go through with that knife. What on earth is going on? The P250 comes to bear down for Godby as he tries to find a frag, but it's Nico to get it done. 4 rounds right at the offset here on the half for FaZe. It is a lot to play against those 11 rounds, but it's something, James.
Fun way to end the half. Lots of more action to come. It's a nice plays from Godby. You wanted to see the wild highlight. That would have been a career best, surely, if he managed to make that one work, especially once he dropped the smoke.
That was so intense.
It was.
How does Godby, with an AWP, jump down a ramp against 4 FaZe players and actually threaten a defuse? I don't understand.
Yeah, and that had to be tense for FaZe Clan. They weren't sure if he was in the smoke or not. The knives were out and all sorts. Very wild stuff, but indeed, FaZe takes 4 rounds into the second half. Nice to see how people are watching from home. Make sure you show us how you're watching. Send your tweets to Eleague at Eleague TV and get the hashtags in there as well, whether you're supporting FaZe or Big or the people in general. And here we are. We're about to start things off. Big moving to the T side now. So again, Guardian will have he'll have the lay of the land on the CT side. He can have almost all the angles he wants. So, but first they need to build a score, build some money, FaZe Clan, and win this pistol round.
Here we go. Freeze time is about to end, and this is it. Small break, a small breather for both teams as they focus and bear down on this second half. Big, looking to stay alive in this series, looking to force things to the third and final map to have a chance of making that grand finals in Inferno, but they got to start here with this pistol, and looks like we'll see some presence towards Inner with that bomb. Xantares going out, some smokes outside to attract the attention of FaZe, and they may get a pretty clean entry for a bomb plan on B.
3 players moving down the ramp, no frags just yet. Godby getting tagged a little bit, but he's still alive. Guardian standing in the flames. Have to give up the position for now, which means Olaf is on his own. The team's not choosing to push just yet. We'll take the longer range Jewel, and Tabson will lose it. 3 players coming through connector now for the CT side as they move forwards. Dren's got a smoke and a kit. He can bounce it off the wall and start defusing. That would cause absolute mayhem. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan coming in with the frags. They need to get this round, and Gobby's miles away from his team. Right now, 3 players will get a cheap helmet upgrade, so even some damage to those would have massive value, basically $1,000. But it seems there will be no more damage in this round. Or will there?
It's a strange one because they didn't just push up the... Like, you'd normally see the T's just... Like, you get that guy on the default bomb spot. He starts planting. Everybody else starts pushing towards connector. But as you say, they just decided to settle at the back lines. All the CTs spilled out. Way better engagements with those USPs.
Yeah, on the plus sides, at the very end, Gobby did 9 armor damage to Nico, which makes him buy armor for $1,000 instead of a helmet for $350. So there is some impact at the end there. At least they got something a little extra out of that.
I like how they try to, you know, they want to get something done here, get some economic damage in. A couple of Eagles, a couple of P250s, 2 smoke grenades. That can allow them to get out onto the A-bomb site, especially because, as you see, FaZe's setup is very defensive. They're playing those long ranges, and so you can get out those Deagles. You can get out maybe towards that bomb site, but taking these 1v1s not working out for Big so far. FaZe cleaning it up, and it looks like they shouldn't lose the player now.
Gobby in the Olof position with the bomb. FaZe Clan comfortable. They've got range in most cases. Tizian's the main issue here with Desert Eagle. Rain dancing around the trains. Tizian is dead. Reload for him. Dren doesn't want to die in this situation. Can leave the jewels to the other remainder of his players. Bombs not getting planted. Nico will clean up. And FaZe get another round on the boards. Now, what do Big have in store for their opponent? They've got about 4,500 on average. Smoothie with a little more will get the AWP. And now it will be his turn to struggle on the T side. If they lose this round, Big, then Guardian will very likely pick up the AWP from the T's. And that is, I mean, the chair is nice. You got to respect the chair.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah, you know, about 10% done.
All right, well, we're back into the action now. Big, of course, after the bomb plant on the first round of the half, they have that big buy, but here's the big aggression there. Look at Tizian, he's looking to defend here. Just about able to stop himself to have a defense, gets a 1-for-1. That's not too bad, and Big spill out onto the A-bomb side. They know with that aggression that they have the space to do so. Just trying to force their way onto the help position. Nico caught off guard, but still makes it work. Now 3 players left for Big as they try to get that bomb plant, but it looks like FaZe are slowing it down.
I don't know how Nico survived that, doing 180s, being concerned about the IB position. Now he and Guardian are there. And Rain's above the pop dog, I believe. So Gobby, it's not really safe for him to plant the bomb, but what choice does he have in this 3 versus 4 situation? Bomb has been planted, Guardian's picked off, but again, Nico's still towards Ivy. They may not expect this. Rain in the pop dog position, having a look now. Tabson taken out in the meantime. Molotov isolating the player. Smooya, what a big frag from him. With no Kevlar, no less. Not that it matters really for Molotov. 2 versus 2. That's quite tick. These players don't have a defuse kit. Still taking Jules. Nico finally going down. Olof Meister is all that remains. But surely there isn't time to find the defuse here. Is he just going for the damage? He's got to back off. He's carrying so much. And the round will go to Big. They will make their score double that of FaZe Clan in this round.
Talking of impact frags, as you said, James, Smooya with that orb kill, standing in the Molotov, that was everything. That Molotov would have locked him out, and his teammates would have just gone down, and then he would have been stuck in a choke point. They would have smoked him off, flashed him off, whatever it would have been. They would have had no chance. Such a big moment from Smooya, that one single kill. Got to give him the props there as Big go 12-6, and FaZe, they do save that one org, but this is the buy, James. They don't have anything left in the bank after this buy.
Once that B push came in, Big's response was very instant. 2 plays in main, charging out. I want to say it was Xantares and Tabs and Xantares and someone, but they had to make a move immediately. Otherwise, they're just conceding the entire round. So it was uncomfortable from start to finish for Big. 4 plays starting on A for FaZe Clan. Rain and Nico close to the pop dog. No one there just yet for Big, but Xantares is lurking around now, making his way through some smokes towards B. Olof Meister at the back of B, just spotting. We've seen this before. Having a look at lower, bobbing up the ladder to look at upper. Guardian rotating to B as well. And after the initial grenade, everything starts to calm down. Big just waiting them out at the moment. Passive towards A main just in case there's any pushes. Tizian outside the IV position. Rain spots a grenade flying past. And now it's on Big to advance.
Smooya looking. What can he find? Nothing available just yet. FaZe playing quite defensively, but they do have a 2-man setup around the pop dog. And this can be very dangerous. 50 seconds to go as Big cannot find their pick. They don't have much. They have no smokes left at this point. They're going to have to burst on the site without any smokes. This will be very difficult. Faze have a very forward setup. This is ideal. Smooya get something before they have to go.
You can see from the shape of the train that if that CT peaks, his leg will concede his position before he knows anything about it. It's a free shot. How they come out, the train frag was there if it was needed, but it wasn't. Rain delivering 2 kills though. 23 seconds for this bomb to go down. Trades all over the place. Down to the 2-1-2 again. Godby carrying the bomb from main, jumping over, spotted by Guardian now. It's on the radar, and Olof's creeping through connector. 13 seconds as he risk it. He's looking for the trade frag. He sees the barrel of the gun from Smooya, just waiting for him to turn around. Godby moving back in the meantime. It's a free kill on Smooya. He's got the information. He can tell Guardian where Godby's going. There goes Godby. And there goes Smooya as well. They'll take the second AWP, I think. And that's round number 7 for FaZe Clan.
That was a close one. That was a very close one. FaZe lost that one. That would have been a nasty reset on their economy. But they keep themselves alive, but the bomb plant goes down for Big. So Big have a lot of options now to actually try to shove all in here. They've got a decent chunk of cash. They can't get a 4-buy in. Tabson could buy an AK. Xantaros could buy an AK. You know, there are some options like that available if they want to go for something funky. But they could also just say, you know what, we have a lead. Let's just take one eco, just buy a few pistols, try to get another bomb plant, try to get more money in the bank for a rainy day. And that looks like that will be the approach. A measured approach as well, less volatile. And I think, you know, there's never a fully correct answer, especially when you have a few rounds of a buffer to work with. But I like this from Big. Confident in their buy rounds. Let's see what they can get done, though. Looking to walk towards the inner bomb site. And FaZe should realize the kind of buy that Big are offering up in this round. And you can see they're playing very passively. All except Rain, who offers a fast flank if they do go to a B rush.
If Guardian's lucky, he takes out lot 2. Olofmeister's here as well with the AUG. Olofmeister's position will make it hard for Big to spread towards the other side of the B bomb site, but it's so important that they try. 3 players coming out on top. Tizian towards the bomb train, just about making it. Multiple targets for Olofmeister, but the scope not really his friend. Nice shot from Guardian, a clean scout taken. 3 players remain for Big, looking to do some damage now. Unable to make it forward. HG's going to be a problem. He's got no Kevlar, apart from Xantares. And he's gone. Tabson with 22 HP. 2 players lost now. It won't be a third. FaZe Clan hold. They stabilize. 8 rounds for FaZe, 12 rounds for Big.
Pretty big stuff from Guardian there. He's been fairly quiet this series, and he gets a very important 4 kills. You can see actually how awkward it was. You know, what if Guardian doesn't get those kills? What if he gets traded? They probably lose that round, considering the kind of pace they were picking up on the other kills and the entries and the guns that, you know, would have been maybe available. So nicely done from him. He's swapping for the AUG, definitely a smart choice. It's 8 rounds for FaZe, 4 away from equalizing with Big's score of 12, as we see Big taking a tactical timeout to assess their options, decide how they want to play this next buy rounds. We have a real game on our hands here, James. This is becoming very close. Neither team seems fully comfortable. Both teams are on the edge economically.
Yeah, FaZe slowly creeping up the scoreboard as we have a tactical timeout from Big. 4 rounds behind now. Nico with 15 frags, Godby and Tabson with 19 on the side of Big. And again, I think we will see more from Guardian on the CT side. I just think the positions lend themselves more to AWPs. More people at work, no post-it notes of passwords on this time. Props to you. It's a good start. And we're back into the game. Nico with the AWP on this occasion, going towards the IV position for now, while Smooya will lead the charge, holding the angle for upper. And Nico has crept through half full Ivy. I'll keep an eye on my radar. Meanwhile, we have some presence being shown by Big, smashing the glass. Can deploy grenades into the A site from there. Good smoke with Ivy, for example. Out come some of the grenades. Again, there's a smoke towards Ivy, just obscuring the vision, making it hard for the CTs to trade frag together. They'll put 4 people on A. Nico's gone through Ivy, seeing nothing. Now he's starting to fall back. Molly's towards the Olof position. Molly's towards Ivy as well. A battle, jockeying for position at the moment. Tabson's made his way into the B bomb site behind the smoke as well, so there's absolute carnage. How do you call this if you're FaZe Clan? There's action everywhere.
This is so Big style, just like offering up these fakes, just like making it look like focus and execute, but then just creating that doubt. Good defense there from Guardians. He spots Xantares walking in, and they defend everything. tabseN tries to get the frag. I think that may have been the opportunity. He's pretty much alone there at the moment. The bomb is dropped upper, so that is going to force tiziaN to go up for that bomb. tabseN has to get some kills here, and he's going to get it really fast. There's one. What else can he find, though? Nothing really offered up to him, except Olaf on the sidewalk, now pressing onto tiziaN. Doesn't look to win that fight. tiziaN trying to offer this up, gets a bomb plant, but I think Adrenaline may be too close. He's going up on the ladder to the high ground, and indeed, the vantage point will be very successful as the defuse comes in. And FaZe Clan pick up one more. 9 rounds, but Big did get themselves a bomb plant, and they're on their 3rd loss bonus now as well.
In 21 rounds, we have seen 5 T rounds won in this game so far. Something to bear in mind as FaZe Clan continue to close the gap. But in the 5 rounds that FaZe Clan have won, this does include the pistol in fairness, there have been 4 defuses. So Big are getting a certain amount of success, and FaZe Clan are having to close this out afterwards. Obviously, that one was a desperate situation for Big, but it's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, 1 round for Big where they haven't got a bomb plant out of all these rounds in the second half. That is actually really... That makes for the most exciting Counter-Strike as well when you get all those bomb plants. So good to see from them. Also provides a lot of confidence. Quick flash, bang in case there was a fast peek. It looks like there's a setup where Adren is able to go forwards there on Ivy, but it won't be able to because it's all coming out of T-Con here, and they're going for the trades. Only tiziaN to get anything, though. Smooya and tiziaN in the 2 versus 4. Smooya with a nice headshot at range there onto Guardian, and tiziaN now pushing towards Hell. Can they find something else? The smoke off an Ivy will give them more space to play with, but this will be tough.
Smooya is still in main, though. He was looking for tiziaN's isolated at the moment, and now the bomb has been dropped. 1 versus 3 for Smooya, down to 22 HP. There are 2 very low players here for FaZe, so they have to work together to trade, because otherwise this is very winnable for Smooya, although he might not realize that. Moving around towards E-Box now, there's a CT on the bomb train. I think he's been spotted, but I don't think he's seen them. He still has a minute on the clock to work with. Dancing around main, but he has to be concerned. There could be somebody towards Popdog at any time, and there is a flank coming but from that main position. So he's out in the open looking for that long spray on Olofmeister. He's the high health player, and surely Rain will be activated soon. There he is, there he goes. Double figures for FaZe Clan, just 2 rounds away now as 3 of their players survive.
Guardian's really starting to come to life now, which is so important. Very needed. He's really helped them out in a lot of these rounds with the AWP. Nice peek there from Rain, a very close kill. If tiziaN had made that kill, it'd be a 2v2. All of a sudden, the guy on the bomb train is stuck, and there's the Ivy player would have been isolated behind a smoke. That 1 frag in Counter-Strike, it just comes down to that 1 frag sometimes, and another round like that, and we see a save coming out from Big now as they look to the 24th round. That's where they're really going to get things going, but Xantares and tiziaN on those deagles. Let's see if they can get some headshots, keep the pressure on. FaZe do stand to lose a lot. Their economy still sucks. So a couple kills goes a really long way for Big. They can find it. Nice flick.
Very nice flick from Nico. The remainder of Big, however, towards the B-bomb site, where Olofmeister and Guardian await. Olofmeister moving away. You can see him on the X-ray there. Playing the longer range. And again, now it's the numbers game. Someone's got to take a bullet for the President, and the President needs to get those nuclear codes out and plant the bomb. That's a money HE next to the Molotov. Not quite getting a kill, but will make the remainder of this round easier as more rifles come in towards the B-bomb site. Clearing the area now. Chemical wash on the B-bomb site, please. Xantares has got B left, and now it's just got B. Another bomb plant, though. Again, adding to those statistics, but Big need to start winning rounds.
Oops. Yeah, absolutely. It's actually a big win for FaZe that they didn't actually lose any players there. As I mentioned, you know, it's so important to have good economy. And all right, well, so you gotta have confidence. You can't just be like, you can't just like disqualify yourself there.
He's decided to, I mean, just use a magic eraser. It's 1 click to remove those boxes around his head.
That is true.
Really low effort. I'm not impressed with this. It sucks.
Well, he did it for Kyo, but not for anyone else.
Yes, this is trash. I'm sorry. The cat needs help as well. 1 round between these 2 teams. Anytime today. Anytime today. And production.
Guys. Into the good again.
Well, we'll just tell you what's going on. FaZe Clan are a round down at the moment, and Trainer's made his way in towards the IV position. I'm sure they're fixing something at the moment. Unless they've all fallen asleep. Maybe they've been gassed. We've got Zantares and Tamsin moving into the A site now. Nico is fighting around. He's spotting around the IV position, around the smokes. He's been smoked off by the T's. And there's Guardian with the first frag. See, he missed nothing. Everything's fine. There's a trade around that main position. Big really needs to get something going. They've got the... they don't have IV control, but they have managed to plant into the smoke. Vintage strats coming out while Smooya stops the Dren's flank.
Yeah, very nice peek there from Smooya. He's come alive in this round, and this is looking very difficult. Indeed, as you say, that front-facing bomb plant towards the Pop Dog, difficult here. Nico will smoke down the Olaf position so that he can get across and join up with Olaf Meister to try to hazard at a retake here.
Careful.
And as you can see, he's slightly on edge, but nice push through that smoke. Tapson, he can make those kinds of moves because they have a player to advantage, and now it's 2 players to advantage. Just Olaf Meister as he backs away, and you can't back away from Got B. Nice headshot, 13-11 as Big pick one up. It's been a long, dry spell, but finally they get themselves back in it with a win.
Got B with 20 frags at the moment, almost leading the charge for his team, but he's still setting a fantastic example. Adren's the one slacking at the moment, 7 for 17. It hasn't been his map. Some rise and some fall, it seems, from game to game at the moment. Big finally get a round on the board. It has been a drought. They've planted the bomb so many times, but this is only their second round in the second half.
Yeah, they managed to get out and get those entry kills that they needed, and it's really nice team play from that point forward. Smooya having a really good read on the couple kills that he managed to get, especially the second one, and really secured Big in some great post-plant positions. And it's that speed that really counts, because whilst the smokes are up, you can get that bomb plant as we saw it was, on the front of the train towards the Pop Dog position. And then the smokes fade and all the T's are in post-plant positions. It gets so difficult. If you can manage to make that happen within that timing, those 17 seconds whilst the smoke is up, that's huge. And that's what they were able to accomplish. And see if they go for it again. It was a very violent round. Will they slow it down? To move quite a few players towards inner here. There's the pop flash for Godbeat. There we go, in case the CTs were peeking or pushing. Very deep on Pop Dog as well. There's a nade for him. Good chunk of damage done.
That may have a part to play later on. The jiggle peeking is not going to help Adren's stats. Looking for information he found. But it will be very costly indeed. That's forcing Faze to get more aggressive. They've got no control over towards Pop Dog, so they're making inroads towards main, but they're going to be very far from the rotation now, because Big Clan are executing into the B bomb site. Smooya was close enough to hear those flashes. They should know the push is coming, which means they have to go quickly as well. Olaf Meister at the back of the side, smoked up from his angles, just taking pot shots, so risky for him. He hears the bullets, and there's Smooya to make it even worse for Faze Clan. And I think the save has been called. Guardian moving away from Connector, but Tizian may not allow him to save.
Yeah, they have to get these kills. At least 1 or 2. Faze's economy is so bad, and they need every gun they can possibly muster into the next rounds, because it's getting dangerously close to the end. Oh, Guardian spotted just jumping there. Falling back to T-spawn. It's pretty predictable, some of the safe spots on this map, but also the ranges are so big. Oh, Smooya's holding a great position. He's going to find Guardian.
Is he expecting a CT in the lounge though? Grenades all over the place, and looks away while Nico gets a spray. Big moving to 14, and indeed there are colossal problems for Faze. This might be the round that wins Big the game. Hunting continues, trying to wipe out more players. So much value in every kill here, but seems that it will come to a halt as the rest of Faze Clan hold. But look at the situation for them, it is less than ideal.
And they only save 2 M4s. They don't manage to save the high-value AWP. The tactical will come out from Faze.
Yeah, Guardian is top 2 fraggers now. Again, there was expectation for him to light his candle in the second half, in a positive way. Maybe that's not a good analogy, considering how he used candles. Put his lighter up, I don't know. Just a little too much. Show more than the elbow, and Smooya will put you in the bin.
That's fantastic from Smooya. Again, Smooya's really getting those very impactful kills here. This is a big one too. That's the AWP gone, and they couldn't recover it. They couldn't re-peak that. So good to see that he's doing well. And also Guardian, as you mentioned, he's really stepping up on train. And you just don't know where that one AWP is going to be sometimes. And it's very hard as the IV player to...
Well, it's very hard as the IV player, full stop.
Yeah, agreed. It's one of the hardest positions, I think, when you're playing it alone like that. It's very difficult to play.
I think it's commonly accepted as the most difficult position to to play, and it can be very costly if you lose it early. We've got a push from Faze Clan, and flashbang won't be enough because Antares can see. Now he can't because the Dren has closed his eyes. Position Faze Clan down to 19 HP after some smashed glass and some explosions. Guardian tagging Tizian down to 29. Really needed a kill there, Guardian. Faze needs everything I can get. Oh, he's got a scout, of course. I don't know if I had an AWP fired at the same time, but anyway. 3 players moving up the IV position. No more tagging from Guardian. Repositioning now to the back trains. And Big look to do more damage.
Scouts are scary on this map, especially in hands of the Guardian. Tizian takes down Guardian though, and Frame's stuck by off bomb, and it's double P comes in. There's nothing he can do. Nico does have full HP and an M4. Let's see what he can do here as the bomb's being planted. It looks like he can find a free frag for that one. 2 versus 3 here now as Nico is in a dangerous position. Another kill comes into Connector. Smew is the only one with the HP. He's got the AWP. He's working from T-Con as he typically does in these post-plant setups. And Nico's still lurking around. Very dangerous. Tizian working from Ivy, has that cover. Predictable setup here from the T's. Can Faze figure this out? They're looking to try to deal with both of these positions, but how do they force them to peek? Someone's got to tap the bomb here, apply the pressure. Smear looks away just at the wrong moment as the Dren now dives towards the bomb pressure. Nico, can he cover with the M4? Yes, he can. Defuse comes in. Tizian can't survive. Can Nico get there in time? He doesn't have a kit. He can't do it. There's no time. Can he save the orb? Yes, he can, but that's 15 rounds for Big.
Such a long rotation from a Dren. Got a kill and Connector, then rotated out. He was on low health, but he was the only one with a kit. So I guess he chose the safest route possible, but so much time had passed that it just wasn't enough time left when he got there. Nico, he was trapped in Sandwich for the longest time. Didn't really know who was having crosshairs on him. So to get that far is impressive in the first place, but it is game point for Big, and it's the last timeout called now by Nico just before we start things in round number 27. They've got a very good buy Faze Clan, apart from Rain on the MP9. The rest have M4A4s and AWP for Guardian, so they have more than a fighting chance, but they have to win 4 rounds in a row.
I have to say, after the first map and seeing some of the struggles that Big had, even in the first half in this map, despite winning rounds, I didn't expect to see this performance from them. And this is just the same thing. It's the same one.
It's the same thing. Come on.
This guy's getting way too much attention, James. He doesn't deserve it.
There's too much fruit punch in production. Back to water, please. No more sugar for you boys up there, and girls. All right. Big. 1 round from 4. Faze. 1 round 4 times. That's what's required for these 2 teams. Almost everybody well equipped. Rain and Olofmeister starting towards the B-bomb site, but not looking for an aggressive push. Gobby, though, he's a human cannon. He's out quickly, pretty quickly. 2 players around Ivy. They could go up the ladder to look if they wanted to, but Smear's already in position, covering for Gobby as much as he can. Got a Dren team lining up. There's one trying to trade frag, and Dren will manage to do that. Down low health. It's been a hard map for him so far. And now there are more players coming his way. Nico taken out. Edren to trade with the AWP. Still alive, 3 on 3.
That's the bomb down as well. Great catch again from Edren. He is coming alive here by Ivy with the AWP. And again, that bomb being down is a huge issue. Someone's going to go grab that. Oh, teasing Edren once more. You don't want to do that. He's feeling it this round with the AWP, as he still is scanning around for more players to knock down, as Tizian will collect that bomb. And they only have 2 flashbangs. I don't know if there's a smoke on the floor, and you can see Tizian is well aware that that rotation from inner by Popdog is a huge threat. Will he come out, or will they wait for the plant? Indeed, just waiting for that plant, making sure that it's not a fake. Tizian works his way around. Going for the frag. Olofmeister takes down Tizian. Up to Smuya now.
Creeping towards main. His timing has to be perfect. It was pretty good, but didn't hit the shot. 3 players survive for Faze Clan. They can pick up a second AWP. That's exactly what they will do. Maybe there's an AK for Olofmeister as well, and there it is. So that is all the toys for Faze. Very nice round for them. The bomb plants keeps the money up for Big, but it's not fantastic. They may have to consider an eco. And that could be just what Faze needs. So let's see what the decision is.
Oh, the crazy thing is that when Gobby takes that fight, I was expecting a trade immediately from Smuya, but he dropped down just as Gobby gets contact and couldn't trade him, which is pretty unfortunate, the timing there. But Edren then, he ran with that so far. Such a great round from him. And as you say, James, it's the eco for Big. We'll get a couple armors in there, but otherwise 2 Deagles, CP250s, and that's that. Another bomb plant would go a long way, and we'll have to see if Faze will be giving that to them. Sometimes you do actually play it like that on the CT side. You just want to protect your economy. Let the T's plant on the B-bomb side.
Numbers. One must survive, but how do they deal with the Love? They've got support from range as well. Bomb plant looking very unlikely in this round. Only a Dren is lost. That is exactly what FaZe Clan needed. 2 rounds. There's one goodbye here for Big, and it's this round. Unless they can plant the bomb, then maybe they get something. NiKo, 25 frags now. Be surprised not to see him at the top of the scoreboard these days, regardless of if they're winning and losing. And again, it's another match for FaZe Clan, which goes down to the wire. Very common occurrence for them. AWP for Guardian and for Smooya. No one heading towards Ivy. That'll be a relief for Adren. It's been difficult over there. Smooya just keeping them honest, while FaZe Clan throw grenades towards main. Big with personnel towards B. A burst of the numbers, perhaps.
All quiet here from Big. FaZe as well. They've not been a team that's gone too aggressive. Maybe taking Pop is as aggressive as they have been on the CT side. Nice grenade as tabseN runs up sidewalk. Will he get a catch? Smooya's there for it though. Can they find the rest of the CTs? Olofmeister by the bomb train. He's done actually pretty good work. 3 versus 3, but tabseN creeping around. He could be a huge problem, but he's gone too deep. Rain defends, and now it's down to Smooya and GodB.
That was a game-winning position eliminated. Smooya missing the flick. I think he's exposed to the high ground, and NiKo's on the way there, throwing a smoke for the time being, so he's got to be really careful. Down on the low ground now is NiKo. Opportunity may be come and gone. Continuing to hunt. GodB still around. He sees one player on the high ground, standing in the smoke now. What does he do? He's playing for an anti-defuse. They know he's got to be there somewhere, but what choice did he have with an AWP? And now it's GodB going to play a Dren's there. The transfer won't happen, and FaZe have made it to round number 14. And look at the money for Big. I think we're likely to go to overtime.
It's looking very, very likely indeed, but one thing we know about Big is they have a strong utility game, and in this round, I would imagine we would see a lot of utility brought up by them, because we're probably going to see some SMGs, maybe even some pistols. We'll have to see what they decide to go with. Already we see a Galil from tabseN, but they can't get AKs. Galil is basically... Oh, actually, GodB manages to get one. 3 Galils, another AK. So they've actually gone the opposite way. They've decided to prioritize having the rifles, and they have almost no utility here.
If there was no push through that smoke, it's probably the map over, but hindsight is 2020. Guardian and Olofmeister in the B-bomb site, awaiting the play from Big. Brute force seems to be the attempt here. Tizian rotating over quickly. Slowing down now as he passes Pop Dog so as not to be heard. And all 5 people going in. Someone might have to take a bullet here, but there are plenty of people to trade. Nice counter flash. Olofmeister spotting, going for a long spray. Gotta be careful though. Outstaying his welcome. The mince pies have gone cold. There is so much damage done to Big here. They have position, they can plant the bomb, but they could easily be picked off. They've got to be careful around this connector smoke this time, but this time, FaZe Clan are still stuck in connector with 3 people. Xantares now in CT squad. This could be a complete disaster. 2-man spray down for Smooya, and the trades are there for Xantares. Going for the trade, and that's it. 16-14, down to all 30 rounds. And we're going the distance.
Wow, I can't believe it. Just, I mean, no utility. They just decide to go for that bomb rush. Finally, they get really deep positions and they hold their grounds. Amazing game from Big. It looked like a struggle. Map 1 was certainly a struggle. The first half was a struggle. So many struggles, but they came through and we're going to map 3. Great stuff from them, but FaZe still dangerous. But Inferno is where this will be settled. We'll be back after the break with the desk. Don't go anywhere.
Get ready for battle with pregame prep, brought to you by Domino's.
Before a big tournament, I'd like to prepare in different ways. Most of the time, it's just involving getting good sleep and making sure I feel comfortable in terms of an in-game kind of preparation.
Yeah, we try to predict the map which we are playing, try to talk about moves.
Practice the night before, I just like to get my reps in.
Not stress out and go to the match as prepared as possible.
It's definitely to get enough sleep. I think that if you're sleep deprived, you're not going to be at your best.
I'm just trying to make everything goes my way, so I don't have anything to think about when I'm playing except the match.
It's how the pros get ready for the match. That was pregame prep presented by Domino's. We're now here going into map 3. Big, come out huge and get that victory there. 16-14, a little bit of deja vu, but this time around works out in the favor of Big. Remember, 16-14 was the scoreline in the last map as well. Map 1 on Cash, and that went on the side of Faze. But welcome back. You have Golden Boy here along with Moses and Sean Garris as we look to break this one down. Lots of stuff to talk about this game, fellas. Good moments across the board. One player in particular that I personally want to highlight, Rain, had one heck of a game. I think going into that final round, he was 26-18 going into round 30, but it just wasn't enough to close it out.
This time it felt like some of the breaks down the stretch went towards Big. We kind of talked about that after that last loss, and especially the 2 against Cloud9. I mean, going into that last round, you have nothing to play with. You have no utility. You're able to take that inner bomb site with relative ease, with all 5 players surviving. So that was certainly fortunate going their way. FaZe had to battle to even be in this one, which was super impressive to see them grind this out.
Yeah, they were down 9-1 to kick off this match. It looked like Big was literally going to run away with the map, but in Eleague fashion this season, Big allowed FaZe to come back into this game, and there was a time in that second half where I looked over to Jason. I asked him for a time of death. I said,
it's 4:25.
Yes,
it's 4:25 p.m.
The time was 4:25 p.m. actually, where I marked Big out of the tournament. But they withheld the resistance from FaZe, and that last round, I couldn't believe that they were able to get into the inner bomb site, have no utility, and have such a flawless round.
Yeah, it's super impressive the way that they were able to do that. And even some of it, I mean, that is kind of what having Xanterras join this team. Like, you know, before the questions about their firepower meant they had to be a little bit tactical to kind of gain an edge. Now that you have this guy, you can call some of those more basic strategies that is just kind of like, let's just go overload this and use the skill, unleash some of these players. And that's exactly what they did. I thought Smooya had some super impactful shots with the AWP down the stretch as well. And in all good things, obviously, this was beautiful, pinching in out of the choke point like this. And a solid win for Big, finally.
But still, you recall that Bardolph had mentioned, and DDK in the cast, they had mentioned how good Big was at taking advantage of their utility. So for them to do what they did at the end there, just a huge play. A big moment for them. I hate that we keep saying that because it keeps the pun. No, I don't mean to pun it there. But that is the 16-14 conclusion in favor of Big. And now we're going to be going over to Inferno.
Best third map in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I don't know what really to expect at this point. And
expect 30 rounds.
Well, I gotta call out. I have to call you out, Sean. To call you out because you called Faze 2-0.
You said I can't change my pick. So you're the one that makes the rules.
You had that prepared.
I feel like we should go back to the tape and find out what it is. Guys, this is insane. Such a great series, and I can't wait for Game 3. It's going to be Inferno, and we will decide who will face Cloud9 in the finals. Win or go home. We'll see you on the other side. And we're back. Welcome, everyone. We are all tied up at 1-1. Cash went to Faze, Train goes to Big, but now we set our sights on Inferno, and this will decide who will go up against Cloud9. You seem rather excited, Moses.
I am pretty pumped. I like this series. It's been fun. I was just watching like the camera shot of the crowd, and I just can't but feel like 80% is just like waiting for the Cloud9 game. They're just like, yeah, who's gonna play Cloud9?
Yeah, I know. I've been very excited. It's been such a great experience for myself personally, and also it's been great on social media as well. Can we highlight that? Look at this.
This feels like a shot at me. I'm not.
No, not at all. Not at all. We actually had some folks send us ways they were watching.
I know, right?
The event, Faze vs. Big, Eleague TV, stream before bed. Hopefully you wake up in the morning, go to work, Matthew.
He's not going to bed anytime soon.
No, he's not. Feel bad, man. Feels bad, man. Anyway, we got Faze with Love from Russia. Pretty awesome stuff.
Phasing up.
All right, then you have Adren plus. Oh, okay. So John the Cat. That's who would name their cat John?
They must think really lowly of Adren.
There are certain people in this world who think that human names are appropriate for their pets.
What would you call your cat? Mr. Fluffikins?
I named mine after, my cat was named Maverick when I was growing up. I was a big, Top Gun fan. So.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. You know, I could have gone in so many directions. And that was a little bit of social there. Make sure you guys are out there sending us some fun stuff on social media. Let us know how you're watching the event. Let us know who you're rooting for. You're rooting for Big, you're rooting for Faze, you're rooting for Cloud9, potentially to win it all, because they will be taking on the winner of this series. Let us know. Make sure you at Eleague TV. Oh, man, it's been such a crazy day, but all the players are lining up and getting ready to go.
A lot of good shots of bananas.
Yeah.
Indeed. Who eats a banana like that, though?
And I tell you what, it's a...
Yeah, he was playing to the crowd, I feel.
What's with all the bananas? This is just...
brain food.
Yeah. Hey, man, it's high in potassium. Okay? It's a good thing to have. And just... yeah. All she doesn't want to share is banana. Okay.
It's a PG broadcast. We can't be looking at that all day.
What? Get your mind out of the gutter, sir.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
All right, Inferno. Let's focus on this one. Map 3, we're going to go to Inferno. We have not seen this map played yet here at the Eleague Invitational. And whoa!
What just happened?
Bardolph just threw a banana over here. The shenanigans. Listen here, sir.
Did it explode?
I'll have you know, I work on television with Dwayne Johnson, okay? I will not tolerate this.
That's a name drop.
That was a name drop. Now throw the chair.
Yes, I can't do that. I, unlike Dwayne Johnson, lack all strength whatsoever.
Another name drop.
Another name drop.
There again.
I had to do it. I'm sorry, guys. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. Okay, so let's talk about Inferno here. What are we going to be expecting here, guys? I mean, this is going to be a very tough game, I think, for Faze. They got to dig themselves out of this.
I think Faze is going to need a couple pistols here, because I think on their T side, they're going to struggle, especially in Banana, where Big is going to come very hard with some grenades, some Molotovs, a lot of flashbang peeks at the half wall. They've been known to lock people out of that B-bomb site until 20 seconds left in the round, and Faze becomes super one-dimensional, and that's why they ended up falling to Cloud9 at the major.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting to watch this, because I agree with Sean. I think that the nade work from Big is going to be really tough for Faze to get around, but I think from what I've seen in these last two maps is some of the mid-rounds, like the 3v3s, the 2v2s, the 2v3s, all those weird X-on-X situations, I feel like Faze has been the better team in those. They have players who are very savvy in those kind of scenarios, and obviously the aim is phenomenal, so they've been winning out on those. So if they can just like mitigate the nade damage and get into those mid-round scenarios where there's a player missing from each team, I think that's where they can really thrive, if they can spread this big defense thin a little bit.
How does Big prevent that though? How do they prevent Faze from getting into that comfort zone?
Well, interestingly enough, Inferno is a map where you can deny those engagements with smoke grenades, utility, Molotovs on mid constantly.
And Big love to utilize utility.
Yeah, it's so annoying actually as T sides that use skill, because you can't have those fights. You can't get in those 3v3s. It always is just 5v5 Counter-Strike.
I think if you plan on that, if you know it's going to come as well, instead of maybe like a lot of teams, if you lose a player, you just kind of play this default defense where you spread out and kind of just have you cover all the bases just a little bit. I think Big, they've been organized enough in the past to really push areas of the map as a group. So instead of just trying to cover everything weakly, you kind of group up and you push either banana or you push into those A-halls, get the information, and that way you're not kind of isolating your players for those weird mid-round engagements.
I think it's kind of fitting that you talk about banana.
Yeah.
The banana was just right there.
Professionals.
So
we are professionals, swear. Oh boy, this is going to be an awesome one. All right, well, let's get into some predictions. Moses, I think I know where you're going, but I want to ask you anyway. What do you got?
I'm sticking with Faze now. I had Big taken map 2. I was right again. So I'm going to go with Faze in this third map to make it in the finals.
Sean, pressure's on you, buddy. Do you commit?
I'm going Big. That was my original choice. I never wavered. I couldn't, actually. It was the rules. So I just want to clarify. So Big is going to win this series 2-1.
All right. Well, this is going to be very fun to watch, without a doubt. First time that we're going to get Inferno here in the E-League studio. Winner will move on to face off against Cloud9 in our championship match that will be coming up next. But we're going to send it over to your casters. You have DDK and a man with a noodle for an arm, Bardolph.
What does that even mean? I don't know what that means.
It means, James, you couldn't throw it far enough.
Hey, George Bush, right? He had a shoe thrown at him. I went organic. You guys should be respecting that. I care about you guys. We have more pictures of how people are watching at home. We've seen a cat. Do you have any dogs, any chickens? I don't know. I have a friend who used to have ducks.
Oh,
we
really?
had one season of E-League. Oh my God, it exploded, you bastard. I've got banana on my shirt, man.
Yes.
I'm going to eat that. Oh, it's kind of I'm not going to eat it. It's kind of melty. Oh.
Nice. That was
so was that the cue? So like we have, say this. I'm like, okay, I'll say this and I get hit by a banana. Jeez Louise. Dan talk.
That was a good throw. You should take some
This
notes,
is America.
James.
I can sue. I don't even need to pay them. They'll still do it.
There we go. Love it. We get more shots of people's setups.
I've got banana finger and chest.
You do deserve it,
I don't know what
James.
that means.
You started this.
I don't know what that means.
Let's not forget that. Okay.
I know I did start this. Yeah, that's true.
And speaking of which, Big have started their comeback into this series, James. They're going on to Inferno in the third and final match. I feel like I have to bring this one in right now because...
Yeah, talk. I'm busy. I've got problems.
You do. You have some serious problems. And dry cleaning both for Golden Boy, I'm sure. But yes, we've seen that in the past. Big have been very favorable on Inferno. It's been a place of comfort. They've had shenanigans there. They've had gimmicks. Gimmicks have been taken away. But it is a map where you can really get a huge amount of mileage out of those tactics, out of that great utility usage that we know them for. So this is going to be a fantastic finish to this series because I think it'll be a true test for Faze, who are a great team across the board. But Big, I feel like they have a very strong chance here. I can't believe that Sean wavered, James. I didn't waver.
I think the matches today, they felt 50-50 to me. I really didn't know who to pick at the start of the day. Faze on Inferno, though, always a treat, always fun to see. And again, Big are almost notorious for Infernos of yore, so I wonder what they'll have to offer.
The notorious BIG, James?
Well done, Dan, yeah. That's he was a person, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, we will soon be into the game. Down to Inferno. Is it ever bad when a series finishes on Inferno? I can't remember many that have been disappointing. So I think this is probably going to be a pretty explosive game of Counter-Strike, faster paced than maybe the first map of this series. I'm very interested to see what happens here, what kind of gimmicks Big might have up their sleeve, because if you have some, then the third map of a best of 3 is when you want to bring them out. I haven't seen any designs yet for a towel, for a Xantares towel. Let's get him some merch.
That is true. I suggested a pretty good one, which probably would please the production heads E-League a lot. It's just that quilted Moses head meme towel. I think that could be a thing. We'll have to see, though, what the community can come up with. Keep sending us all your tweets, at E-League TV, #E-League, of course, on the Twitters. And
it's the cleanest mouse in Counter-Strike.
It is, yeah.
Not that one, but that one looks pretty good. Brand new.
Nico is definitely doing a good job.
The color coordination game is on point. We've got to respect that.
That scroll, man. We've seen some heartbreaking moments with scroll bugs.
Yeah, so some nerd put a script on Reddit yesterday. Was it yesterday? Whenever it was.
Yeah.
Where when you mouse 1, it unbinds jump, and when you release mouse 1, it binds jump, which is a good way to avoid those mistakes. So look it up if you suffer from such problems. But we are about to start this game, this final game in this series. Big starting on the T side of Inferno. Faze Clan will be defending first.
Yes, who will play Cloud9 in that grand finals? It all comes down to this third and final map. The T side for Big, I feel like that's just perfect. Just perfect to see them here. I feel like they should be stronger on the T side. Faze should be better on that CT side. We're going to be starting this off with a powerful punch here from Big. The double flash, the Molotov, to get the utility already. Oh, you hate to be that guy. You get smashed in the face straight away when you take the long-range peek. You feel useless for the rest of the round, but it is Nico. Of course, he'll never be useless as he takes a more defensive position with all of mice from these opponents. They got 4 players towards A, James.
An exchange. A man has fallen for either side. Bodies won't be recovered anytime soon. There is more action to be had. Guardian Rain in that short position. Xantares taking one in the face. Slow's casket funeral for him. Guardian delivering some nice kills. That's the bomb dropped now as well. That's a lot of information, the information you want. But tabseN's fighting back. Doesn't have the range for a one-shot. Rain, quick reload. Now tabseN's close. Nice avoidance from Rain. Looking for the headshot, but tabseN will get it on this occasion. Adren now moving down Banana, but it looks like Bigger considering wrapping towards B. Which way do they go? Olofmeister waiting on the A site. They're going back towards top mid. This could be a mistake, but they will be double peeking. Adren's seeing nothing. He's wondering now. He's going back. They just miss each other in mid.
Big opportunity, but Olofmeister's position, he's got so much to work with there. He's going to hit an A throw. He goes for the engagement, and Boiler Smooya's ready for that. Okay, now things get quite tough for Adren. He does have the kit, he does have the smoke, but not the Kevlar. Gets caught running forwards, takes some damage, and now they know exactly where he is. This is so difficult. Now he just runs. They already know, why not just go for it? Can he make it happen? No, tabseN shuts him down for the 3K, and Big played this one out very intelligently to get the 1-0.
That's the start they wanted on the T side as well. See what they can do with it. FaZe Clan may have a surprise in store. Rain's gone for a force buy. Nico's gone for a force buy. Here comes Adren as well. Olofmeister with the scout. Guardian is going to go all the way as well. I did wonder because sometimes you'll see teams have the sniper player not go for the force buy with them, but he's fully invested. He's got the UMP. I mean, that's a big purchase, so you want him involved if you want to win the round. Smooya delivering one straight into the dome of Olofmeister. Now they know that the force buy is here.
Yeah, and this is one of the best maps for it. In fact, maybe the best map for the second round force buy for the CT side. We saw before this economy update how powerful Astralis were without the the extra money, the extra $500. Just those smokes, the CZs, the ability to just delay forever. They got the kit as well, but here it is. Big are being decisive. They're sending the MAC-10 in first. So smart, switching Smooya onto that MAC-10 after being weakened by the scout tag, and they've taken control of the B bomb site.
Big did not give FaZe Clan any sound cues there to deliver those smokes. FaZe, I think, had 4 smoke. I think everybody had a smoke grenade when they had 4 players left, but Big was so deep into the B bomb site. You saw they had a player on the site when the player in first oranges threw the smoke grenade. So if they were trying to dry them out with time, then they'll need some more practice with that one because that was a complete disaster. Credit to Big for averting that. That's a big target for a CT side who lose a pistol round. Try to put the T's in a awkward situation where time is their enemy. FaZe unable to do that, but they will save 3 players, so they get a second opportunity at this in the next round, where normally it would pretty much just be USPs. So there's a chance to make some money, or make it expensive for Big. Making some money with the UMP, of course, but if it comes from a CZ kill, not going to be as great. So we'll see what they can do. Spawns are always helpful as well. Guardian doesn't have the spawn to really do anything crazy with the scouts. So we'll see how Big deal with this. They will know how many survives, of course, and they will give it the proper respect. Smoke grenades are back. Only 3 of them. Initial map control for Big. Stopping things from getting too out of hand. And Antares, a good start, but again, we would like to see a good finish from him, whether they win or lose.
Yeah, that scout man's not finding it. Instant takedown. Ouch. Stepping into flames there, tabseN.
That's become a common thing as well. People walking into the last tick of a Molotov to try and just be against the timing where you would expect somebody to peek, trying to catch someone by surprise. That's something that's developed in the last few months of play, I would say.
Oh, surely the big peak comes out now from tabseN. Finds Olofmeister, and you know, you got to respect the fact that, you know, Faze was so, like, they managed to save 3 players in the end of that last round. And Faze doing some damage with the help of Nico. They get 2 kills there. That's awesome. They got 2 kills in the previous round of the force buy. This round as well, Nico's got a MAC-10 now. He might as well try to go for some damage, maybe steal away a gun. They will be buying fully in the following round, so Big must make sure they don't give anything away. And with 2 players who are very, very weak, and they can't stand in the pit because the bomb is planted on the corner of the site, so no one would survive that apart from maybe Tizian. tabseN will find Nico though. Good stuff. And 3-0 start. Now the CS really begins. We'll get that full buy out of FaZe Clan. I can't wait to see what Big will throw at them here, and whether or not FaZe are going to be really dominant on Banana.
Rain dropping the AWP for Guardian. Guardian picking up a helmet and some grenades. Now, FaZe Clan are a team on the CT side with the right spawns who are capable of a pop-up play for Guardian top mid on the crate. Seen Nico, sorry, next to the crate, seen Nico boost him up. We won't see that on this particular occasion, but he's not shy to take this peak from an elevated position, so that might be something we see in some rounds to come. FaZe starting with 3 players towards B in case there is an early fight for Banana to deploy some grenades as well and leave the players on B with the right grenades for the mid-round. And they'll go back to 3 on A. No one on long for now. Rain and Guardian moving to the site. So they are expectant of something with Tizian showing presence in apartments.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, ooh, hello. Really passive setup. And harassment like this is really awesome for the T side, but that's a beautiful response. And that will actually allow FaZe to maybe feel confident to go for an info play, to see and try and confirm exactly what's happening. But you've got to be so careful. Obviously, a pop flash now and a quick peek would give them a loads of information as to what's going on. You can see Bigger taking top mid at this point. It's really important for the CTs to, as the round gets later and later, assess where the Ts are going. And by seeing what they're doing on top mid, it can often tell you this whole story.
Santaros went towards B, showed his presence over there. Now he's come back, and Olofmeister again causing issues. Might have expected him to retreat with that Molotov, but no. Guardian wants to defend his short position. Olofmeister needs to help him out, needs to move back now. They've got a crossfire around the site. Olof's position will be very difficult. They will hear his position with the reload. Nico moving to A. He'll be a 4th person there versus the 3 of Big with 25 seconds looking for an opening that just will not be served. But the quietness makes Nico go back towards the B bomb site. So it turns into a 3 versus 3 when Big starts to execute the grenades coming in. Smear avoiding the flashbang, but Olofmeister will take him down. That's 3 kills for Olofmeister now. Grenade will force him from his position, but there's nothing Big could do. 7 seconds on the clock, and it will finally get taken out. It was a really great play with Rain spraying through the wall into apartments from the site, and then Olofmeister walking into the peak. I think it was Tizian who was still walking and facing just in case, but great play from FaZe. Paid off very well. They get their first round on the board.
And at the same time, too, you know, Big, they had an opportunity to say, okay, we're kind of stuck here. There's no easy way in. We've lost 1 player, lost 2 players. And they could have tried to put pressure on Arch as well, but they just tried to slow push that pause position, and it's very difficult to do with no distraction out of Arch. So really losing track of that round there, I think, and see Nico will get smoked off, going aggressive with the AWP, seeing if he can find something. Nothing to be found just yet, although as I say that, it looks like he does find Xantares coming in a little bit late. That's a really big problem. FaZe reliably getting these opening picks now on the CT side when they have these 4 buys. Tabson's on a Deagle, Tizian's on a MAC-10. What is the plan here? They've got no banana control. Switching things up into a banana attack would be really useful, but Nico's sitting there. They could try to go for a flash play, but Nico's actually playing behind the wall, so he would be safe from a flash and could just peek after it. There's a flash. It's a good one, actually. Let's force Nico back. This is what Big must do. They have to try to get Nico out of banana.
Quick shot at the wall as he has to concede his position to the flashbang. 50 seconds left, and FaZe have minimal information. Guardian in a library position. No eyes top mid, no eyes on banana. 3-2 sets up. They start to have a look. Adren spots 1 player. There is a flashbang. You'll hear some footsteps trying to create a wall, and that is successful. 35 seconds. Gambles have to be taken by Big. They've got to push through the smoke. Nico gets the first frag. Bomb on the front of the site now. Rotation can come in. 29 seconds. Guardian taken down by Tizian, pushing through the smoke, but Rain is on the way as well. He has 2, he has a flash, he can flash pull for his teammates to face. Adren coming through, he needs that flashbang, it's not there just yet. Tizian will take out Adren, and Nico's by the coffin. 2 players lining up, Smear now will trade. 13 seconds to plant the bomb, and look how close Rain is. Doesn't need to face, he'll go for the first orange attempts. Out comes the teammate, Olofmeister through the barrels, and there it is. Another round in the bag for FaZe Clan.
They did manage to get some damage there, but that was so awkward. They need to find a way to stop giving up these peaks. You can see that there was a flash for Xantares to peek with, but it just didn't work. It was a bad flash for that position. I'm not sure if it was maybe botched, but the story is that Nico got a free kill there. And you can see after that point, it took them over a minute to recover because Nico just stood out there. And whilst Nico was out there, they couldn't feel confident to attack the A bomb site because they knew FaZe would have 4 players there. So you have to get that. That's why the banana control is so important. So I would imagine that we'll start to see Big focusing more on that. But if you let Nico just stand there, it's just not going to be a good time.
Money-making round for Faze. Just waiting out Big, who are waiting out some grenades for the most part. The usual stuff. Make it as expensive as possible with what little you have. Tizian's got 2 flashes and a Molotov to deploy. So will it be a balcony burst? Just waiting, Big. Any grenades? Faze Clan need not seek information. They've got Banana smoked off. And Adren will leave Nico in situ with the AWP on an eco. Moving towards the speedway position. Big trying to just dry out the utility of Faze Clan. No need to do anything hasty. And you see the grenades are continuing. So they're getting what they want in that respect. Now, where are these flashes going?
There's a big peek. Ooh, hello. Doing some damage, but can't seem to find the frag, unfortunately. No needs to follow that up with. Oh, that's not bad. 1 kill at least. That's something in an otherwise hopeless round. Some nice B-hop there from Guardian. 3-3 though, all tied up. Since Faze got those rifles in hand, it's been very slow from the rounds. And pretty reliably, Faze are getting that opening pick. And that's part of the reason, because after that point, Big have to slow it down. That tends to be Inferno as well. You need to get top mids, you need to get banana control. And then at that point, it becomes very hard for the CTs. They have to retake top mid or retake top banana at some point. But Big have not even been able to get to that point. And here goes a very fast attack towards banana. There's a missed shot. Adren to cover though. He's been good as support on that B-bomb site.
The remainder of Big towards the A site. Apartments needs to be cleared out. Gobby has been taken out towards the bench position in mid. Guardian is on short now, Rain towards long. Changing the position of the AWP. It's a very timely Molotov, and they might get some sound cues if it touches anyone. Big tag Tizian. There's often somebody lurking in the apartments. 2 Deagles and Xantares with the AK-47. Waiting for an opening. 3 versus 5. Passive angles on B. Xantares is gone, the AK is gone, taps in 7 HP. Up close and personal. Tizian down to 4. They'll get a kill out of it. That's 6k gone. And now it's time to buy.
Very nice stuff there from Faze. Really just looking rock solid at the moment. But here comes the buy from Big. Interestingly, Xantares on a MAC-10. Surely you would want to swap him out. Someone would want to swap him out for an AK-47. Because we would expect that with that MAC-10, he's going to be the first guy to die. Okay, there it is. Gobby will take the L there, pick up the MAC-10, give Xantares that AK-47. And indeed, the MAC-10's job is to create some space by taking position, being that first guy in, jump around the corners, jump through the smokes, be the guy pop flash in, and then you get traded with someone who has an AK.
Gobby swapped guns just before the post button was clicked on Reddit.
Here goes the banana take. They must be able to take banana away from Faze. This seems to be a very big issue so far. And here it goes.
The re-smoke timing is perfect. There's a molly behind that smoke as well. And Dren blind behind the sandbags. Good flashbangs from Big. Gobby has a jumping pick, see what's going on. Bounce off the wall from the site. Gives the clues, and he will continue forward. More flashes from his teammates. Out he goes. Wide, no one first, second oranges. But there's a gap in the smoke. That's a problem. But Gobby has got the sight. And there's the re-smoke. Guardian smoked off now. Holding his angle, waiting for a timing, maybe playing with the sound. That's it, crossing. Perfect from Guardian. He waited. Now the smoke is cleared. If he held his nerve there. Oh, he sees him anyway. What is he doing, Guardian? Smooth's the only person left now. 1 versus 3. He's got to find something before they get into position to trade frag.
Very good sight for this post plant, but 3 players. It's so hard. The nades start to be thrown in. That will really hurt his ability to have any good positions. They'll know where he is likely. Gets 1 catch, another one surely, but no time. Even if he got that, the trade was there from Rain. It's just not the right weapon for the job, and it's going to be the defuse there. Guardian, some disgusting stuff there. As you mentioned, just tracking through the smoke, just hearing those sounds. His senses are so finely tuned. And that's another round for Faze, but what an opportunity from Big. Gobby played so well.
That is so sick. Concentrating on the sounds, that comes with experience. Goes back to the well again and again. Yanko very happy with that. Touch my fist, damn it. 5-3 in favor of FaZe Clan. Both teams on the bye. 2 AWPs for FaZe. Nico picking up the second one. Guardian looking down mid. AKs and Galil for Big. Deep smokes down Banana this time, so Big will have more issues, it seems, in this round. Nico's got some nice pop flashes that he does with both mouse buttons. Dren getting aggressive. He knows the angle that must be checked for the Molotov. Would expect a second player. What a clear out from them! Like just helping somebody move house. All the boxes are gone. Tabson and Tizian remain. Pop flash. Nico has a look. He can break the half wall if he wants to, and he'll do that and back off. Although maybe a tad too slow, so Tabson goes straight through it. But help is on the way. Rain rotating to CT, and he has that pop flash for the pool.
And Big are getting bullied so hard at the moment. There's a smoke. They just have to go with this. Orbs all over the place here. Nico on the bomb site. Guardian also with an AWP. Guardian is playing A, but 2 rifles to worry about towards CT. Are they going to go for a run boost? Oh, no, they botch it. Awkward stuff, so awkward. At least that's not the AWP. Nice shot coming in from Tabson. He's got to go absolutely massive hit. They don't know about Nico. Tizian goes down, and so does Tabson. Nico's good. Lovely stuff from him. FaZe are so dominant. This push, look at it. They are bullying Big so hard on Banana.
Yeah, that's causing them colossal casualties, Big. Despite being gifted the odd AK-47, Xantara is currently 1-4-7. He has been well and truly neutralized in the first 9 rounds of this last map in this series. Again, the winner going on to play Cloud9. Guardian 10 for 4 at the moment. AWP is working well for FaZe on their CT half. Tactical timeout from Big at the moment. How do we turn this around? At what time do we just concede Banana? Do we give them what they want? Do we continue to fight for it? Is it worth it?
Yeah, it's been so tough so far for Big. One thing we've not really been able to see is them being able to take Banana, then take top mid. That's typically how the default might work out, and then maybe just threaten an A split when actually they're doubling back to B, or vice versa. That's like the typical way the defaults end up developing usually on this map, and they've been unable to really set up for A splits or fakes in that way. FaZe have been so dominant on the map control that it has prevented that for them even having to worry about that. They've always been in advantage, and it's pistols here for Big, and they're looking to just get this A bomb side. Maybe they'll have more fortune this time.
Denial of information for FaZe Clan. It's like spam in your inbox. Rain in the pit, Olofmeister on the site. Guardian around a library position. Big waiting out the grenades, but again, they've got no one to stop a flank from B. They've got to be careful, and they start to move in. Olofmeister jumping up, good for 1, maybe 2, 3 pistols remain. They're getting close, but they're not getting any frags out of this. Olofmeister is holding it down with the M4A4. Insta trade from Rain, minimal damage done, just 1 man lost, 7-3. Happy days for FaZe.
Yeah, looking very good right now. But again, it's partly just because they're playing these fundamentals around map control really well, and it feels as though Big have not been unable to push Nico back. They've been unable to push the A defense back when FaZe want to play a bit further forwards. It's just FaZe, FaZe seemingly in each round, it's just more about them deciding that they'll give up some space as opposed to it being forced on them. So we'll need to see that change here from Big, and so we're just going to try to punish any aggressive AWP positions. Quite rare that you'll see an AWP go there into that angle, but you want to check for it every so often. We get it late on the boost. This is also very strong. Hits Smooya as well through the side of the wall. Smooya very fortunate to be alive.
That's what I was talking about earlier. The pop-up Guardian comes out every now and then. Now the question for Big is, how do they activate Xantares? He is the star of the show. He is the pony with the beautiful hair. Rumor has it he's a unicorn. But how do they get him into the game? Moving up mid with his teammates currently is Xantares. Only 1 kill so far in these 10 rounds. And once again, they're having this level of success. They're pushing the CTs away from top mid. the Faze clan have no information towards Banana, although I think they might be going for a flash play there. But they can't really have much more success than this. Indeed, Adren knows no one is top Banana. Guardian starting to rotate now. Big don't start to go fast. It's going to get worse for them. Gobi has been exploderized. They're smoked up to short position.
Tabson behind the wagon, trying to find his way across. Nico in that smoke on the site. This is so awkward. The rotation is starting to spill in from Faze. They're looking very strong here. I'm not sure how Big are going to break this bomb site with so much support coming in. There is some tagging through the smokes here, waiting for those to dissipate. 20 seconds to go for the bomb plant. Nice spam through the smoke. Tabson picks off Nico. Still though, Rain in the corner of the bomb site. Will they realize this? Bomb starting to be planted. Rain can't quite get to them. So they may be able to actually formulate a strong post-plant setup. And in fact, now it looks quite good. There is a smoke and a flash on Adren, but that's it for utility. And Smuya's got his angle. But Rain, he can dismantle this. If he goes for the peak, there's Smuya dead. That's going to unlock Adren. And now they start to push forward on Guardian, absolutely annihilating everyone, including his teammates. And now he's alone. A 1 versus 2. Guardian trying to do what he can. Deagle comes out, but these post-plant positions are so strong. Has to force the smoke tap there, and they will go for the double peak. Guardian is just in an impossible situation. A quick reload of the AWP, and it simply doesn't look like it's going to happen. Xantares will take him out. Oh, that was a tough one, but Big do it.
That has to be so frustrating for Faze. While all the action was happening on the A bomb site, they had the pop flash play. Adren went top Banana. They saw that nobody was there. Guardian rotated. They had 4 on A. And when they knew no one was B, they put the delay tactics. We got Bananas all over the place. We got intercontinental Bananas maybe, but while they had the information towards B, they put the delay tactics down. They trapped Big for so long around those smokes. They knew they couldn't plant the bomb because it's such an easy spray if you try and plant default in those smokes. Some CTs drop the smoke there as a bait, and they still win the round Big. That's insane.
Yeah, very awesome stuff from them. Ooh, forcing Nico back, tags him. The fire doing damage as well. Adren, though, set up high to try to defend as they try to go further forward, which they have shown that they like to do. Absolutely so careful. Adren very blind, falls off the first oranges. How much can he get done? That's the bomb. They can call the rotation now as Nico defends as well. Brilliant defense coming in here. I think they may have done enough. The bomb is in no man's land.
Everybody in smokes, flashes, blind one way or another. Smoke inhalation is through the roof. 4 versus 3 now. Tabson takes control of construction for the time being. We've still got Elfmeister towards the A side. He's going to start rotating. Tabson taken out now. Do the CTs know that the bomb is done? I'm not quite sure, considering the position. 1 minute left. 2 versus 4. Smuya with Tizian right here. More smokes down. So much utility on the B bomb site. Elevated. Adren spots him. Nico saves him. Smuya now alone, 1 versus 2, but Olofmeister slowly creeping up Banana to make things worse. Smuya not sure where to look. Double peek from Banana and New Box. And Smuya's left in the pool to drown.
Faze are just showing how much class they have here. Just like this defense that just falls back, so many layers to it, even though effectively the pacing from Big is pretty damn good. They're putting Faze in awkward spots. Again, Adren has the right reaction. Nico has the right reaction. They're supporting each other as they fall back, even though the pressure's so high and intense from Big. They're just showing that they have these other gears to go to that Big cannot match at this point. And we'll see if that changes, but for now, this first half is looking very good for Faze. Big really do need another couple rounds to feel comfortable about this. Pistols again for them. A lot of money spent here from Smuya, Xantares, and Tizian.
Nice to see Faze changing their makeup on the CT side, of course. Staying longer in B with 3 players, and now it seems Adren will rotate while Guardian will hold position. Pistols for Big, a few grenades. Gotta get more rounds after this. So the numbers towards Arch. Bomb's been dropped though. Rain doing some damage, dropping the HE too far. They're closer than he thinks, but of course he has support. Luftmeister there. Now Guardian's top mid. The Raptor B is possible. Big need to decide what to do. They're all together, standing around the tiny plinth. Moving to CT. No sprays made. They've got bigger fish to fry. Going past the well. Nico in New Box. Sees a grenade, can raise the alarm. 1 shot straight in the face, spots both players, another kill for him. Now he can try to buy some time, smoke at the front of the site. Does he stay, does he go? That's a question for Tizian, who's trapped in the construction position. He is being surrounded, the net is closing. It's the last episode of The Wire, and we find out the story for Tizian now. As As here come the Popo. Back of the car, please, and thank you.
So Big going for that kind of strange half buy there. Taz's got to be around $4,000. Everyone else around 2K though. Money not together. Really nice defense from Nico. Even though he's on the site, if you looked at the minimap, you're thinking, oh, 3 versus 1. But then you see that he's an AWP and he's at the back of the site, and there's just like no way to stop that. And so now Big, they're in this like really weird spot. I'm not sure if that buy in the previous round, James, like if that made complete sense from them. We had 3 players going down to about $500 and 2 staying around 3,000 or 2,000. And now Big just don't have money. They just don't have any money to do much here.
Where's the TV at? It's a cute dog, but where's the TV? Where's the E-League?
That is just an excuse, isn't it, James, just to get the dog on the screen.
There was an early series where someone took a picture of 2 pugs climbing a wall to the TV while we were on it, which is kind of cool. I've got it somewhere.
Yeah.
Good times. But anyway, 2 rounds remain. Big need to get more out of this, but this is a rough round as we can see. A MAC-10 and a bunch of pistols, a lot of smoke grenades. We've seen so many smoke grenades in the variants of causes, but it has favored Faze Clan. Oh god, he's missing a shot, taking licks from that MAC-10, followed up by Smooya. That's an AWP to be collected. They don't know if anybody else is top mid. No one else is top mid. They better get that AWP soon.
Perfect start. Get that like very quick kill. And you can see the reaction from the CTs. 3 players as passive as you can possibly ask on that A-bomb side. That means that they don't have information as to what the Ts are doing now. Adren, who's alone on the B-bomb side, he's playing very, very passive on B as well. So there's nowhere where they have information, which is why at this point we're seeing a top mid push from Nico and Rain. They just push out from our side, look to see if they can find some info. Still smokes down though, so they still don't quite know for sure what's happening. But they're trying to adjust, they're trying to guess. Rain will rotate, and Xantares will pressure. And how will they read this? Faze Clan. It's a good start around the side of the smoke. Adren has been solid here.
Before the round, Yanko's comments ended with peek and kill the ball to Adren. Rain trying to steal the glory. He's got the bomb at his feet. Stand on it if he wants to. Stuck in the corner now, the last 2 players of Big. Minimal success despite picking up this AWP. See the frustration for Smooya, nothing doing. And with his team able to buy, he's got enough to buy armor in the following round, so he can try to save this AWP. No reason for him to run to his move. Ooh, close on that one. 10 rounds to Faze Clan. Will 4 be enough for Big in the second half? Pressure's got to be mounting, becoming more reliant on the pistol round as each round goes by. And Big won the pistol round. This has been 10 rounds from 11 for Faze Clan.
Yeah, it's a weird Inferno to watch because they've just struggled so much with map control. And usually it's the case that that's like the problem that the CTs will have, and you'll have to like gamble stack and like make these info plays and pop flash plays and retake positions, but it's not really been the case for Faze. In fact, look at this now. It's charging down middle, Olofmeister first with the AK-47. This is a way to finish off a round with a bang, and we'll see if there's a good response here from Big. There it is. Rain gets the first kill. The pressure coming from top Banana as well. Rain's got 2 kills now, and they're lining up for Nico. He'll go down, but Adren's waiting as well. And he's going to finish it off. Great peek for the triple. 11-4. A seamless half from Faze.
There it is. Peek and killed them all, and he did exactly that, Adren. Xantares finishes the half 3 for 12. Godby 3 for 14. Big seem to be struggling in this tournament so far to have everybody delivering. And they need to fight on all cylinders, but it seems some have gone missing. You can see the frustration for Xantares. Now they're on the CT side. And again, I feel like it's been a familiar story where the CT sides have sometimes been more comfortable. Maybe they will be now. We've got a lot of studying in E-League going on. I respect it. I respect it.
Yeah.
Needs to get a tally of how many people failed.
I was going to say.
one person tweeted me and said, yeah, I'm going to fail, man. But the E-League's awesome, so it's worth it. And that's, I agree with that. No quote on that, though. No lawsuit, please.
Xantares with 19 ADR. That's going to stand out like a sore thumb. A sore, just everything. Everything is sore.
Swear everything. Doesn't sound good, Dan.
It doesn't sound good.
I mean, a doctor.
It's like you said, you know, they've been struggling so hard to get Xantares into position. Again, it just tells you the story. It's less about the overall performance of the players, and it's more about the fact that as a team they've been unable to actually just take map control from their opponents on the T side. That's a pretty bad start. They're gonna have to have a perfect CT side now, James. We've seen it happen. They get a scoreline like this and then it flips, but I don't think Faze are gonna let that happen.
Nico's rebooting his PC so he can install some emojis. So it'll be a minute or two before we get back into the game. But what a start for FaZe Clan in this third and final game of this series. Yeah, it's not a bad view at all. This is an amazing studio. It always has been.
It's you just like you take a picture from any angle.
Yeah, there's no bad angle unless you're pointing it down. 11-4 for FaZe Clan. Is there a way back into this for Big?
About to find out. There's always a way back in Counter-Strike, James. It's not over till it's over, but it definitely looks like they are somewhat deflated. They've really struggled to find answers on that first half, but the CT side is a very different story. It's a very different story indeed.
Yeah, the problem is when you're starting the CT side with only 4 rounds, again, you look at the margin for error. FaZe Clan win a round here or there, and it could have devastating effects. There's no more. There are no more maps to play. Oh my god!
Oh my!
How are you gonna do that, man?
The police are on the way.
Her game's on point, but that's like. I mean, she looks like she's got the strength to just lift it, just rip up the cage. Damn, it's Royal Rumble, not Hell in a Cell weekend. Jesus Christ.
Hell in a Cell.
How are you gonna put your grandma in a cage, man? How are you gonna do that? I wouldn't even do that.
Hashtag role model? Not quite.
Jeez. Aspirations. Could put it on the Tinder profile as a second picture. I want to put my grandmother in a cage.
Oh my god.
Early warning system. Red flags and all that.
Oh my god. These I have been enjoying the amount of memeage we've been having as well. Coming through the social medias. There's still time. We've got many hours left of content, of Counter-Strike content today. We've still got a finals to play. And this game is not over just yet either. Just only 1 half in.
Yeah.
Get your memes in.
I'm really curious as to where this one's going to go. So much pressure on Big, but I think we've seen both these teams survive pressure so far in this tournament. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got this far. We've seen so many tight games, some comebacks, crazy performances, some underwhelming instances, some missed shots. So it could really still go either way. Nico is back on the server, so I'm sure we will be soon into liftoff.
Yeah, 16-14 has been sort of the order of this tournament. When Big and FaZe and Cloud9 play each other.
All right, we've got the big coach rallying the troops. Yanko need not do the same. So many advantages for FaZe. We're about to get into this game of Inferno. You guys ready for the last map? Cloud9 around the corner. In the green room, in the bathrobes, the tank tops, the lycra. You know, if you fancy that. Not my style. FaZe Clan, we'll have a Dren with grenades as well as Guardian. No P250s, all Glocks. As I say, that Nico gets dropped to P250. He will be the raid boss for the T side in this round. Godby with some grenades of his own. No defuse kit for the CTs.
Yeah, Tizian with the jump peek there for info. He spotted the bomb, which is always a big deal. Big taking a line of defense on the A side that's very passive. No info whatsoever right now for Big, apart from that initial jump peek, but much time has passed. Have to see whether or not they can get some more info. You can see Smear's looking for it, going a bit deeper now. And FaZe looking to explode on that B-bomb site. They've got Rain still on the A side of the map, so he could try to run some shenanigans towards middle. And here goes the smoke for CT. Or maybe not. Adrenaline wants to throw it. This is going to be a tough hold. It's going to be down to Xantares and Tabson. Who else would you want on that B-bomb site, James, right now?
People who are going to get some frags. Hasn't been the case in the first half. I would love to see a turnaround. I want to see a competitive half here. Here come the numbers game. The best thing to abuse on the T side is the sheer numbers overwhelming a position. Xantares on his lonesome on the site has a tight angle, but he takes one in the face. Lovely jiggle peek FaZe Clan looking good. Man advantage. Gobby trying to hold on to construction, looking for some pre-fire shots. As you can see, they know the bullets are low. Rain jumping. Olofmeister getting the kill. Nice teamwork there. 3 versus 2 though, still doable. Smooya rotating as Tizian moves through, but how does he not get trade frags? Can he get both frags? Running out of bullets. 1 versus 2 though. It's been made doable for Smooya, but again, there's no diffuse kit in this round. He's got to move fast. He's got to find these players fast. They can dance around. Nico moving towards the full position, forcing Smooya into a crossfire, takes one into the back of the head. That's a massive round for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, FaZe looks so strong at the moment, and Big, they just look out of it at this point. They need to find something, but as you mentioned, so much pressure on them winning that pistol round, they lose it. Now the force buys, really, really strong. We commented on that in the previous half when FaZe went for it. Super strong on this map on the CT side. The best map to get the second round force buy in. And we'll see even an MP9 for Tizian as he got some extra kills, as well as utility and a Kevlar. It's kind of crazy what you can do with that new economy, $1,900. And Deagle there for Tabson. Can he start things off on a positive note for his team? Trying to time the HE is pretty good, my goodness. That's 55 damage there on Guardian, that's not bad. Now, the name of the game as well as for Big is to hold on to the smokes for as long as possible and shut down the choke points. Really make FaZe panic.
2 5.7s, very, very dangerous. At close range. 4 smoke grenades for Big, really holding on the minute mark. Surely it's time to drop one somewhere. Footsteps being heard. Smooya starting to fall back, but he's conceded position. Looking to smoke off from the library, perhaps, but can he get it fast enough? He can. Will they go through it? Tizian's on the other side, and he's going to get pop flash through, and this is how it starts. He knows there's one more player there. Ooh, he could have got down. He's got to be careful. Torres through the smoke. The bomb's down. The trade's there for Smooya. And maybe he can collect a weapon. In the meantime, Gobby running out of bullets for the CZ. Sprayed from Olofmeister. Got to be careful, though. 2 players to be found. There's the first one. 1 more in graveyard position. Still a man advantage for Big. 2 players surrounding the bomb. Trade back situation. Olofmeister heard reloading, but can't really be punished. A Dread creeping. He's been spotted, swatted. That leaves Olofmeister alone. 25 seconds to find 3 people. A flash. Still hiding in the smoke is Tizian. With the MP9, there he goes, but 17 seconds now, Olofmeister has to run. He has to win by elimination. He's got to find both players. What a touch shot from Tabson. Big had to win that round. That is colossal for them. That gives them opportunity, gives them chance.
Yeah, that's really well played. I love how Smooya fell back from Arch, got that swing through the library for that smoke onto Moto, and then the flashbangs coming through, really just setting up that trap for FaZe, and then springing it with the MP9 from Tizian. I just love that. That was so cool to see. And it does give them a chance. But the force buy is coming back in from FaZe with lots of utility, lots of firepower behind it. They're going to move fast.
Numbers moving up Banana, trying to avoid the grenades. Are there smokes for the Molotovs? I think there might be. It's not working out, but a trade will. Gobby falling to the flames. Tabson's still here. They might think it's empty, but it's not. They will clear up the M4A4, the extra bullets. Very useful indeed. The flashbang, the 1 dig. That leaves Nico alone versus 3. That was a close one for Tabson. No time to reload that, but the flashes keep on coming. Down to 11 HP now. They can swap positions. Allow Smooya to go first. They can smoke off, calm down the situation, slow things down. But Nico's found an AK-47. That's a pretty bad situation for Big, even in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, especially considering how much time he has. But they have 2 more smokes. You just have to take it easy. And will he flick? Get the flick in? No, not in time. Nice position on Tizian. He'll take down Nico, upgrade to the AK. I was actually quite afraid there because Tabson, the Deagle for the first kill, it makes a lot of sense, but he just keeps going for repeats. He's got 13 HP. I'm like, Tabson, gotta chill out, man. Gotta chill out. But eventually it does work out for Big. They'll survive with 3, and that is going to force FaZe to take a full eco. So right now, Big have created this scenario where they can set up their economy for future rounds, but they must lose 0 players on this one. They have every chance to do so. Only 4 Glocks and a single Deagle and flashbang. That's it for FaZe. Big should not be losing players in this round.
It's so important to keep FaZe off that 13th round as well. Even though on paper it's only 1 round more, I think it has really big implications when you are so far behind. And now they have more margin for error as they climb back up the mountain. Trying to push off the other climbers. That's the Xantaros we want to see, but not just in anti-eco rounds.
Yeah, it's quite a scary combo. You've got both Xantares and Tabson on that, like, on Banana, basically. And I can understand why. Very nice from Smia. Making that bank, which is perfect. He's the guy who's going to be buying up those AWPs. Oh, there you go. Oh, family affair.
That's nice. Friends around a table. It's a very small table, though. Why is the table so small? Can I suggest a larger table, please? Or at least like get another table, connect them. You need more space. You couldn't even get a Scrabble board on that table. I'm very disappointed in the table. The chair is bigger than the table. Big now, 5 rounds behind. Olofmeister on the UMP, less than ideal. Guardian observing the flames. Samir was having a look, but he has moved back to the short position. So what is the play from Faze? Big have control of Banana. They've got a smoke at the bottom. So for now, Faze can keep an eye, well, try to clear out the apartments. Olofmeister and Adren and Rain and Nico all in the apps, but some are moving back. Now the initial grenades have gone for Big. They, with the time on the clock, can go back towards Banana, try to force them away. No one top mid now for Big. So they have limited information. Now the quest is to limit information towards B and then take a decision.
You're just watching for that peak. You never know which side the AWP might be on, so that's why one of the reasons why that can be so strong. The counter utility there coming in as well. So top mid take is there. And Faze are already finding it's looking more normal from a T-side perspective than how Big's T-sides were working. And this smoke, you do want to try to flash through it, just force the Big player back. One flash can do it, honestly. As usually in this setup, the Tabson falls back to the site, and then the guy who's floating around Arch, Xantares, he rotates back, but goes for the engagement, but he's alone on the bomb site, and that might just ruin everything because there's already a CT smoke. How does Xantares stop this? He just goes for the spray. Tabson, I think he's been over-aggressive there. That bomb site's now gone.
This might be a safe situation for Big. Xantares, though, has got construction, so it's down to him to open something up, because if he stays here too long and doesn't get anything, and Big go too deep and lose everything, then that would be a complete disaster. The re-smoke. Smia's still in Arch, so they have some space to fall back if that's what they choose to do. Again, waiting for an opening, not running into the site. Tizian starting to move back now, and Xantares doing the same. That was a really cool round from Faze. As like in the early stages of it, I said they'll probably start to clear out Banana, but what they chose to do instead is leave Big with that information, making the likelihood that they'll put 4 people towards A because they don't have any vision top mid, and then they put a smoke down towards Arch, maybe to suggest they're going to go for a push towards short. And then before they even push Banana, they smoke CT because they're planning to rush all the way, expecting a likelihood of only one person being towards Banana, and that's exactly what happened.
The thing is that, though, again, because we see this repeat from Tabson, he's able to get onto the side drop. I don't know if he had a smoke there. I mean, usually that player is supposed to have a smoke if you're going to make that play, so that if that happens, you'll flash back, you just smoke immediately. That buys time for Xantares to get onto the site, maybe get a crossfire, maybe get some kills, retake becomes possible, but you can go for that play, but it's just super high risk. We'll see if that ends up hurting them. Maybe they can reset Faze Clan here. Double ops coming in, Tabson on for B. Smia still working A with his. So Big still with a very strong arsenal to bring into this round. And we see Faze Clan putting huge emphasis early round. Huge emphasis on apartments control and likely top mid control as well. Giving up Banana, and already Big realize it. They're cheating a player across, but it may be too late. Here goes the push. So quick here. I don't think anyone expected that except Faze and Big. They're ready.
The reload of Gobi would have been heard, but it would have been a risk for Nico to go all the way and do something about it. What an answer from Big, wiping everybody out, surviving with 4 players after they saved in the previous round with 3. Nice work from them. The bro fists are out. If aliens came down one day and just ended up in a Counter-Strike tournament, they might think we communicate with fists.
You communicate with fists. And bananas apparently as well.
Whatever object you can find, it just depends on the situation. Tactical timeout has been called by Faze Clan, 5 rounds away from their opponent. The money is floating around 4,000, 4,200 average. Decisions need to be made.
Indeed. It's quite cool to see that from Faze because when you play around like that, if you have the information that the CTs are playing 2 or 3 on Banana for an aggressive start of the round, you can hit a very scary timing on the A side. Big were just playing a default setup though, so then they were able to defend with that. But see tabseN getting in there with a lot of damage. High ADR for him. And this seems like it should be the part of the match now, James, where we start to see Big finally finding that groove again. Money starts to build for them. The double offs are in as well, and they have 3 on B to start this round off, obviously fearing that rush timing from the pistols.
I think at big tournaments we should have a consensus on which weapon players have equipped. Like Tech9, Silence M4, so on. Just out of curiosity, Smooya puncturing holes, and Tizian Tip for support. I think he's got even more support if needed. Spray, nice. Limiting the damage. Olofmeister has been spotted back at a milk carton. Moving towards the balcony. Again, just trying to get anything out of this. Xantares and Tizian could be one tap. Smooya communicating back with his P250. The double pick being lined up. There's the push. And Olof's faces mush. 4 rounds now. Big on the cusp of double figures.
Very nice here from Smooya. This is very good to see. He's getting going with that AWP. And again, the money's in like a pretty good place now for Big. But Faze, I do wonder if they'll run the default and see what happens at B again, just because B has been quite successful. And tabseN seemingly wants to fight, although he's on the AWP now, which I think is much more... inspires me with a lot more confidence here for Big. Ooh, that's a close one. Smooya so close to going down. tabseN as well, taking huge damage, going for the peaks here towards Banana. Doesn't look like he's done either. And HE comes in, that's going to be very, very problematic. How the hell did he survive that?
Xantares, and he just jumped in front of it, took all the shrapnel. And now they're both in the red. And there goes tabseN. It's amazing Big are still in this, considering 5-17 for Gobby, 7-15 for Xantares. Man like Xantares needs to go huge on the CT side. But they're still in this round. They still have a fair chunk of map control. They've got 2 plays towards B, so Smooya and Gobby are going to have to do a lot towards the A bomb site, should Faze come their way. But the bomb is starting to move towards Banana. There's a lot of time on the clock, all things considered, for Faze Clan. And they have everybody intact. Only 3 flashbangs, however. And there are still 3 smokes. So Big could delay towards the B bomb site. And with the time on the clock, that could be the biggest issue here.
Will there be a flashbang here? Surely there must be. Oh, Xantares misses his shot. Do they expect one more? Probably not, but they still... Oh, the half check. He knows he can just wait. Oh, Guardian, he's waiting there. The last man in to check it. I can't believe it. Tizian's going to feel absolutely robbed. That could have been it. I can't believe Guardian... The last man, James. That never happens.
That's awesome.
The last man. That never happens.
Tizian had a smoke as well, but being by the sandbags, he had no position in which to throw it. But while his teammate was holding an angle, I wonder at what point he would have thrown a flash, because 37 seconds left. Sorry, a smoke, not a flash. More problems can be caused with it. So there were opportunities there, but the element of surprise, the numbers for Faze Clan have put them on 14 rounds. There is money to buy around what has been saved for Big Clan. But what a play from Guardian. He may have seen a gun poking out. You can't blame him for readying his spray, looking to get 3 plays. He must have been salivating.
I can't believe it. That's such an important kill. I mean, I think if he doesn't check that, I think Tizian gets so many. Oh, he sees the gun. That's so nuts. He gets the headshot as well.
I think Tizian fired 1 bullet. He's like, I'm so ready for this. Have you ever like salivated for some piece of food and then it's just been taken away? Because that's what happened basically. Once we were in the Bahamas and I put my plate down and a seagull came and stole my chicken. It was similar to that. That really actually happened. 14-9, a tactical timeout from Big. Again, they have money to build something, but that could have gone so many different ways, and I think most of them would have favored Big.
Yeah, one thing that has been pretty apparent for Big, like if we look at the start of that round, it feels like we have... It's important to be aggressive on Banana, but it feels like they're doing it in ways which are pretty exploitable. We see like these re-peeks into smoke, where the Ts can pretty safely spray at range with AKs, and you wish giving up that frag trying to get that pot shot when you have the control of the position and utility still. So those risks have just not paid off in Banana whatsoever so far for Big. Faze are just trying to play a solid game. Get a deep smoke once more. It's good. You can see here is some of the spam from Guardian. And we'll see if the lessons learned. They've actually mixed up the positions a bit. Ooh, going deep for that damage. And again, giving up the first frag, James. On the CT side of Inferno, you just don't want that ever to be the case.
Yeah, this is just getting more and more difficult for Big. There is another buy in the hole. Won't be the best one, but it will be a buy if they are to lose this round. But now, a man down so early, I was going to say, how do you get back into this one? But apparently you don't. Smooya taken out in apartments. That's a huge win for FaZe Clan. Starting to speed up now, moving towards a short position. Olofmeister collecting the bomb, moving through second mid. In the meantime, time to clear out. Gobi's going to go huge here. Zantares finally coming through. Gobi with multi-frags, looking for the player on the balcony as well. Finally, this is so important for Big. 2 versus 1, a huge defense, but it's not over yet. They don't know where Olofmeister is. He has the element of surprise. The bomb was so far back, he could be anywhere.
He also has a good amount of utility and incendiary smoke. Looks like he's going to walk all the way back to B. Eventually, you'd imagine that tabseN will rotate there through CT, but the question is whether it'll be fast enough. And Olofmeister can try to go for that first oranges plant so that he doesn't have to run across too much. And there's actually just the smoke just to be so sure of it. Gives it away just before the plant goes down, but that's okay. Olofmeister looking for this clutch. This would absolutely break the back of Big in this series. And a very critical clutch here for Olofmeister. What can he find? Going back towards Banana. And now it's down to Gobi and tabseN to figure out exactly where he is. Oh, the smoke is perfect.
Molly for the bomb, but there's so much time. They both have kits as well. It will concede his position. Can he do anything else? He's holding it for as long as possible. He's waiting for the beats. There goes the Molly. Repositions, doesn't get sprayed down. He's got to believe in the Molly, but the diffuser's coming in. Oh my God! Oh, they've done it! I thought he was dead. I mean, he is dead, but they've defused the bomb. That had to be... I don't even know. That is unbelievable. You always believe when it's Olofmeister.
I thought he had it as well. It's so incredibly close. Oh my God. Goodness.
The green.
Oh, so close.
That is crazy.
To just hold it as well in the flames like that, it's intense.
Gobi keeping his nerve.
I can't
There's a release from the coach, but they know that their work is not done yet, Big. That was an expensive round. Again, they could buy. They've got some extra money because they won the round, of course. But FaZe Clan are still in a strong position. A 4-round lead. More pressure for Big. This is an intense match.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Big have been fighting uphill the entire time. Honestly, they look like the worst Inferno team for sure at the moment, but they're still in this. Counter-Strike is all about the clutches after all. And if Big can keep getting, rather if FaZe Clan can unable to get this bomb plant, it'll be a problem. But look at this, Guardian is so fast on the timing, they didn't expect that. And he somehow escapes with 86 health, barely touched despite all the nades coming in. Another round where Big give up the first kill. This time, it's hard to blame them. Guardian had a ridiculous timing, and he is so smooth.
Every round seems to be the hard way for Big. So many early picks for FaZe Clan. So much time to play with afterwards. Just increases, compounds the guessing game for Big. Holding angles top mid for now. In Zantares, they trust towards the B bomb site, but he's got the AWP, not his signature M4A4 or an AK-47. And FaZe Clan, they can smell the desperation. They know Big have to do something, so they wait.
I think that all FaZe have to do is throw one flash to Banana, and Zantares drops the smoke and falls into the site. And speaking of which, we get a flashbang there for Smooya to check apps. Got to be so careful. 2 players on the other side. Guardian does take a shot from Zantares towards Banana as they push him, and there's the smoke. That's actually pretty huge. That smoke's not going to go away until 20 seconds is on the clock. So where do Faze go? The time is running out here. They're going to go back towards A, and there's only one player on the site at the moment, but the time is a huge issue.
Tizian's in no man's land. He doesn't know where to go. He's going back towards B, towards A, but ultimately he's in CT spawn. Smooth versus Rod with an AWP. How does he avoid getting traded in here? He hits the first shot, but it's not a kill. It's in the red. Doesn't hit the second one. He gets the third one, though. And here comes the support. Finally, Tizian's here. Only good for the one frag. Smooth does as much as he can. 10 seconds to plant the bomb. Do they push through the smoke? Do they gamble? Do they make the play? They do. Gobby looking, but he can't find. That's Zantari. It's not high ground. And there's the trade for Faze. Match point Faze.
Perfect spot to go for the bomb plant. Big diving through that smoke, trying desperately to find him. You can see him looking on the bomb site. Where is he? But they could not see him. Covered by that box. And Smooth, oh my god. They came in the nick of time to try to save him, but it still wasn't enough in the end. What an intense finale to this round as they look for that guy on the site. You can see what it means to Nico. 1 round away now as the money is absolutely crippled for Big. They've got pots and pans in this round.
They're using them to pale the water out, keep themselves afloat. I'm not sure if it's going to work out for them. So many early picks for FaZe Clan, and they capitalize on them. Really difficult game.
Yeah, it would be very cool to see what the statistic is for the amount of time that FaZe have got the first pick in the first, or like a pick in the first 30 seconds, 5v4s in that time, because it's been, as you say, so many times.
There's a good average on the scoreboard for FaZe Clan, but again, Gobby and Zantares are trailing their teammates by some margin. And Gobby in so many maps has been leading the charge. And Zantares obviously the star player, but they may not have enough in them to keep themselves in this match. FaZe Clan with 5 match points and a quite reasonable armory versus the pistols and odd rifle of Big Clan.
Interestingly though, FaZe don't have any money. So if there is a world that FaZe lose this round, Big probably get to 12 and have like a very good buy before FaZe can challenge it. So it's Inferno. There isn't a world where this happens, but look at FaZe. They want to burst on that A side.
We've seen Big win with crap buys in this game already. There are sound cues for off Meister. Here come the footsteps. Up close though. They've got a crossfire. He goes back to the well, but that was too much. Big headshot from Rain. And Asumi has so much to do just with the FAMAS though. Trying to delay as much as possible. Making a play, gambling through the smoke. The flashbang not going to work out. And now we've got Zantares and Tabson versus 4. Is this the end of the road for Big?
It looks like it just might be. It's going to be so incredibly difficult. Zantares on a FAMAS, Tabson on the Deagle. Tabson will upgrade. Tabson with the Deagle can't find it though. As Zantares pushes forwards towards Porsche. There's 4 players. It's not happening. Guardian's done it. 16-10. FaZe look better on Inferno. It was such a struggle for Big. There were moments when you would believe, but FaZe, they deserve it. They played their hearts out, and Big are eliminated. FaZe are going to the finals.
Truly difficult second half for Big Clan. Just difficult game all over. Excellent play by FaZe. Made it so hard for them to defend. So many early picks for FaZe Clan. Really strong start from them, and maybe a statement moving into the final versus Cloud9. It is the end of the road for Big Clan. They had a good effort, a great start, but they have been eliminated from the tournament. And now it's just down to FaZe Clan and Cloud9 to find out who will be the victor.
Yes, and FaZe look toasty hot, so that's going to be a very fun one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break with the analyst desk.
Maybe one more 16-4 Eagles. Or overtime this time. What about like 16-4 win?
Yeah, I liked it.
16-4 loss?
I liked it more, but...
Nice.
Nice, guys.
Stick around, guys.
This is the round we needed.
Nice.
Nice. You didn't see him, bro.
No, I didn't. Because I focused on this guy.
And FaZe will be moving on to the grand finals here at the Eleague CSGO Invitational. Welcome back, everybody. Golden Boy along with Moses and Sean Gayers, and it was a good match there. Inferno will go to FaZe, and I mean, that whole series was top to bottom just so awesome to watch.
Yeah, it really was. I liked it, I think, the most because I really enjoyed seeing this big team play with Xantares. And I know that's just like a taste of what they're going to be in a month coming in. I think when you look at them, they're going to just keep improving with this lineup. And I know Xantares had some struggles in that series, and I think those are going to disappear and fade away as well as when time goes on. So this big team, I think, moving forward is in a great position. As much as this hurts and this sucks now, I think they're setting themselves up great to have a phenomenal major.
Yeah, I totally agree. Let's look at the highlights. But Sean, your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Big looked phenomenal throughout this whole event. They looked very structured, but Gabi's allowing Xantares to have that looseness. This was an off series for him, and I'm sure he's not going to be very happy with that. But we saw a lot from him in the other matches he played in this entire event.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to note as well, if you're going to be Xantares, and remember, when he's on Space Soldiers, he has to play this like deathmatch, you take fights things. And now that you're at this and you're playing within a team going up against a FaZe, you're going to get beat as well when you take those fights. So as he gets integrated more and feels more comfortable, he's going to get better. When it comes to FaZe, I said in the green and red when we got back, if you get like some classic Guardian rounds, Big's in a lot of trouble because Guardian is so very good on this map at being mobile, at being aggressive, and these ops really chewed Big alive on the defense.
Yeah, it was just Nico putting that gun to work. And you mentioned this Xantares thing, and I do want to highlight how I think that this was, I don't want to take anything away from this, right? Like winning this one obviously is going to be a big deal. Getting a chance to play against Cloud9, that'll just be another opportunity for them to test themselves, push themselves further. But there really is just a lot of positive takeaways for Big going into the major, which they're really going to focus on here, Sean. Now I think Gabi has an idea of how Xantares fits into this lineup, and I think that's just going to give Gabi even more intel on how to improve this player and fit him into his system.
Indeed, in previous iterations of Big were very execute heavy and strategic. This one played way more loose. So maybe over the next 2 weeks we see Big integrate Xantares more into their structured system, and they'll probably enter the major with a very different playstyle than what we saw here.
Talk about the winners as well, though, FaZe. I mean, this is one of those games where you have to be happy about it because it's not Nico who's been their constant top performer. We had Rain earlier in this series. You have Guardian who had a solid Inferno. Olaf played well, so you're seeing some of the pieces come alive around Nico.
I think Olaf, particularly about the pit and apps, won them so many rounds in that first half. Without him staying alive, getting pivotal picks up in the apps, that first half probably goes way different.
Yeah, their CT side of FaZe was just dominant. Yes. Very, very well done by them. But also they had some other incredible moments as well, right? And there was one in particular that I know you wanted to talk about, Sean. I believe it was Guardian.
No, this is actually the last round of the first half where they do a mid push. And this is such a good call because they played so passively throughout the entire half. So what you'll see is Olaf is going to molly down mid like this, and him and Rain are going to go down towards the bench, and they're going to hold. Banana is, in the meanwhile, being Molotoved, and they're about to nade Xantares pretty hard in Banana. So what you're going to see is Nico and Dren take Banana control. And the crazy part about this round is the fact that Nico is going to throw a flash for his teammates to end up aggressing down mid. So you see he throws this flash that blows up here, Rain swings, gets that kill, and now 3 players are stuck sandwiched in Banana amongst 5 FaZe players.
You can't go forward, can't go backward. And yeah, that's the thing. Those mid pushes are hard to pull off, but when it's in the last round of a half, right? When the pressure's on, when it's coming down to it and you're fighting for this comeback, you kind of lose track of that potential, and you kind of just lose a little bit of focus just because you're concentrating on what you're doing to win that round. So it's a perfect time to make that call.
Yeah, well, while Big, unfortunately for them, they fall in that game, we have an opportunity, as a matter of fact, to catch up with one of the members of Big along with Smix over at the Cheez-It Lounge. Smix, what you got?
Thank you as always, Golden Boy. I know it's always hard to talk, especially right after a loss, but I need to say, everyone on the analyst has said it themselves that you guys have looked really, really solid. The outcome does not dictate how the games actually panned out. It was always close. Even the losses were so, so close. So what are your biggest initial takeaways from this tournament?
I think the panel said it right. We need to learn from this, and yeah, we played a little bit to lose. We need to find our way to adjust our system with Santaris as well. And yeah, it felt like a really close series all the time. It was like all the time hard to think how they're gonna react. And I feel like they played really well after seeing also the replays, like also really good team play. So yeah, we lost to a really good team today, so we can't be that sad. But obviously, it's always like a little bit hard after the game. But yeah, we came here to learn, and I hope we will learn from this.
For sure, and I spoke to Kakafu before your match against Faze, and he was mentioning that in terms of the cash lost yesterday, it didn't affect you guys too much because you knew the mistakes that you had made and felt that overall it was still a good game from you guys. Coming into today's cash match against Faze, it was your map pick, and it was really close, 16-14. What happened this time today?
I think this time we made again a lot of mistakes. But I need to watch it again. To be honest, I can't really remember right now, to be honest. But what I saw, like, or what I have in my mind is that we haven't played so well together. Like when we made a move on one side of the map, that we did move on the other side as well. Like we haven't played so safe. And yeah, we need to absolutely learn how to play safe and close the rounds after we got the advantage situation. And I think on cash it showed that we were struggling in that. But yeah, like also the panel said, after like 1 month good practice, like 3 weeks, I hope it will be much better.
And in terms of learning, a big part of learning on how to play offline is also how to control your emotions. We saw right after that match on cash, Xantares looked very, very, very upset. So can you tell us a little bit about what was going through his head?
I think he's really hard to himself. Like he knows that a lot of people think he's like the big carry, and yeah, if he doesn't have this performance like he usually does, he's maybe getting a little bit upset. This is something he will also learn. It is not something any player like has from the start on. Some players need to learn that, and you just learn it on the hard way, I guess. And I hope he take away from this game that doesn't matter what the score is, always stay calm, doesn't matter what your stats are. You will get a chance to prove yourself in the game. And yeah, then you need to be there. You need to be 100% focused, and there's no doubts in your head which can distract you.
And in this 3-map series, Inferno, again, it was eventually a loss, but a few times we caught a few glimpses of your expressions during the entire map, and you looked extremely stressed. So I know there was a lot of action going on from both sides. Walk us through that map.
Yeah, Inferno for me, myself, was one of the hardest maps. I didn't get a chance to have a big impact. Overall, when you see it as a team, we played really chaotic and not like we usually play on the pracs, so it was hard for me to call as well. But also, Faze played really smart, really hard to counter, really good utility usage. Then Inferno CT is really hard to beat. But the same way we can play the same way, and yeah, then we get a chance. But yeah, unfortunately, we lost like this 1-2-on-2 situation, or 1 or 2 peaks which they made through the smoke. So I think that was like kinda. It would have been more interesting if they wouldn't spam us through the smoke. And so next time, don't spam us. No, I mean, yeah, then it would have been like a 5-on-5 situation, and this would have been more like chess. Now it was like 2 or 3 times 4-on-5 situation. Yeah, but yeah, nothing like, at the moment I don't really know what happened at ST, but I will look it up and tell you maybe later then.
Well, there's no doubt that I'm sure you guys have learned so much from this event. Now, coming up next, you have the Major. As the in-game leader, what are your biggest takeaways from the matches you guys have played yesterday and today? What have you noticed that you want to work on during this practice leading up to the event?
Yeah, for sure, structure. This is the most important thing, and also like getting more serious in the practice. But it's also hard because for me it was like really important to get a flow with the team. And if you get too much structure in the start of the team, you don't find your flow. So you need to invest maybe 1 or 2 events to get this flow, or 1 or 2 weeks. And after that, now I have a good feeling what the team likes, what Xantares likes. And then I adapt the system and maybe make a better one, hopefully. And yeah, maybe create something new. And yeah, this is something the team needed, like maybe a loss, or maybe like 1 or 2 hard weeks. But now we need to learn from this, and then everything would be Gucci.
For sure. Very excited to see how you guys perform at the major. Last question before I let you go now. We are at the grand finals. It's Faze, C9, both teams that you've just played at this event. So having experienced what it's like to go up against them, who do you think is going to come out on top?
I think it's going to be a close game. Who would have guessed? But I think Faze will maybe take it away today. But Cloud9 looked really good as well. And my boy Automatic, I cross my fingers for him. Yeah, I cheer for Cloud9, I think.
All right, well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And let's head back to Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, Smix, and pleasure to hear from Gabi. Guys, a class act. And one thing that I really liked from that interview was really how he discussed structure, his focus on structure, how he wants to mold this team around. And this event was very big for them. And I like that he said, you know, I didn't want to come in and just be like a warden, right? I just wanted to have everyone feel comfortable, see what we like, and then from there, he'll become the warden. So they're going to be a force to look out for in the major, Sean.
Yeah, indeed. And in the beginning of the interview, you know, you felt the Bible thumbs. It felt a little bit bad, but as he talked through, you know, what happened in the event, you can see the optimism in his face, and he became clear-headed and, you know, saw how they
have every reason to be optimistic.
Yeah, so you can see that he's very happy with the way they looked in a lot of scenarios, and he can see how they can improve.
I thought he was a bit hard on himself. So like a little bit too hard on himself, to be honest with you, especially about the structure thing. Because when you have a new player like Xantares coming in that can be such an X factor that is used to playing a little bit looser, you have to find a middle ground to let him be free, right? If you put someone in a cage like that kind of a player, you lose a lot of what made him attractive prospect to you in the first place. So for Gabi, I mean, you just got to trust. This guy's been knocking on the door of Counter-Strike greatness for like what, a decade now. So I mean, you got to trust that he's going to be able to find ways and be able to adjust. I don't necessarily think the structure was an issue. Maybe just a little bit loose playstyle in some of those clutch scenarios that they lost down the stretch in both their series against Cloud9 and Faze.
Yeah, there were so many moments in that game, but we gotta highlight the switch moment. That's right. The switch moment brought to you by Boost Mobile was a pretty dicey one here. Tizian tucked away in the corner, and this was the one I mentioned before, Guardian. What a play out of him.
This Tizian is salivating. He is so excited for a triple kill, for a highlight. Look at the money on Faze as well. If Guardian doesn't check that, if Tizian gets 2, 3, maybe even 4 kills if Guardian runs by, Faze has no cash going into the lighter stages of that half.
Yeah, and you can see Nico was actually the first person. He looked over there. He probably thought he cleared it, so the players behind him are all playing off of him like, oh, that spot's clear. I don't know why Guardian cleared it, but that was
there's always one guy on a team.
Match-saving frag by Guardian.
Clearly, Guardian doesn't trust Nico.
Yes, that's what we can take away.
That's what we've taken away.
Takeaway
from that whole thing. But that was a nuts moment there, a huge opportunity for Big, but unfortunately nothing would come from that. And Faze will be moving on to the finals to go up against Cloud9, who have been waiting in the wings, salivating at the opportunity to get after Faze or Big. For these teams, though, for Faze, most importantly, it is another shot at redemption. They lost in the first game. This is big.
Year later. This is it.
Oh, yeah. There's even the major thing to go all the way back to.
Yeah. That's
time for the PTSD nightmares.
Yeah, the Cloud9, you know, all that.
You've got that, too.
I got that one nailed down. Well, okay. So I just wanted to take a moment here and talk about something very, very important, which one is we want you guys out there voting. Let everyone know who you think is going to win. All right, is it going to be Faze? Is it going to be Cloud9? Sound off in the chat. Use those all caps. But more importantly, from that, a public service announcement. Earlier today, someone said, if Big doesn't win, I won't let Grandma get out at Eleague TV.
Oh, no.
Be kind to your grandmothers.
I think it's time for a public service announcement. Let your grandmother out, okay? It's not cool. Grandma should be able to be a free-range grandma and not a caged grandma, okay? So do us all a favor. Let her free, man. Let her spread those wings. My way. Oh, he let her out of the cage. Wait, she's still in the cage in the picture,
man.
Wait,
that's not the same person.
Never, my son's doesn't.
Different grandmother?
Did this guy go to that other person's house and release the grandma?
It's weird.
This is unreal.
The worst episode of the Hardy Boys ever.
I don't even know where to go from there. Oh wait, I know. That's right. CSGO Trivia Challenge. We're actually going to give FaZe a little time to get a breather. So the shenanigans start now. That's right. Now it's time to see.
I like, we have the DDK, but not yet DDK picture down there. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I still can't get over my teeth, man. That is just weird. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, so now I'm at 500.
I'm rich.
Hey, Sean, way to go,
I'm
man.
out.
Yeah, what are you still doing here?
I'm so rich, it's unreal.
Jason, what is Sue's number?
10, I don't know. Is that the trivia?
And then Bardolph and DDK, there's still a rooster. Shake my head. All right. Let's find out what our trivia is not so nice. Who is tired of being nice? Ooh. Okay, so the options are there in the picture. You have Nico, Skadoodle, Rush, and Rain.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Rain.
Rain is tired.
I'm definitely going with Rain.
It's probably going to be a FaZe person.
I can't picture Scott saying that.
Skadoodle's definitely never tired of being nice. Rush is definitely never tired of being nice.
Jason's right about everything. I might
be right.
Copying his paper. It's Rain.
Yeah.
It's my weekend, baby.
Okay, I'm going to go with Rain, too. I'm just always going with whatever Moses says, man. All right. Smix, what about you?
I know everyone's going on Rain, but I'm going to go with Rush. We just saw a glimpse of his face. He looks like he's done with being Mr. Nice Guy. He's ready to show up on that server and show his
that
boss.
smile says it all, doesn't it?
Okay, well, he hears it too, so this doesn't make it
Don't
awkward
laugh, Rush.
at all.
Don't laugh.
All right, so let's see what the answer is.
I'm so nervous.
Nice.
I didn't mean to say nice.
Oh, no.
No, how is that possible?
He didn't mean to say nice. Wow. Okay, so that was that one. But we're going to give FaZe more time. So that means...
Dear. How do we do this?
Another trivia challenge. That's right.
Can we start throwing bananas again? That was fun.
No, I feel bad for Bardolph. I think I may have messed up his Yeezys. Weird flex, but okay. All right. Which big player? The biggest in-game reactions. Haha.
So does that mean the worst in-game reaction?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that entails. All right, Moses.
I'm going to go with Tizian.
Tizian.
I'm going to go Smooya.
You just wanted to tilt me, didn't you?
I am going to pick, well, based off the last game, Gabi had some reactions.
Yeah,
so maybe they did a quick edit and then I win. So that's what I'm going for.
Very possible.
Smix?
I'm going with Smooya.
Oh,
come on.
100%.
Come on. Okay, well, let's see what the answer is. I better be right.
Holy boy.
That's terrifying.
So we had the wrong reactions. I don't know if that was...
Yeah, I didn't know what biggest reaction.
We had entirely the wrong reactions.
Oh my
dear.
word. Okay, well, and just so everyone knows, it is now retired. The microphone is retired, but man, I mean, Tabs had some crazy reactions.
Apparently.
Pump up. One,
He's just such a...
Let's go big.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's the only one doing the pictures.
That was probably one of my favorite things. It's like, 1, 2, 3, let's go big. Like, and everyone was like, yeah, sure. Okay, so the winner is...
Me?
No.
I have $2 billion.
I am the only one
I don't care
who
what
has...
your score is, I'm winning.
I'm the only one who has points.
I'm the only one that has a letter.
Yeah, and also production did inform me that is just $2 and a B. That is not implied $2 billion. So way to be presumptuous there, Moses.
I don't think that's how it works.
I also don't know how Sean Gears went down. I feel so bad for you, buddy.
I'm the one that has a letter grade, so I should win.
Are you okay with... No, I have points. It's based off
What was
points.
the letter?
No one said that.
So in our minds, in our own twisted imaginations, we are all winners in some way, shape, or form.
In reality,
except
we're all
for
losers.
Moses, because he just has $2 and then a B. That's it. I really don't know what that B stands for.
I'm going to get me a sandwich.
Yeah. Oh, hey, not bad. Sean likes sandwiches. Okay, so that is going to do it for us here at the desk. But coming up next, it's going to be the grand finals of the Eleague CSGO Invitational. On one side, you have Cloud9. On the other, you have Faze. Rivalries already in the crowd. You love to see it. We'll catch you in a little bit with the finals. all I've gathered is that those guys are just a couple tools. Oh, welcome everyone. It's time for the grand finals here. We got Cloud9 and Faze, and they met before in the tournament, but now it's for all the marbles, a chance to take that trophy home. But let's look at the bracket real quick here, because this is where it all started. Our first match was a rematch of the Boston Major. Although the teams look different, the rivalry's still the same, at least in our minds. Cloud9 did manage to win that one 2-0. And there's been a lot of 2-0s since then, but FaZe, Clan, and Big was our first 3-game series. And here is the last look at some of the E-League grand finals in days past. So you had Astralis versus FaZe Clan. FaZe won that one. Boston Major, as I had mentioned, Cloud9 wins that. The Premier 2018, Astralis defeats Team Liquid. But now, who knows? Question marks. I don't know.
We get a two-time.
Yeah, could be. We're going to have a two-time. That's right. So no matter what, you're right, Sean. I'm sorry. I said could be. We will. Definitely will have a two-time. Thank you, Sean, for pointing that one out. I really appreciate that. So, interesting matchup here. Because I feel like these two teams have grown so much from that first match, and it's only been a couple days, but we've seen them just evolve and evolve and evolve. It's been very fun to watch, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have played tons of rounds. Obviously, Cloud9 played a total of 4 maps, but round-wise, it's like they played 6 maps.
Yeah.
I mean, they played over 30 rounds in every single map they played. FaZe had to battle through that lower bracket. We just saw them go the distance against Big. So Cloud9 has a lot of footage to study, like on FaZe, and I mean, vice versa, same thing.
Yeah.
I do think the FaZe that we saw today just defeat Big is completely different from that day one FaZe. I think that was the first series I've seen between this and last week at the Ava Power event where it looked like FaZe players were actually trusting each other in the setups they had, both on defense and trusting them to make the plays on offense that would put their teammates in the right position. So in that sense, that's very cool. We've also seen Rain come alive during a map today. We saw Guardian have a really good Inferno. So all of a sudden you have these individual FaZe players stepping up and being much better as teammates. So Cloud9's got a really tough task ahead of them.
You just saw it on screen. If you're on Twitch right now, make sure you're voting. Use all caps C9 or FaZe. Let us know who you think is going to win. Also share with us on social media as well. But here is the Cloud9 roster. First time we're going to see them take the stage today. Flusha, Kiyoshima, Rush, Automatic, Zelsis, the new addition. A lot of just firepower on this team. Let's take a look at what they did yesterday, because they put on a clinic against Big. It was 16-14, 16-14, but it went the distance.
Indeed, yeah. Kiyoshima is one of the top performers of the entire event, right behind Nico, and then Flusha's right behind him. I mean, the Cloud9 players all around have had tons of impact. We've seen multi-kill rounds left and right. Couple aces coming out of Kiyoshima, Zelsis clutches here and there. I mean, they've all showed up.
Yeah, and I think one of the most interesting, stories of this match between these two teams is Flusha and Olaf going at each other. I mean, these guys were teammates on Fnatic when they had their reign of terror, where they were the unbeatable team. Flusha, for the first 2 or 3 years, I think, was the top-rated player at the majors overall. Like, he was an incredible performer. Olaf obviously was unbeatable in 2015, best player of the year when that happened. So, I mean, you have these two guys who have been at the top of their game going head-to-head, used to be teammates.
Here are the rounds per map. An average in Cloud9, 32.3 rounds per map. They've been playing a lot of CS. You mentioned this at the top when we came back from the break, how much Counter-Strike Cloud9 has been playing here. And Moses, your thoughts on this as well?
That's good for a new lineup, though. I know it doesn't necessarily look good because you're not closing the games out, especially when it was the comebacks on day one against FaZe. But the fact that you're bringing in Zelsis, I mean, this experience up on a stage with an audience and everything like that is invaluable to someone like that to get calmed down heading into the major. And same with just kind of, as they said, they haven't been able to play with a set 5. So this is all good for them. I'm
glad you mentioned Zelsis as well. He's had some huge moments this weekend. Yesterday, not the best as far as stats were concerned, but he made clutch plays when it was necessary. And this is one of those plays here, Sean, that I thought Zelsis was pretty much dead.
Yeah, this is a 1-on-3 where he had really no option but to stick the bomb and just, kind of pray that Tizian doesn't kill him. But the cojones on him to stick that one, Jason.
Well, he said it, I think, at some point. I think I heard that today, where he's just I had 2 options. One was to defuse the bomb. That was just a private conversation. There we go. But I think more than anything, the stats aren't there, which is fine. But yeah, the impact in the clutches is good. More than anything, it's just the crazy amount of trust that we see Cloud9 put into him to be like the one player to just go entry and try and make a distraction. And you're putting him in positions where he has to make good decisions, which is sometimes where the young players struggle. And he's at least rising to that task. So,
yeah,
I mean, it's even if the numbers aren't there, it's still looking good.
You have to imagine, though, for such a young player, you look on the other side of the stage, the names that he is playing against, but also even around him, the names that he is surrounding himself with. Kiyoshima, by the way, popped off yesterday. This guy was a monster, Sean.
Yeah, indeed. We saw him on Overpass. I mean, he had that ace where he peaked on A. These clips on Cash B site of... this is insane. Like, he was holding down B, those B site hits from Big time and time again. The pistol he teamed up with Flusha to get like a team ace right there. But this round right here was phenomenal, actually. Doubles these guys by tree. He fell wide. The whole time backstage, I'm obviously like, I picked big, so I'm like, peek it again, peek it again.
I was saying, don't peek it. I was like, you gave your team an advantage, don't take that peek, and then it all works out. His decision-making has always been great. He's just a very solid player, and he's performing very, very well now.
Yeah, and they're going to need this against Faze. Now, though, we want to hear from the coach of Cloud9. We actually have Valens over at the stage with Smix.
He's feeling better.
Yes, it was Rambo yesterday, but today it's Valens. Valens, I know you're coming off of feeling a little bit sick. Are you feeling better today?
A lot better.
That's fantastic to hear. And first off, straight out the bat, I need to ask, what is the situation with the coaching? At first I heard it was going to be Rambo, but today you're stepping in and you're the coach. So what is going to be the situation moving forward?
Moving forward, our plan is to make a permanent transition after the major. So that's currently the goal, and Rambo's been doing great. Really, really impressed with the run.
Well, let's talk about C9's run here at the Eleague Invitational. It's been wins all the way, but every single win has been incredibly close. Overtime, 16-14 twice in a row. So on the one hand, does that make you feel good because it's wins all the way, or is it worrying you because of how close it is every single time?
I think it's a really good sign if a team this early in a roster goes down after being up and is able to close it out. I think it's a good sign that we can close those games out, even though it's a pretty stressful situation.
And I know from your bird's eye view, you watched the roster under Golden style of IGLing, and now you see them under Flusha. They both have very different styles of in-game leading. One is a little bit faster, one is a little bit slower. So how would you rate the two styles?
I think they both have their pros and cons. With Golden style, I think you need more time with the team because he wants people to react a little bit quicker. So you just need more time to prepare, and he didn't really get that yet, With Robin's style, it's actually a little bit more forgiving because, it's a little bit slower paced and more decision-making is being done by him. So I think it's a little bit more forgiving, but it's also harder to play against in some ways because teams will start making mistakes against that.
And I know another new addition to this team has been the addition of Zelsys. You've seen a lot of other young players, join the C9 roster in the past. Zelsys is also a very young new player that's playing amongst a lot of veteran players. So how do you think he's been doing in terms of adjusting to this role?
I think Jordan has been doing great. He really impressed with how he's maintained his composure against some of the best players in the world. I think he's only going to get better from here.
Sounds great. Well, thank you very much. Best of luck. Golden Boy, back to you.
Thank you so much, Smix. Good to hear from the coach of Cloud9, Valens there. Glad to see he's also feeling better as well. I know, hey, last time I did the Eleague event, was Boston Major, wasn't feeling all that well. Had the flu.
Think it's bad juju at all, changing your coaches?
Ooh, good point.
Be. I was thinking that as well.
I was like, that's ballsy. Not that anything wrong with you. I see him looking at me.
The look of judgment. It is a valid question to ask because they've had some success today. Sometimes you kind of just want to roll with it, but this is also an event where they are going to be prepping for the major coming up, and you're going to want to roll with the person that will be right there coaching for the major. So it makes sense, Sean.
And with that being said, I mean, I talked with Soham a little bit, and he was helping behind the scenes. He was the one that actually told Zelsys to look out for that boost on that particular round. Zelsys had the presence of mind on Overpass, 29 rounds into the match to be aware of that boost that Big did. And that was one of the most pivotal frags of the entire match, in my opinion. So Soham's definitely doing a lot behind the scenes.
I think that was the opening kill of that round, as well, which is massive.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned I think it's time for some map tactics presented by the U.S. Air Force. Seamless transition. Sean.
Yeah, so this is that that Overpass match that I was talking about, and I just want to showcase how Cloud9 forces the rotations back. So they're super aggressive towards A, and what they're going to do is they're going to throw a smoke that blocks off the divider right here. And that's going to force a third player to come into this A bomb site. But because he has to respect the fact that his teammates are getting pushed all the way back, have no information. Kiyoshima taking that control of underneath, which is why he said after we interviewed him, he didn't have much information. We have the bomb waiting outside B, which is Rush and Zelsis. So what's going to happen now is Flush is going to ask Kiyoshima for a boost inside the connector because they have some time to kill, and he's going to get a crucial pick here on Tabson. Now what that means is they know they've filtered that third player to the A bomb site, so it's immediately they're going straight into this B hit. They're going to have a 1-on-4. Kiyoshima's going to molly the rotate. They're going to smoke off center site to deny vision from heaven, and they're going to play super aggressive and get that next pick. So at this point, obviously the round's over, but just how Cloud9 plays so simple right now under Flusha, just pushing and pulling rotations a little bit, delaying rounds out, and allowing the other teams to make mistakes. That's how they've had success so far.
Yeah, it feels like they're guiding just the other team to where they want them to go, Moses. It's very, very meticulous in how they did that.
There's always a timing on those kind of plays where you're kind of like faking, not really a full-blown fake, but like applying the pressure with that one smoke to deny information. That player that rotates from B isn't going to be there forever. So the fact they get that kill on that boost is actually massive because you only have like that window of like 10 seconds by the time that smoke is going to fade, where you have to be in a position to make the move you want to make. So that's a really nice window to hit.
Well, I know that everyone's been very eager to get into the action. We gave Faze some time to regroup. It was a very long series, but the good news is we have the picks and bans for the maps. It's time to get into this one. Let's see where we land.
Well, there goes Overpass.
Yeah, they played that the first time around. So.
Yeah, they didn't want to mess with that whatsoever. What was the other map they played?
Mirage.
Mirage. All right, Dust 2 going to get taken out. I would love to see a nuke.
I actually think Faze is going to pick Mirage again.
You think so?
I do. I think, yeah, there they go. Because they're a stubborn team, and they think we lost both pistols. That was the worst case scenario.
They did it to Ghost last week on Train, and they ended up losing both of those. So this could come back to haunt them. So another map where Faze picks it, but there's a great chance that Cloud9 can actually steal that away. Inferno, they've been sitting in the lounge. They were watching that last game. They know what Faze likes to do. They know like that double up setup as well.
It's fresh in their mind.
Yep. Yeah. So probably some interesting things going to come from that one. And now down to Nuke and Train. And Faze been picking Train all weekend.
So I think this is a very interesting veto set right now for both teams because we saw how strong Faze looked on CT Inferno. And this version of Faze, you said it earlier, this looks very different from the early Faze that played Cloud9. They're locked down right now on CT side. They're rotating around the map. They're confident in taking duels. They're winning pistols. So this is not going to be a walk in the park for Cloud9.
No, not in any way. And that's going to be the struggle is can you actually, in this very short period of time, can you turn around and like put something that you just saw like an hour ago into play? I honestly, at this point in the game, I don't, Guardian, just give a camera a high five. I don't think you can kind of, if you're Cloud9, I don't think you can read too much into that because I think this Faze team is going to be willing to be more loose because they did just win a big series and they are playing much better. And you can sense that as a player and you're going to be more confident and a little bit more ballsy in your decisions.
Especially when they're you remember Rain and Guardian, we said they were key players to look out for in that first series. We know Nico's going to show up, and they showed up just now against Big, so they're coming in hot right now for this finals.
That's always, there's always the conversation of, is it better to like play first or second, or is it better to play a series and be done for the day or come into it? And I almost think there's like going to be a sneaky thing where Faze is able to get up on Cloud9 Big in this first map because they have just played a series, and they might get tired later on into it, but they are so warmed up. They know everything about the settings. They just played a full series on it. Cloud9's coming in cold. They've been sitting on the couches, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but with that being said, Faze couldn't have prepared for Cloud9 the way Cloud9 could for Faze because Faze was worried about playing big earlier. So Cloud9 definitely looked at the maps that were going to come in this pool. They knew what was going to happen here, and I'm sure they're very, very prepared for this opening map.
You have to imagine they have a plan, maybe a little cheeky plan on Inferno as well. We'll see how that pans out for C9, but it's time for predictions. So, Moses, who's winning?
I have Cloud9 taking this. I've had it since day one. I had him on the victory. As you said, I bought low. Now it's looking good. The investment's coming to fruition, and I'm a very happy camper at the
I will also say Cloud9. I've been on Cloud9 side all weekend long. Been voting for them, and I think Sean, it's all up to you now. Who do you think? Because you're
Cloud9. Give me him, Alex.
All right, you got it. I hate you. I thought we were friends, but I did go after the jugular on Twitter, so it's perfectly fine. Okay, so the desk says Cloud9. What about the fans at home? What do you guys say? Let's see what the percentage is. Cloud9, 56%. Faze, 44%. Ooh.
What about the audience? Do they get a vote?
Yeah, all right. What about the folks here at the Eleague studio? Who do you think's going to win? You think Faze Clan's going to win? Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. One guy straight up just said no. That's mean. All right, Cloud9. You're just fueling Faze. You're fueling Faze. That's all you're doing. Yanko, he relishes in those opportunities. Okay, well, that's going to do it for us here at the desk. Now it's time to send it over to your casters. You have Bardolph and DDK on the mic.
Thanks so much, Golden Boy. A smooth throw as always. Very appreciative that there's no banana included this time. I think for James's sake. Oh, you got another one.
Just in case before it even landed. Do you want a banana? You don't want a banana. I'm eating this banana. You want a banana?
Is this happening again? Oh my God, was it a cameraman?
Sorry, sorry, jib operator almost died there. Sincerely apologise.
You've got to work on those throws, man.
I'm a caveman. If I throw it too hard, it's going to hit the people up top. So, you know, just want a worst case scenario, hit the staff, not the fans.
Wow. All
Who's
right.
going to win that?
Well, I think Cloud9 as well. I'm riding the hype train for Cloud9. And you don't seem to...
That's a nice banana. Can I get it back? I'm kind of hungry, guys.
Oh, no, it's happening again.
Perfect timing. Oh, God.
It's happening again.
There was no permanent damage done to my banana. I think Golden Boy is going to return it to me. But
very nicely this time.
Me and bananas. Wow. Okay, we've really taken the bananas.
We just created a new segment now on the fly.
There you go, buddy. The cameraman's got a banana.
I appreciate you.
There's got... Oh, no, it's broken.
Yeah,
Did you...
You broke it because you're a caveman.
Oh, dear.
Because you're a caveman. That's why you... Oh, you just threw it out. My work is done.
Can we get bananas, please? Can we get a whole bunch? Cameraman's got a banana. I'm going for that one later on.
Right, okay. Back to the grand finals. The banana's out the way. Cloud9 and Faze. I don't know, there's something special, something magical about Cloud9. They're feeling it. Zelsus is performing well. Valence is back in action. Obviously, January does seem to be a thing. And we're into the action. Faze on the T side of Mirage. What a great map to start this finals off with. Adren lining up the smoke. And we have a retake set up for A. It's just Rush who's spotting.
Keeping an eye on things. Cloud9, one of the more interesting teams in terms of pistol rounds, especially on the CT side, and indeed it is a retake, as Dan alluded to. Falling back, waiting for the rotation. Flusher will still be on a short position. Rain not content with his position, but Guardian will get taken down, and there's no trade just yet. The bomb has been planted. Rain going through the flashbang, but Rush is ready for it. Second frag for him.
Looking to make plays, looking to try to take over CT. There's 4 of them there as well. And this is such an important position. That's why you hold on to it. You play that retake, and in they go, bursting together against the Glocks. Rush with 2. That's not bad, is it? Olofmeister is looking to defend now from both sides. And there's still more to go. How much more damage? My God, he's doing so much for the team. Another dink. 2 players left collectively with 15 HP, but he's got to push forwards. Automatic will finally take him down. An absolute juggernaut, and just in time as well. So close on the defuse.
That was really close. Great effort at the end there. Can't believe it went on for that long. That was a fantastic effort in just the first round. Cloud9 start off well, but boy, was that a difficult one for them. It is a flashback indeed, isn't it? Where's Will Smith? Rewind time. Faze Clan, they lose the pistol, but they planted the bomb. The Deagles are out. Well, a Deagle is out. There's another one, and another one. Now some Deagles are out, trying to do as much damage as possible. Almost a full butcher buy, but Guardian, there'll be no meat shots for him. He's saving for the AWP.
Oh dear. This is the peak, James. That Deagle looking for the ticket. You can see the respect from Rush there. I love the fact that he's actually just jump peeking it. There's so much respect for that Deagle swing that you can often see where you kind of pre-aim it and look for that one shot. And it can be so damaging, but obviously some damage has been done now, and he takes a deeper position. Just the small decisions, but they all count at this level of play. Rush showing his expertise, anchoring that A-bomb site. As he falls back, he has good support here. And he's got so many off angles to play with as well. This looks like it should be pretty smooth. There we go. 2 and 3 perhaps with that USP in hand. Lovely stuff for Rush.
Saw the control smoke that he threw towards that connector position. Stop Faze Clan from getting too close. Flusher jump peeking for now. Don't expect to see this kind of play once the rifles come out, but of course the danger is limited. Nico now top mid. There he goes. No damage done for Cloud9. Nice round for them. Some Deagles purchased by Faze Clan. Couldn't have the impact they wanted, but now come the big guns. Guardian dropping an AK-47.
Ew.
Yeah, Olaf picking up the AWP.
He's got the mid
spawn based. Yeah, it's a spawn based effort from Olofmeister. We can check his POV.
Denied, James.
Olof making his way towards mid, and there he is. One player jumping out the window, but one player in the window will get taken out. Flusher has something to do though. 2 kills with the FAMAS, and he's not even the guy on the point. It's Rush. This is collapsing very quickly for FaZe Clan. They've fallen into a black hole.
And they almost have to double down here because the bomb is lost in middle and they've lost so many kills. You almost just want to commit Guardian into that, but he will just fall back and away. And at this point, it's now down to Adren. And usually coming from the Palace position, it's so exposed when you get onto the balcony, so you want distraction. But he does not have that luxury, and you can see there, we need to hit that first shot. Can't find the taps. Guardian, though, with the close range shot onto Zelsis as he sprints towards the B bomb site. Obviously, he does not have the bomb, and that's a huge problem. And I do believe that Cloud9 must surely be aware of this. They did have so much control in mid. They have to be so careful. You can't give Guardian anything else. He gets one more. And there's a full minute left for Guardian to somehow finagle his way onto that bomb pickup.
While all the action was going on, Zelsis was making his way through apartments, closing the net on FaZe Clan. But his timing did not work out in Guardian, and now we're in that 1 versus 2, as Dan mentioned. So much time on the clock. Has Rush got a sound cue? This is a blind spot. The timing was perfect just as the backpack was being spotted by Guardian. Out comes Rush. The timing absolutely beautiful for him. But now we see the action from Flusher. Beautiful, making it look easy with the FAMAS. And then Rush is on point.
Ooh, what a setup.
Check that out. Spinning fans, lights all over the place. Like Iron Man portraits, even got the soundproofing.
That tower's huge.
There's a big box.
Oh my god.
I'm a mini ITX man.
Could fit a grandma in there as well.
Small box for LAN. Why would... Never mind. FaZe Clan on the pistols for this round. There's a flash top mid from Rush to assist somebody peeking from the window. That is automatic on this occasion. Maybe a safer approach after the failure of the round prior. Lovely burst from Kiyoshima. Again, against his old team. He's so comfortable around connector. And that's going to be something to look out for. A brief eco round. But again, Kiyoshima used to be iconic on the T side for FaZe Clan, charging in. There is a very large head of Zelsis. Wry smile on his face. Will he be smiling after the series, though? That's the question.
And, you know, they were talking on the desk about maybe this element of just coming in hot from just playing 3 maps of Counter-Strike. You know, that might be something that can play to FaZe. But Cloud9, they've had a good start, obviously, but they're looking really sharp and warm already.
Nico, Rain, Adren, and Zelsis all looking for their first frag in round number 5 of Mirage. Rain moving to connector, an early smoke, presumably from the CT side. Difficult for the Ts to deal with. Timely molly from Kiyoshima. I think he was standing trying to block a smoke from the T side to cut off connector, but he will concede the position anyway. Where did that one come from? The short position from Automatic.
Yeah, you don't expect that, do you? The boost was really awesome. And again, like Kiyoshima's been holding this position really nicely, slowing them down so very much. And he's got to be so careful. He knows exactly where they're standing, though. He's not taken a lick of damage in this round. Adren trying to find him. Kiyoshima disappearing, though, in a ball of smoke. Back into connector, into safety. So difficult to deal with as Adren tries to find the kill, and it's going to happen. Great combo coming in from Olofmeister's grenade, and now Automatic looking to find a very timely peak with the AWP as FaZe start to impress themselves upon this bomb site.
Full rotation's already come in. Zelsis push B apartment. Olofmeister trying to rotate, not quite working out for him. How does Guardian avoid getting traded 1 versus 3 out of the apartment? Starts from triple. He's got time to do this, but he doesn't have the position. This is going to be very, very hard indeed. Automatic now getting closer with the CZ. They're charging, they're swarming, but he's still got another shot in him. Or does he? 5-0 for Cloud9. They did damage, but it's still a clean sheet for Cloud9. And there are still 2 FaZe Clan players looking for their first kill.
One thing we've got to talk about, Rush, of course, he does have 13 kills already, so Rush is just owning it. But Kiyoshima has 3, and Kiyoshima has been controlling that connector position so well. We saw this round how he was able to effectively avoid getting fragged by 2 players, continue to hold that position down, going up, like defending it against the attack that eventually came, just darting back forwards when the players come up the ramp. He's moving around so well in this position. It's one of the most difficult CT positions to play effectively like that, but he's doing it so well. And Rush is playing off of him, and it's just too strong at the moment.
Plenty of FaZe Clan players targeting the B bomb site. Zelsis in position. He's got flash for support. Flash is blind for a time. More flashes coming in as they stream out the balcony. Sprays towards the smoke preemptively. And now Guardian is the last one. Zelsis did a great job there. Cut down the numbers. Left Guardian alone. They only lose one player. 6-0, very fast. Maybe not what FaZe Clan were expecting.
Yeah, it's something where they've been very much struggling to get coordinated attacks working out because Cloud9 have been doing such a good job in controlling space around the map and staggering their offense. You want to come in from all sides at once, and Cloud9 have been preventing them from doing that so far. It's looking really good from Cloud9.
Lightning fast game of Mirage so far. No tech pauses from FaZe Clan just yet, I do not believe. Automatic. Not going to rest on the advantages so far, going for more. Guardian not expecting that. When you're 6-0 up, surely you're not going to be pushing mid on your own. Yes, you are if you're automatic. Make them uncomfortable, make them fear.
And it's those kinds of plays that start to get you really far ahead when you're already ahead. So, indeed, it's very worrisome. And look at how the positions have changed based on the way that Automatic wanted to go aggressive there. kioShiMa finally, after Automatic smokes it for him, can retake position around Connector. And with the 5 versus 4, look at how passive they're being now as well. They're making sure that nothing can possibly go wrong. Deep on the B-bomb side with 2 players who can help each other out. They've given up middle because they don't need it anymore. And they've got 2 players who can support around CT as well. So it's looking very, very solid so far.
Less than a minute for FaZe. Moving into position. The bomb rotating away from mid towards the A site. Adren creeping through Palace. FaZe Clan in a position to split the A site where 3 players await them. Rush and kioShiMa with angles towards the Palace position. Rush can quickly deal with Connector if necessary, although Automatic has to consider a flank now, so they will slightly change their formation. FaZe running the clock down, but for how long? They have a lot of utility. You can smoke jungle from the underpass if you need to. The grenades start to stream in. They've got so much to clear, however. It's just going to give big warning to Cloud9. Flusher starting to rotate, and FaZe Clan haven't gone through any choke points yet. There are 15 seconds and no one is on A for FaZe Clan.
Gonna have to force the issue now. Can't wait any longer, but look at the positioning is so good here from Cloud9. They're playing it perfectly at the moment, and the entries just aren't there for FaZe. And there's no time as well. They have to die. That's like what they really want to achieve right now. Olive wants to survive, but needs to make sure that no one can find him after time, and looks like that'll be the case. But again, Cloud9 taking awesome risks. We saw it from Automatic, gets the opening pick. They fall all the way back. FaZe spent a lot of time trying to figure out how can we equalize, how can we create a pick ourselves, but Cloud9 can't, don't give it to them. Forced to execute into a site when they have no time. There's just no openings.
Zellsis has the same amount of frags as 3 FaZe Clan players. Zellsis has 2 frags. This is an issue for FaZe Clan. Very, very limited success. 7-0 for Cloud9 on the CT side. They are falling over cash in CT spawn at the moment.
7. Not bad from Rush. Owning that A-bomb site. I just think it's, if you watch Cloud9, how they've been playing their CT setup so far, they've just been playing positionally with each other very well. It's almost hard to believe that they just added a new player, actually.
Smoke in the window. Automatic will observe and leave. That's one of the key parts to being the guy who plays in the window, how you're effective once the window gets smoked, which is almost every single round. Can be a low priority for some CT players. Boost again. Not the first time. This is a common boost for Cloud9. I won't be too concerned with this sound cue. kioShiMa taken out in the meantime. Rain in Connector now. Finally, they've dealt with kioShiMa, and they've got a minute 20 on the clock.
Patience here from Cloud9, a great boost, but now the smoke goes away, may feel more exposed. Flusher still staying out there though. And look how much space they've given away. Rain in Connector. There you go. Gets the 1 frag. Flusher falls back down. No way to punish that. And presence in mid now. Rain though will pick up that AK that was on the floor by Jungle. But look at Russ's position. It's perfect. He's giving up the bomb site, but he's taking a very strong position if they do go for a plant on this site. But of course, the bomb is still towards B. But now they're going to rotate it through underpass, through Connector, into the A site. Rush is huge now from that position.
Flusher's heard that rotation. They're getting active towards short now, the CT side. Do they realize it's the bomb though? Adren has, he gets around the corner just before the peak comes in. Maybe because of the low health CTs. Now he can try to plant the bomb. Does Rush try to stop it? Nico lets Zellsis go past. A flashbang makes it really awkward. Does he turn around in time? Nico chasing, he's playing for max information. Oh, Flusher's angle. Could this actually happen? That would be absolutely ridiculous! How on earth is that a thing? How does he know?
Oh my god, that makes so little sense. I have no idea. That makes no sense, but here goes Rain! He's got 2! That's massive. 4 kills for him now in the round as Automatic goes for the clutch. Forwards, that's Rain down. Ace denied. Smoke pressure on the bomb as Adren plays from the ramp, and he has a completely exposed Automatic. My god, Nico's gonna be so happy with Adren there.
What in the blazes? That was pretty awesome to watch.
What?
Just that situation in jungle. Could somebody explain to me, please? 7-1 for Cloud9. Reset opportunity awaits. Ah, looking in mid, that is unbelievable timing. But it was not enough. Rain with the 2-man spray down, got the garden hose out. And maybe the plants are starting to sprout for FaZe Clan. Need to find a consecutive rounds. Almost everybody on the scoreboard now for them. Nico, a rare 0-1-8. But as long as the team can win some rounds, it may matter not.
That's so funny. Just like the fact that he got flashbanged, just all the rest of it.
Because it doesn't show you exactly how a model is turning. It looks like Flush is just waiting for someone to flank his teammate.
What a setup here, though. This is pretty devastating. So this is a fake into a side, but with the players from C9 so close to the ramp, they're going to realize that something is fishy right now. But because they made the stepping to run back, so this is next level from FaZe, but it looks like C9, they've just not bought this whatsoever. They're just holding still. Automatic looks very strong in this position. If FaZe try to go contact now, that's going to be very, very problematic. They may want to do that. Here it is. Bomb will move into the crosshair. Oh, the jiggle there. That's fantastic. Not giving away the bomb, but still losing players in mid. Not too many legs to stand on. Kiyoshima is phenomenal there. And Nico goes around the corner and finally goes down to rush. Cloud9, they've just got their number.
Worst case scenario. While the bomb was on ramp, I believe Guardian threw a pop flash in the B apartments earlier on, so they might have an idea as to where he is likely trying to hide his AWP. They've got no frags in this reset situation. We might be looking at an 11-1 scoreline. Can he survive? Flusher making his way into the entrance. Zelsis moving forward. Automatic in the underpass as well. 13 seconds left. Guardian's got to keep pressing on. They can just wait the time. And there is Zelsis with an awkward angle, picking up the second AWP. 8-1 for Cloud9. He switches back to the rifle. They don't need 2 AWPs, so I like the presence of mind. And now we have a tactical timeout for FaZe Clan. This is disastrous.
Yeah, it truly is. It truly is. Cloud9 are looking just incredible. They've just gone Super Saiyan here today. And FaZe are really struggling to really do all that much. And everything that Cloud9 have been doing, it just looks so safe. Whenever they take aggressions, it looks safe. They have good setups behind it. If someone's going deep, that person is supported by 1 or 2 players. They've got good grenade usage behind that as well. They shift their defense around a lot, and everyone is always covering everything perfectly. And there we go. That's a bigger table for you, James. Are you more happy now?
I respect it. It's a nice table. If I tried to mount a TV, it'll just be a hole in the wall, so props to you. FaZe Clan, a few pistols and a scout. They wait for their next buy. They are so far behind, figuratively, literally. No fear whatsoever from Cloud9. 2 tags, and there is a AK in no man's land. Trying to fight some more. He spots a player on short. Now, I'm sure eventually a T will move through the underpass and maybe pick up that rifle if Cloud9 back up from mid. Rain's been picked off in the meantime. Kishima still around connector, playing over the smoke. Zelsis looking through apartments where Adren is hiding in the kitchen area. Adren will hear the movement. He's got to be careful. He can't really peek. Not worth it. Olaf Meister can help him. Guardian moving into a B split position. How deep can they get into B?
No tag for Guardian. And it's just so imposing, this presence here on mid from FaZe. Even though they don't really have any utility or anything but like a scout and an AK, it still feels pretty rough for CTs because of moves like this. Nico just creeping in. All it takes is a good timing and he might just find that. There it is. Now, we'll execute Kiyoshima pretty quickly there. And Guardian now trying to pull the trigger on the B split, but not quite working out. And Flusher's going to be pushing forward to retake Catwalk, which is a smart move from him. He'll also hear the rotation. This is genius. And that also of course, leaves Automatic on the bomb site there. And no one's looking towards short whatsoever. They thought it was clear. And Flusher gets one down. Automatic defense. And this offense is now looking very split up.
What a time on the clock. Dren's the one carrying the bomb. He's protect the VIP. He's the last one to fall down. Amazing he made it through connector in the first place. Flusher, he's playing to win the round, not to get the first frag. That's why he lets the first guy run into the A site where he knows his teammate is, because he's looking for the most important frag, which is the bomb carrier. Lovely frick from Automatic. And Cloud9 prevail. I thought Faze Clan would go for the B split with players in position on short, but they were able to do more. That guy really wants Faze to win more. Respect, for being honest. All right, we've got players moving into top mid now for Faze Clan. Olofmeister down to a Mach 10, which will be curious how they are able to use that. 3 smokes in mid very quickly in connector, window, and short. And there's a deep smoke in B apartments as well. So Faze could try to offer something towards the B, towards short. Olofmeister taken out through the smoke. That's the worst weapon gone for Faze.
You hate to see that. If you're on that T side and you're the guy that gets picked through the smoke there, if it's a one-way or not, that never feels good. That free kill for the CTs. Run boost for Guardian just because. Very afraid of a potential repeak. It is always a possibility that the CTs may do that. Cloud9 typically, though, when they get this first kill and they get a 5v4 on the CT side, they do fall back into passive positions. We can see that from them now as well. Connected by Faze. In court there, down to 27. Oh, how? I don't know. The grenades in this game sometimes it's hard to predict. But Rain should definitely be dead. But he is not.
Somebody needs to rotate the spawn from T-spawn. We have a lurker towards B, a lurker towards A. It's not clear the intention of Faze Clan just yet, but Rain's position has got to be important. Automatic moving through mid. I don't think Rain's heard it. Just Jay's been spotted. What a great shot from Automatic. Now Adren's got to rotate the bomb, but to where? There's no one to rotate it to. Everyone else is dead. And they've done 0 damage in this round. 0. They've achieved nothing.
Yes, it's not very good, is it? And at this point as well, the economic damage, whilst it's always important, it's not going to be too impactful. Running and gunning. And that's it. Rush will take him down. Again, just really, really strong CT side on Mirage here from Cloud9. They look so good. Just there's not really a hold. They take some small aggressions here or there. This round obviously was quite passive. It's pretty awesome. He gets a glimpse because that smoke is too far to the right. And then finishes off that first player. And then from there, they play the advantage very well.
And Faze are down to the pistols once again. Nico, 1 kill, 1 assist. 11 deaths. 1-1-1-1. Cloud9 with 10 times the score of their opponent. It's unreal how good it's looking for Cloud9 right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Considering the circumstances, it is very impressive.
It's just such a masterclass of how to play CT Mirage. They sprinkle the risk in the right spots. They rotate players around. Their communication's excellent, but have to hold that. Oh, the Deagle's coming in. Straight to the pistol pass. Maybe Rush is in trouble. Indeed he is. Kiyoshima's there from CT. That's a good position. Going deep with that nade. Oh, I think it just missed the target. It looked pretty good initially, though. And it's hard to actually plant the bomb here for Faze. They just don't have the utility to cover such an open bomb site. Olaf will be able to pick up an AUG, but looks like it's just down to Nico now with that P250, and he's going to have to get very lucky to pick up a weapon and have a chance at this round. The bomb is unrecoverable. Not a good jewel to take, and it's another round in the bag for Cloud9.
No one's died more than 5 times for Cloud9 in 12 rounds.
Damn.
Just going to put that out there.
God damn.
11-1. Now, we've got the 5 AKs and plenty of utility. What can make the difference in this round for Faze Clan? Let's see where they choose to go. 2 people going towards A at the beginning of the round normally means they'll end up at A. They've left the bomb in that direction as well, so... Dren moving towards A. No one top mid. No smokes in mid for Faze Clan. maybe suggesting a fast play towards B. That's an easy frag for Zellsis. Guardian in the underpass position, and the Blues are just cleaning up Cloud9. Surely they don't check for Kiyoshima unless they saw him already. Maybe they did because the spray is there preemptively, but Kiyoshima is playing so good this week, causing problems, spotting the bomb, buying time for his teammates to rotate. Rain getting smoked off, Guardian in connector. They have all the information now, Cloud9, and double the personnel.
So strong. So strong here from Cloud9. What an effort. Faze just can't quite... I don't know if they've really had a good look in any of these rounds. I don't think... They just don't get bomb plants. When do we see post plants? One thing that we haven't really seen is you know, these set pieces from Faze. Great flash in, just as the smoke is disappearing as well.
In the rounds Cloud9 have won, only in the pistol round was the bomb planted. Cloud9 look like they're averaging almost 4 players alive per round. 3 or 4 players, which is really bad as far as Faze are concerned. And this is the second last round of the half. Is this going to be a 14-1?
So far, it looks like a complete no-show on the T side of Mirage from Faze. That is for sure. Nico on 1 kill on the T side. I don't like to talk about kills too much, but Mirage is a very open map. One of the reasons for that is because Cloud9 have been pretty consistently getting those opening advantages because Faze have been playing those defaults. Zellsis has been doing a really good job on the B apartments. When he's being challenged, he just wins the fight. Like in those one-on-ones, he's just winning them.
Yeah.
And he's pulled out an AWP in that position now as well, and they don't really seem to have anything to deal with that. There are definitely ways to attack that potentially. You know, they could try to go for a set piece where they get that smoke on the balcony, try to explode. There's various ways to try to do that, but obviously they're having problems taking mid as well without losing players. They're having problems getting into A. And so a set piece could be a good response, but we haven't really seen that from them just yet.
Cloud9 have been seizing opportunity, case in point with the mid pushes and so on, and limiting opportunity for Faze, which is... Well, here we go, seizing again, automatic in this position once more. He likes this range. He loves this range, does it on overpass as well, and almost always delivers. And now he's got the grenades. You can't trade that frag.
Yep. So it's such a strong position for the AWP. I remember I first saw that so much from Fallen a long time ago, and it's just still so effective. You just don't know where the AWP can be. And if you play defaults, you're so susceptible to the AWPs picking you on the extremities of the map. That's a really big problem. And we do see Faze opening with defaults more or less every round and just not being able to get opening picks with it.
Guardian looks like he might be lining up a smoke for the window of the market. That's where one would stand. Holding in position now, Faze Clan. Flusher just jump peeking. Ideally with this jump peek, you want the peak of your jump to be before you are showing to your opponent, otherwise you may just get shot in the head, but there's no AWP this time. Starts to fall back now. He's got no smoke, otherwise might have dropped. Well, that's a huge shot from him. Zellsis now lining them up, misses his shot though, but he's a distraction. His sheer presence there gets taken down, and all of a sudden it's Flusher to clean everybody up. 4 kills for him, 13 rounds for Cloud9. They're just not giving Faze any room to breathe. They're not respecting the skill on that team. They're taking liberties, playing up close with the AWP. It's a long-range weapon. You're not supposed to be there.
And this is so great as well. I feel bad for Zellsis because like that shot when the model of the player turns sideways, it feels like the model gets, you know, goes half as big as it was when they were turning in a different direction. So, you know, whiffs that shot, but Flush is just so strong as an anchor beside him. And they had enough warning as well to get good positions for it. But into the next round now, and it looks like a burst onto the A side is going to be the play. A quick contact here, very limited grenades here from Faze, but Rush actually has a great position, as does Automatic for this. They're going to be committed to fight and take players down as they enter the bomb site. Looking for the first frag here. There it is from Automatic, trying to turn around. Is him alone now as Rush goes down. The shots are absolutely incredible from Automatic so far. He's done more than enough. Olaf Meister in the 1 versus 2. There's a chance, but Flush is too quick on the rotation. Takes him out. 14-1 on the first half. Almost completely flawless Cloud9.
Automatic and the AWP is just ridiculous at this point. What is the ceiling for this man and this weapon? You start to wonder with beautiful shots like that. Clean shot, not even a penetration shot. Marvelous stuff. This was the pick of Faze. They have won 1 round from 15 on their T side. It could end at the pistol. almost opposites. Very unusual, but again, we look at the stats of Nico, but it doesn't necessarily say just how he's performing, but the opportunities the team has been afforded by a Cloud9 who have had Flusher getting double frags from Connector while they have Rush moving through that middle position to take them by surprise, taking all the angles away. Nothing is taken for granted in that entire half. Everything you would think, okay, I'll be fine here. I can move into, nope, Automatic's there. Nope, Flush is there. Nope, Rush is there. Nope, Zellsis is there. Everybody's everywhere for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's definitely a strategy. I think a lot about the strategy of Cloud9, and Faze just didn't have the right approach, but we're into the second half. It can always be done. Guardian just trying to peek there, but denied by the Molotov, and they're going to rush up Catwalk. That's awesome to see. Quick B split coming in. Quite difficult to stop these. Very difficult shots for Guardian, but on the bomb site, Rain and Adren are having at Cloud9 at the moment. It's not looking too difficult for them as they'll have the rotation coming in for assistance. Just Celsius left now. This is beautiful from Faze. They've yet to take even a pip of damage. There it is, but it's not all that worrisome. Beautiful response for Faze Clan in the pistol.
Could hardly have gone better for them. 4 players get a helmet for $350 versus spending $1,000 on the armor, which means they can take the M4s out early. Still good spirits. On the way back, boys. Not the first time they've been in such a situation and turned it around, even in this tournament alone. Again, Faze iconic for never being out. 2 rounds versus the 14 of Cloud9. 1 flash from Zellsis and Glocks. Their main play will come in the rounds after this one.
This grenade, yes. Will he nail it? Ooh, that's pretty decent. MP9 as well. The movement here from Adren is fantastic. Really good, just getting underneath them after throwing the nade and representing his position to be around the car. And that's an easy hold, of course, as one would expect. And now the buy can come in for Cloud9. I'd imagine AK's all abound as they can get that full buy. They must have so much confidence. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a really aggressive round just to crush Faze, demoralize them, feel like you move too quickly for them to be able to handle.
The pick of Faze, Mirage, and now Faze start their CT side. Guardian in the window, Flusher top mid. A lot of people in apartments for Cloud9. Maybe some will move through the underpass. Flusher showing presence. I don't know how many players are top mid. A lot of tagging there. Guardian 22 HP and hasn't seen anybody. Automatic moving through the underpass. Rain close to the smoke on the ramp. Nico near connector. Guardian moving towards A now, as he commonly has been. It was actually Flusher on HLTV who said that Guardian was often towards A, so they just chose to avoid him.
That was close. That's very close for Adren. They're going to go for the B split, pulling the trigger on the attack. Good kill on Wolfmeister, opening up the catwalk position. Adren with it, just an MP9. What can he do? Nothing. Zellsis takes him down. And there's 3 players left now for Faze. Surely they think they have to go for a save at this point. They've completely lost the B-bomb side. Not a single frag to be found. Automatic is looking for those stragglers. And he's going to find one. Nico dead. Can Guardian survive, though? He needs the orb to be spotted. Oh, this gets dangerous now. Oh, he's dead as well. Headshot, of course, from Automatic. Oh, no. This is going so badly for Faze, James.
15-3. There's money for a buy, but it's 15, well, 3 to 15 as far as Faze are concerned. How are you going to do this? It's so crucial for Rain to try and hold on to this weapon. He hears the footsteps of Flusher. There's one. Here comes Zellsis to pre-fire. Can he survive on the plant bots? Alive for now, but there's still a second. And there it goes. Everything's been taken away. Cloud9 is a cruel mistress.
Oh dear. So demoralizing. Cloud9 are just feeling the flow so well at the moment. They look unstoppable.
I respect it. I respect it. It's better than Golden Boy's punts. Game point for Cloud9. They have 12 game points in a row. As are the nature of game points. 3 players moving through mid for Cloud9. A lurker towards A, a lurker towards B. The bomb in mid. Control of connector may be a priority. They look for a response. Dren and Guardian look like they might make a play through the apartments to concentrate efforts elsewhere. The gap being held. Experienced players know to hop past this, not walk into the angle. You can get a clean kill from this position. As you can see, Kishima in the underpass. Guardian will not be served. Ooh, will he? Maybe he will. In the meantime, we've got 3 players moving up the short position. Seeing nothing. Oh, you see something now. Olofmeister moving, twitching. The Dren maybe going towards B, keeping an eye on CT. Cloud9 players in the ladder room. Kishima likes to do this lineup. I'm guessing that might be for somebody playing an off angle by the bench position. I don't really know. Haven't checked. And now Automatic starts to move the bomb towards A. Very interesting. In the meantime, Zeus has been taken out towards A ramp. Does this deter Automatic? Nothing else has been seen for Faze. Maybe they'll have a false sense of security. Big frags coming in. What a flurry. But Automatic's on the wrong side of the map. There's 20 seconds. He has to plant on A. They've got to force their way towards A now.
Oh, Faze, they know that they have to get in there because it's their life on the line. If they lose this round, it's over. They have to assume that it's B. What an awkward situation. They may even clear this. Looking like they actually will. When then comes the backstab, and now they start to realize what the hell has just happened. The bomb is on the other bomb side. That moment of realization for Rain, and they are waiting for him. 16-3. That is pure dominance from Cloud9. No answer from Faze in map 1 of the grand finals here.
Absolutely deleted. Cloud9 sitting on the backspace. Faze Clan didn't turn up to that one. They'll have to wake up between here and the second map. Thoughts of the desk after the break.
Good morning, Cloud9. Welcome to Fort Hood. Staff Sergeant Winfield. I'm a technical air control party specialist in the U.S. Air Force. The TACP is expert at integrating joint fires to include kinetic and non-kinetic effects that help maneuver forces on the battlefield. Welcome to our simulated training facility. Your challenge today will be to locate a target and get precise target location and distance from friendly forces. We're going to pair you up with a battle buddy, and the team member that gets the fastest time with the most accurate grid location will be our winner.
Today we'll be trying the simulator.
We're going to be locating a target and giving the coordinates of the target back to our battle buddy so they can drop the bomb on that target.
It should be cool. It should be kind of like a video game.
So this is going to be your target right here.
See that black speck? Yeah. Yep, we're gonna find the grid coordinates to that, and we're gonna write that 9 line down, pass it up to the aircraft. Sound good? Yeah. All right, cool, let's do this.
Hog 1-1, ready, 9 line.
Type 2, bomb on target.
Good copy, 9 line. Hog 1-1, in from the northwest.
Hog 1-1, clear hot.
Copy, cleared hot, standby splash. Yep. Hog 1-1, splash.
I did it. Yep. Dude, good job. All right, thanks. Crushed it, yep.
We had like a whole rundown on the whiteboard, and I'm still gonna lose. Cloud, 180 degrees, 4.0 nautical miles.
Destroyer, this is Hog, in from the northwest.
Hog 1-1, Destroyer 3-4, cleared hot.
Hog 1-1, copy, cleared hot.
Hog 1-1, Destroyer, have a safe flight back.
Hog from Destroyer.
Destroyer, this is Hog 1-1, we are ready for 9 line.
Target description is 8 armor pieces in L shape. The grid is 47545, 16597. The nearest friendly, 2902 southwest. Back to IP Cloud.
Destroyer from Hog, good copy, on 9 line.
Hog flight. Wait, what?
Cleared hot.
Clear hot.
Copy, cleared hot, expect 30 millimeters.
There he is. Oh, yeah, okay. 8 armor pieces neutralized.
Nice, yeah.
You see these right here? Yeah. Those are called Scud missiles. You're gonna hit those. Put the center of your crosshairs on those. You find it?
Yeah.
All right, what did it give you?
2090 meters.
Hog 1-1, in from the northwest.
Hog 1-1, clear hot.
Copy, cleared hot.
Now you're gonna watch, and those Scuds are gonna blow up.
Yeah.
Good job. Those Scuds are dead. Good job. You killed it.
Destroyer, this is Hog 1-1, in from the northwest.
So say Hog cleared hot.
Hog clear what?
Cleared hot.
Cleared hot.
Yep, Hog cleared hot.
Cleared to high?
Cleared hot.
What is
Cleared
that?
hot.
I
Just
don't
say
even
it.
know this word.
Cleared hot. Just cleared hot, like it's hot.
Flight copy, cleared hot, stand by, approximately 30 seconds, time to impact.
You understood, it's fine. I'm sick. They're all dead.
It was pretty intuitive once you get into it. I mean, at first it was kind of confusing, but I also had a lot of help from my battle buddy beforehand. He gave me some tips, and we got there pretty quickly.
The radio was kind of fun. I like clicking the button and like talking. Hearing like the comms back were kind of not as clear, you know, as like headsets at home, but it was cool to use the gear. Overall, pretty immersive experience.
Okay, Cloud9, great job in the simulator. You guys all work with your battle buddies to get precise target coordinates and take out the target successfully. But we do have a winner. Congratulations, Will. It's time to put your new skills to the test. We're gonna gear up and start working with some live aircraft.
It's cool to see what they go through, like in the field actually, like the range finding and the actual process of sending out like a helicopter or maybe a plane to like go and bomb an area.
How was that?
It was sick.
Was it intense?
Yeah, it was, dude. The helicopter flyovers was amazing, dude. It was like right above us. So overall, it's an awesome day. Thanks to the TACP men and women of the Air Force for having us out here, and yeah, it was awesome.
That was At the Base, presented by the U.S. Air Force. Rush looked pretty good there, you know. That looked really interesting, a really cool experience overall. So a big thank you once again to the men and women of the Armed Forces for supporting Cloud9, having some good times there. So yeah, not bad.
I was gonna make a little quip, but then you started thinking the Armed Forces.
No, you can still do it. You can still do it.
Shout out to Keo.
That was great. That was
Thought he did great.
I feel like there's always a good time to mention that one. That was great, man. Well, clearly his call-outs in-game are a lot better. Yes.
You'd hope so.
Oh, boy. Okay, so let's recap what had happened because Cloud9 eradicated Faze out of the server. I mean, that was rough to watch, and I thought that Faze, this was their pick. Mirage just didn't work out.
Yeah, again, the players from Cloud9 coming up huge individually. Rush started off, I think, like 9-1. Automatic, just so many opening picks with the AWP. Flusha, multiple B holds against 4 players. It's just, there was nowhere where Faze was successful here. Nico, I think, entered the match with only 34 damage a round.
Which is unheard of for Nico. That is insane. And I mean, it's also one of those tough things when you have an AWP on Tim that's being so effective, that AWP sometimes can just shut you down before you ever get going. It can be so frustrating if you can't find a way to neutralize. He's become so good with this weapon. It's actually disgusting that he's able to put, I mean, he's always been well-rounded and his game knowledge has been perfect and great at times, but putting the AWP in his hands, he's improved so much.
We talked about this in the back, and I had asked you, like, was Automatic always the offer for this team? You guys basically said, well, there was a gap that needed to be filled, and this guy says, yeah, I could do it. And clearly he's doing it. He's nasty.
Yeah, he's one of those players that can literally do everything in Counter-Strike. He's a great pistol player. He's a great rifler. He's a great AWPer, apparently. And I've heard he's in-game led a couple times on past teams. So Tim has put in the work to be just a tremendous all-around player.
It's crazy to think as well, you know, at a certain point during the middle of last year, he was considering just stepping away from Counter-Strike, wasn't having fun with it. And then he puts out this kind of a performance, and he's got his team performing this well. So awesome to see. And I mean, the only thing that I guess can overshadow how well Rush played was Automatic, which is insane to think about. We usually talk about Flusha, Kiyoshima have been hard hitters for this team. The Americans doing it today, and that's super impressive stuff.
Yeah, very well done. Cloud9 16-3, and Faze, the last time they met, they lost on Mirage 19-16, and that one went into OT. This time Cloud9 were having none of that. Now, a critical part in Counter-Strike is the pistol round, and I understand that you want to break down one of the pistol rounds that we saw in that matchup, Sean.
Indeed, this is actually the opening pistol round, and this doesn't seem like much, you know, unique stuff going on here. Rush playing retake and CT spawn, Tim playing B with 2 others, and Kiyoshima playing window room. But the second these smokes go down, you can look at the rotations coming from Cloud9. You can see Rush backpedaling, because he knows if he gets caught, that is the worst thing possible for his team. He's constantly jiggle peeking. Tim and Kiyoshima both playing anti-flash. Zelsa is coming around the corner, and they're just all taking the exact same angle. They're very ready for the CT spawn push by Faze. Flusha holding mid control. Now, it doesn't seem like Flusha is doing a lot here because of Faze's strat, but the fact that he holds on catwalk for so long is actually crucial to a retake in the A bomb site. But, I mean, Rush hit phenomenal shots here, don't get me wrong. But Cloud9's teamwork and peeking every angle together in CT spawn is likely why Faze didn't, you know, just completely dismantle him with those flashes.
And I mean, even just look at this right at the end. The fact that Cloud9's able to hold him off in CT spawn means that the only option for Faze is to fall towards jungle, towards connector, and the bomb's not planted for that. So it's like a free win at that point. So the fact they're able to force him away without taking any damage is amazing.
And that was essentially the beginning of the end there for Faze, right?
It was quick, though.
Yeah, that was probably one of our quicker games.
Quick, but not painless.
That was mercy from Cloud9.
Indeed it was, my friends. All right, well, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we will be going to Cloud9's pick on Inferno. Join us on the other side for the grand finals of the Eleague CSGO Invitational.
Come on, guys. Let's get our revenge.
Good round, guys.
Nice smoke, Robin. Let's get some kills, Howie, brother.
Yeah, let's try our best, bro.
Nice. Nice, guys.
Nice round, Howie.
Wait, I'm gonna take a... Oh my god, we're so unlucky.
On-shot was so quick, dude.
I'm so quick.
You ever wonder where Eleague gets their chairs? Well, wonder no more, my friends, because you can go to needforseat.com, learn more today. Maxnomic is the official chair of Eleague. And welcome everyone out of the break, because now we get ready for game 2. We're going to Inferno, and I don't want to just, cause any problems here, but it's January. It's Cloud9 versus Faze. Map 2 is going to be in Inferno. It's like we're in an infinite loop in January, and we can't seem to get out of this. What's going on?
I'm fine with it. I'm
Are you
a big
okay?
fan of this loop.
Yeah, I like the loop. This is a good looper.
I don't want to get off
probably
this
the
ride.
one desk in esports or in Counter-Strike where everyone's going to be okay with the loop. No. We want to see some good Counter-Strike, and I would love to see Faze be able to bring this one back and take us to train for game 3. Now, Faze, they did defeat Big on Inferno, and Cloud9, maybe, we don't know until we ask them, but maybe they picked Inferno because they thought that they had seen something that they can exploit from Faze, Sean.
I do think so.
Do you what do you think that they saw?
I think banana control from Faze was a little bit lackluster, and Cloud9 probably saw that. Big didn't really capitalize on that very much. You saw Nico just dominating the banana the entire half. I mean, Olaf was so dominant in the pit. Everything went Faze's way on that CT half. And I think Cloud9 could, in their heads think, oh, we can definitely get like 7 T rounds. And with 7 T rounds on Inferno, you can pretty much skate away with a win.
Yeah, absolutely. The tough part for them is going to be if Faze is able to build up some of that bank early on, not only for the nades, but we know they like that double op setup. Nico on B with an AWP. Guardian is such a menace on this map with the op as well. So if Cloud9 let him get too much money, it could be tough for them to break. And I think that's what you have to rely on. If you're Faze, you have to say, we just had a great CT half. We can defend against this because Cloud9 going to be starting on that T side and hopefully just ride it out enough that you can, again, just grind out a couple needed rounds in the second half.
Well, we know what you guys believe in the overall results, but do you think that Faze are going to force a game 3 here, Sean?
I really don't think so, but I mean, like Jason said, it's going to lie on these double ops. Nico and Guardian have to come up huge for Faze here.
This is where you have to look, to Nico, Guardian, or I mean, really, in reality, Rain or Olaf Meister as well. You need one of those 4 guys to have some kind of a big round early on, because you need to wake up this team.
Yeah.
I thought they would come into that first map, a little bit warmed up and get out to a jump start, and it didn't happen whatsoever, obviously. You need it on this map. You need one of those guys to kind of set the tone and say, we're not just going to fade out of this grand finals.
Well, thank you so much for your insight. It's now time to get into our second game of the grand finals. Cloud9 versus Faze on Inferno. Over to DDK and Mr. Man with the noodle arm, James Bardolph. Take it away.
I don't know how I feel about this noodle arm thing, but I can find more bananas just being Faze to win another map, so let's just keep this up. Is it going to a 2-1, Dan, or is it a 2-0? Where do you stand or sit on this one?
I think when we saw a Big playing Faze looked really solid on that CT side, so I do think this will be a close one.
Yep.
But I think it's going to be 2-0 Cloud9. I'm feeling the Cloud9. They were looking so solid. That CT side of Mirage, I'm actually going to go back on that demo and just study that because it was so tight.
They continue to surprise us in a positive way. It's really great to see how they're performing at the moment. But Faze Clan, obviously they have their own transition period, if you will, but we need to see more from them. I'm sure we will see more from them. We can't see less, that's for sure. But I think that that was their pick. That came and went. They got deleted, but doesn't mean the same will happen on Inferno. Cloud9 starting on the T side, playing for the series, playing for the entire tournament. Faze Clan defending. Dren with 2 flashes and a defuse kit. Automatic with 2 flashes and a smoke. No PT50 drop for the T side. Moving towards the A side. Flusher creeping on Banana in the meantime. Olaf Meister near the balcony once again, as we recently saw him. There's a bomb flash, but I don't expect Flusher. He gets deleted now by Rain.
Hello, says Rain. And that banana area is completely clear. Cloud9 look like they are uninterested in going back. Only forwards towards that A-bomb site as they start to shuffle through the apartments. And Olaf Meister's there. He's still spotted. They'll have to deal with him. That's a nice start. What else can he get with that USP? He'll be tagged up as they try to engage on the bomb site. He's run out of bullets. Opportunity may be gone here as Zelsis takes down Guardian. And in comes Automatic for the trace, but he's alone. No one else to help him out as he goes for the flicks, but he's stuck in this choke point. And he's worried about that flank, and he should be. He is surrounded. Automatic, how will you get yourself out of this one? Making all the stepping. Faze is just holding their ground, and there's that flank. He's going to go for it. He knows this is the way out, trying to chase down his opponent, but Nico will get out of there.
30 seconds for Automatic. He's got to start to get his skates on. The bomb is in the middle of the A site. He has to run into a crossfire. He is of little choice. Adren on the site having a look. Olafmeister almost under the balcony, not quite makes his way out. Oh, his face planted. That doesn't seem very nice at all. Faze can get the pistol, and we just might have a match on our hands. I don't think they were too concerned with the scoreline of the previous match. Yes, it was their pick, but they're quite comfortable on Inferno. All behind them now. That's the start they wanted. There is Flusher, very confident. Had words for the desk about the predictions, said finally they've got it right with everybody going towards Cloud9 at the beginning of the day. But it's up to him to prove it.
Triple HE there for Cloud9. Let's see where these ones go. Will they go up to mid or Banana? It's like Banana. Nico will be warded away by many explosive devices. And obviously they can't expect too much. I like how Kiyoshima actually holds onto his one. Teams have been better and better at staggering the HEs. Like, here we go, look. See, okay, well, that could have been a bit better, but the idea is really smart. Well, looks like Adren's going to go in. Oh my god, so many juicy kills to be had with those SMGs. Oh, feels good, doesn't it, James? Spraying them down.
A flurry of kills. It's nice. Get the cheap kills on the scoreboard. What do you mean I'm doing bad? Look at my score. 2-0 to Faze Clan. Cloud9 with 44-50 on almost every single player. The AKs are coming out. They've got some Molotovs. We may see a banana take or an attempt at one. A few smoke grenades, a few flashes, but they have prioritized the mollies. Will they head towards B?
Indeed, indeed. Do they want to set that precedent that they're going to just throw all the utility right there at the start, forcing a similar response from the CTs? Looks like actually it'll be fairly free for Cloud9 early in the round. That's beautiful. One thing that Big really struggled with on their T side was to take Banana and top mid away from Faze to like really make those defaults work. So it's encouraging that Cloud9 immediately are finding a passive Faze on Banana, so they don't have to work too hard for that Banana control. And Cloud9 will have the rest of the team taking apartments. So now that all that's left in securing map control is top mid. And there is a setup there.
Indeed, we have an elevation with a player playing anti-flash. You can see Rain up top, standing on the roof. He's a Yobbo. Anti-social behavior. Grenades being deployed. Counter grenades. Avoiding the flashbang. Rush considering a peek, but he can't double peek with his teammate. Another molly. While that's being held, Guardian looking for a gap shot. Not an easy shot to land. Very nice. Hard for them to answer. Falls back into the smoke. This could be costly for Cloud9 if they continue to pursue top mid. Olafmeister starting to move back now to look towards the apartments. That was the weakness in that setup. And Rain has a more aggressive look towards Boiler.
It's really interesting here from Faze. They rotated an extra player towards the B-bomb side. Ooh, Kiyoshima just barely gets past the flames. Now this really threatens the B-bomb sides. Cloud9 don't have to commit there. Well, actually, maybe they do. The time is actually pretty awkward at this point. Smoke goes down late there on Banana. Nico good with a FAMAS behind it. And this is awkward now. Less than 10 seconds to plant that bomb. Nico turning around. Guardian in with some good support there, catching, saving Nico. And then the rush will go down as well. This round is just not going all too well, has it, for Cloud9? But what beautiful timing. That peek from Guardian into mid, that timing really, really hurt Cloud9.
Absolutely, good support there. A lot of chicken execution. Missing close to first shots. And it's a Guardian at the end. But it's a good start for it. It's a very good start from Faze Clan. 3-0. Only one player's died more than twice. Nico hasn't died. Role reversal for him. Weren't too concerned with the performance on the previous map. Very, very, very unlikely to be a second occurrence of that from the man such as Nico. Ever so consistent for Faze. Dependable, reliable. They await Cloud9 with the Eco. Desert Eagles and other bits and bobs. Again, the priority may be damage frags. The bomb plant might be a bonus in a situation such as this, but it can be so costly, just one kill for Faze Clan, and they will take the initiative of these pop flash plays. I think Olafmeister may have spotted a foot, but that's no surprise in this situation. Kishima top Banana, rest of the team towards the A-bomb side. That's the bomb spotted immediately, minute 10, so there are still options for Cloud9 as there's no one top mid for Faze Clan to hold on to that bomb.
A kill from Olafmeister. So that the AUG is so good at these pixel angles because the recoil of it just, it's kind of, it doesn't really go to the side very much in the first few bullets. straight up. See, Rain is having an easy time as they reach the arch position. Despite that, they don't get anything done with it. No kills. They've exhausted some utility of Faze, but that's basically it. Not even a kill, and that's very sad for Cloud9 in this position. They will be buying fully next round, but...
It's very sad. It is emotional poetry, Dan. You look like a man who would write emotional poetry.
We've all been through that phase.
Have we?
Yeah, you definitely have.
4-0 for FaZe Clan. They have built a fair chunk of money very early on. This is a great start for them. They can barely ask for more. Cloud9 at maximum loss bonus now, coming out for the full buy. All AK-47s for them. Not everybody needs an AWP on the T side of a map such as Inferno. Many close quarters angles where an AK would be a lot more nimble. So let's see what they can do. They've got everything they want, as do FaZe Clan. Time for Cloud9 to start making an impact on this game of Inferno. Guardian starting over towards the B bomb site, throwing a grenade for his teammates on the half wall, so they can keep their 2 smokes to extend the map control towards the B bomb site.
Creeping up Banana once again. Cloud9 able to take control here. FaZe not as active as they were against Big on Banana. That's definitely a good sign for Cloud9 as this is a very similar... The last gun round looked exactly the same. 2 players taking Banana, 3 players towards the apartments. And see Guardian falling back. Now goes Rush there with the pop flash. Rain playing close to Forge. At this point, again, the same task is there for Cloud9. They actually don't have top Banana just yet. You can see that smoke with the half wall that's blocking them from getting control of the sandbags in the car. And they don't have top mid yet. FaZe are actually, without taking any fights, are causing a lot of problems for Cloud9's map control.
Yeah, Guardian has not fired a single shot yet. And it was his smoke towards B at the beginning. There's still one more smoke here for FaZe Clan on Nico, which still hasn't been deployed. The smoke down at the front of the site, repositioning. 34 seconds. If they head towards the B bomb site, that smoke could be absolutely everything for them. And it's being deployed now. Kiyoshima showing presence, and that's going to pull Guardian towards the B bomb site, because Cloud9 don't have that map control towards top mid, which is maybe... Oh, this could work perfectly. But Faze pops out, no kill for him. Spots a lot of players, and the rotation has started. Olofmeister has much to do. 12 seconds, this bomb has to get planted for Cloud9 team, but Olofmeister's wiping everybody out. Flusher now, making his way out of the balcony, but Guardian is on the hunt. Does he go for a wallbang? He's by double stack. The Deagle is out, the bomb is planted, and Flusher moves up to top mid.
A chance here now in the post plant for Cloud9 with 2v2, and the trade comes in. Train gets it done, but there's still one more man to find. It's Kiyoshima in these clutches. He is ruthless. The Drake goes forwards, and that might be the chance gone now as he has to go deeper to try to find the kill. Now, what does he go for? He might just go for the hold here. It's very difficult to say. He has to get the kit, though. Oh, precious time wasted. Now, Kiyoshima comes back. No gun in hand, and that's that. Cloud9 finally post around on the board, but that was a close one.
Don't think he was expecting a peek since he hadn't touched the bomb, and that made it really awkward. Caught with a flashbang in his hand. But a great effort from Olofmeister in the first place to get that far. 3 kills from him in a difficult situation. That said, Cloud9 get their first round on the board. It was an expensive one, though, so the reset could be dangerous. FaZe Clan going for the big guns now. 2 AWPs, Guardian and Nico on the second one. Olofmeister continuing with the AUG. So let's see if Cloud9 can get that consecutive round. 3 players starting towards B once again. This time it's Rain. Guardian holding down the arch position. Nico, much damage from the flames. Wanted an aggressive angle. Here comes a flashbang. The shot won't save him. No frag for him. And that's early map control for Cloud9 and a frag. Do they continue? Flusher and Kiyoshima may try to expend utility. Can't trade. Adren escapes for now. Rain's there as well. Fast-paced action on Inferno.
Yeah, this is perfect though for Cloud9. Speeding things up. Ooh, gotta be careful of Guardian on the arch position with the AWP, but the smoke there on the force position does give them the potential to flash Guardian off and take top mid away from him. And it's gonna be interesting to see what they do because they have very little utility at this point. It's an important kill from Olofmeister. Flusher has the bomb. Is he gonna push this smoke? Just standing in it at the moment. They're gonna burst through it. There it is. Have to make this work towards this B bomb site. Can they take these players down? Rain on the boost. No one checking it. And he's going to drop off. Another kill for Rain. He's blind, but has he done too much damage? A triple from Flusher. It's got to be the ace to save it now.
Down goes the bomb. Where are the players? No grenades to Flusher, but maybe that just simplifies things for him. The AK all the way. Can take a 1v1 angle and spray, even if they're close together. They might just run into the bullets once he starts firing. They must be very careful. The Molotov selected by Olofmeister. There it goes. He forced forwards, and Guardian's holding the angle. They made the right guess, and it's the 5th round for Faze. Cloud9 plant the bomb. We'll see what that means for the money. But Faze are back in the winning column.
Yeah, that's reset. Very nice from Olofmeister. You can see that they're talking previously before how Faze have been one of the teams that have been very slow to adopt the AUG. And you can see that Olofmeister is just melting people with it. And part of the reason why the AUG is so strong is that the recoil is very consistent. And you can see Olofmeister is just bullying them with it so far. And we'll have a safe round here from Cloud9 before we're back in the action. But they have been able to get the defaults going. But Faze seems so strong when it comes to just defending the sides up right.
Eco territory for Cloud9. Rush has been a very important player for Cloud9 so far, but in this game, he hasn't got a kill yet. Postman's knocking on the door. Half of Zelsis has disappeared, taken much in the name of shrapnel. Guardian moving away from the ace site, leaving Olofmeister in a tricky situation, but there's no space towards Arch to support and coming quickly. 3 players on Arch now, Olofmeister still survives, enjoying the AUG for now. Flusher now with 36 HP versus 5 players. Again, he just wants to do some damage. Take 1 player out. Second 9 though, won't be his friend today. 6-1 for Faze.
What a great start. If you just consider map 1 and how difficult that it was for Faze, it's the perfect way to answer back, isn't it? They get that comfort of that CT side. They had an incredibly tight CT side against Big. Big struggle to even run defaults against Faze. And Faze haven't really shown any new dimensions to their banana control. They've actually just been playing a passive game overall. And maybe that's just the style that they feel is most effective against Cloud9. And if that was the case, well, it's working.
Waiting for that. Fall back a little. Expecting grenades perhaps, and indeed the double HE is exactly where he was standing. Very expectant. Avoids all the big damage, moves towards the tree position. The other option for the double HEs, but they've come and gone. Only 1 more HE, and that's over towards the A site for Faze Clan. 6-1. Will they be dominant on each other's initial picks in this best of 3 series? Looking that way for Faze at the moment, but this is a round where Cloud9 have got 5 AKs. Guardian's been comfortable towards Arch. Olofmeister 10-1 at the moment. Doing the heavy lifting. Automatic taking light damage through the wall as Cloud9 burst towards top mid.
So once again, they have this top mid control, but what can they do with it? They forced Faze back passively on both bomb sites. And good look, and God, he's stuck in the corner. I don't know, he got away with that one. But he does, down to 22 HP, but he survives, most importantly. And now he's going to lock down the Arch position in case they were to try to push towards CT, but he will not allow that. And Rain will fill his role towards Library now. Wondering if Cloud9 are doubling back. Faze don't have the information, but it doesn't matter. Guardian's still a problem. As Cloud9 have no time, they need to get onto the bomb site. There's 10 seconds to plant the bomb. The bomb's by Library by himself. I don't know if he has to get over to the site. There's still a player there, Rain. They've taken him down. Is there time to plant? Just about in the nick of time. A 2v3 retake here for the Faze players.
They're all coming in from the Arch position. The odd grenade, 1 more flashbang, spreading wide is the Dread. Doesn't need a trade frag, and down he goes. Kishima trying to do what he can. 3 HP, 1 more to find. Guardian with 22. Can he really do this? Kishima, you can see the head is so awkward for Guardian. Does he realize how low Kishima is? Is he out with the pistol? He's got a defuse kit. Kishima dancing, trying to stay alive. Guardian is still with the AWP. Doesn't know that he's so low. He's getting closer now. He's getting closer. It's a massive tap from Kishima. That's absolutely disgusting. Just for the second round for Cloud9. So much hard work from Kyo.
Man, I want to clap as well. That was just amazing. What a wide peek onto Nico, who had full HP. Kiyoshima's 1 bullet from death. I do not believe it. This is an incredible clutch and display of composure from Kiyoshima, really showing his calm under pressure, that experience paying off. And last bullet. You'd love to see that. Beautiful stuff.
A wry smile from Kiyoshima.
He's just so chill. It's amazing. Ah, that's such a beautiful round.
But that's what it took for round number 2. Yanko saying, let's reset them, but FaZe are at risk of reset themselves in the sense that they are spending all the money. They've gone to the boulevard and they've come back broke, but full of shopping bags. 6-2. Is this the way back in for Cloud9, or are FaZe Clan about to shut the door? Leaves them out in the cold. It's going to be an interesting round. Olofmeister on York once again. 3 players on the B bomb site. They are very expectant, and they're not wrong at all. They've read Cloud9 like a book. However, the Mac 10 is doing the job. We may have a lack of helmets here, and that makes Flusher very dangerous indeed. We've got a crossfire, but now we've got smoke and isolation. They're lining up around the fountain. Olofmeister will get some kills. There's 1 player in construction. Olofmeister has even more to do, but this time he can't do it. Kiyoshima with a massive headshot. A man advantage for Cloud9, but look how tagged they are.
Is there a smoke for the cross? There isn't a smoke. This is a problem. The bomb is retrievable, but still, those 2 players are likely going to have to just stay towards Banana. Quick HE is tossed there as both teams just wait to see what one another will do. No incentive really for FaZe to push just yet. So, catch on to Flusher. And that's a good frag in return. Oh my god, Guardian with the HE, making it work. Now, the peak comes in, the timing was good, but Rain reacts. He responds very swiftly indeed. Oh man, down to the last man again. This is very intense.
Do Cloud9 go for the force fight? They know it's down to the last man. If they have a read of the economy, it may be a risk worth taking, and they're going to do it. If they choose the right place to explode, this could be a huge round for them. Both teams broke. We've got SMGs coming out. Look at the utility on Cloud9 as well. There's still a chance for them to get back into this half, but this is a very, very key round. 5-man all up, Banana. FaZe Clan line, wait, this time only 2 players. But they've got the SMGs versus the pistol. They've got advantages. Pop flash, the range, the numbers from Cloud9 will take the first player down. Adren has so much to do. Jumping on the barrel, almost ringing the bell. Down he goes. 3-on-3. Molotovs and HEs. This is still dangerous for Cloud9. They could get blown to pieces. It's going to be hard to hold. Is Flusher going for a rotation all the way through C? He is. Can he get there in time?
It's actually crazy. Because the smoke was just dropped, there is a potential. If they can hold on to construction, this flank could do damage, but he's only got a Mac 10. We've seen him do crazy stuff with this before. Ooh, that's very fortunate I didn't get the kill. That buys Flusher more time. He needs more time here. And there they go. He springs the flank, and now they are collapsing. Just Rain left. He's got 2 more players to find. The bomb is so far ticked. He's trying to find the first one. The run and gun with a Tech 9 automatic is going to take him down. What a round coming out of Cloud9. They needed that one.
The guts to do that flank from Flusher. Beautiful stuff. The money is broken for FaZe Clan. Tactical timeout from FaZe Clan, who are leading 7-3. Average of $2,000. What a wild ride so far. Not over yet, this half. Will we see a force buy back from FaZe? Or will they just allow their lead to get a little smaller and then make their way back?
This just got very interesting. We just got to a point where the money has been truly broken because of that round, that very unlikely round. And although it's 3-7 right now, and although Cloud9 have struggled to make any of their defaults work before this point consistently, now they actually stand a chance to equalize FaZe's score. They could generate some really serious momentum here now. This is going to be very interesting to see if it works out for them. Obviously, full save pretty much here from FaZe, so this should be a given. But after this one, that's where Cloud9's comeback really starts. If they're able to take the gun round suddenly and force the ecos out of FaZe. And I like this little boost here, very nice. See that every so often. 3-man peek. All the lasers. Alright, so Cloud9 must be decisive in a round like this. And they have the Mag 10 on Flusher, and you know he loves to get in there with that.
Clearing any likely spots from Faze. The Faze are in the unlikely. Is there a pop flash for Flusher? Smoke towards. Hello? Oh dear! So many men, no flashbang whatsoever, but the cleanup will be quite nice. And the threat's been eliminated. Oh my god, what the hell was that? What in the blazes was that?
That's incredible!
He's cheating, I'm done. He's cheating. Oh
I can't even register what just happened.
God.
They have nothing! They only have a P250! What? And in comes Rain with that P250.
Oh
what?
my
The executions, it's
God.
like just OGC has been activated.
That's going on the Plus 18 websites.
I just don't even understand what just happened. That has got to be one of the best plays of today. That's so ridiculous.
That's nasty. That's nasty.
What? They had nothing. And now look what it's done to Cloud9. Now they're the ones with pistols, and it's going to be pretty tough for them to do something similar.
How do you keep your focus after that?
That's just... Rain just entered the Matrix there. He
entered more than a Matrix. 4 Cloud9 players top mid with these pistols. They've got no flashbangs or grenades. And Archer's been smoked off. Human shield operation. Well, one player's been taken out. They've made their way to Library with the bomb. And the bomb has been lost. Flusher towards B. Looking for a friend. But Faze kind of blocked him. 9-3. What a turnaround. That is... Oh, man. I'm still recovering from that.
My God. Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, too, I'm still thinking about it. It's like replaying it in my mind. That's one of those moments where you're just hitting that hard flow state and you're not even conscious of what you've just accomplished. Like afterwards, I'm sure that he just doesn't even realize what just happened. He knows he's killed everyone, but it's just, his hand just moves.
That was beautiful.
That was very, very cool. And it's definitely rocked Cloud9. They need to somehow make this buy work to really recover from that. And it doesn't look amazing. UMP for Rush, no AWP for Automatic to try to open things up. And once again, you know, we see that setup from Faze, which is very dangerous. You've got Guardian just with that AWP. It's moving around the A-bomb site. Don't know if he's on Arch. Don't know if he's on Porch or Quad side. He's taking a more passive angle here now. It's almost so Faze are begging them to execute into the A site.
So many people here. Guardian looking for them. Flash may have gone behind him, but was lucky to get traded. Double nades for Olofmeister. It's been a problem. Rain exploded. Olofmeister shot in the face. There's issues for Guardian to deal with. He can't elevate his position. We've seen Cold Zero do crazy things from this position with an AWP, and I'm sure Guardian could do the same. Not pushing in just yet. Flusher coming in with the bomb. Oh, the timing is awkward for him. Misses his shot. That might be the round. Nico and Adren. What do they choose to do? The money's about $3,000 per person. They don't have position. Smoked off on Arch. Nico's starting to back off. I think gets a save. Looks like round number 4 for Cloud9.
Yeah, it certainly does. This is, again, this was really a must-win for Cloud9 for things to not get out of control, for them to still salvage the half. And after that 3K from Rain, that ridiculous P250 display, it was much needed. And also, this should give them some confidence. And I wonder if a response from FaZe in some future rounds will be to try to be more active on mid as they were in previous rounds. Because here, Cloud9 just pushed into the bomb side. Of course, Guardian had a poor timing, which happens sometimes. But it looks like Cloud9 were pretty confident entry dragging into that side. So you'd want to see FaZe now change the approach, be a bit more aggressive towards either Banana to get that, cheat that 4th player to A, or just have a setup between Arch and Quad as they've had previously. But look at that, it's just so awesome. Oh man, automatic.
I don't blame them for doing it either. Olofmeister has been such an issue in that pit position. 16 for 6 is Rain, Olofmeister 14 for 6. Those are the two players who were dispatched of in that area. 2 rounds remain in this half. Tactical timeout from Faze Clan. Lots of discussion from YNK.
This is a great time to do it as well because it's the first time out, and if they beat Cloud9 in this round, you can see, well, we haven't seen a single round strung together by Cloud9. So they would get a reset in, Cloud9 would have almost nothing. So it's good for the 9-6 if they're able to win this one.
Let's have a look at this again and just see just how absurd this was from Rain. 1, 2, oh my God. Pop straight, look at that's unbelievable. In quick succession, the second frag is unreal.
5 bullets, that's all he needed there.
That was something special.
That's a P250 advertisement for sure. Gotta love the P250. $300, James.
It's a fantastic pistol, especially in the hands of Rain. Quick peek from Faze. Very early play from Zelsis, looking for something, but forced back by a Molotov.
I mean, that's good though. You know, he's forced out the instant incendiary, the panic incendiary to stop a potential push. He's trying to outplay Olofmeister here, going straight into the site with the flashbang. Beautiful stuff that he occupied. Olofmeister doesn't see the one on the site though. Rain's there, and he's going to get taken down around default. Rush pushes in. Double entry from Rush, but still Olofmeister with the AUG. So problematic in that pit position. They've got to go back up to the balcony for the bomb. This buys so much time here for the rotation.
They don't seem to realize that he could be on the other side of the pit, which is an issue. Free kill onto Raj, can't get the next one, but now it's down to Flusher, 1 versus 2. No grenades once again. Having a look as they put the smoke together. No fear from Faze Clan, Adren straight in the face, and Faze Clan make it to 10 rounds to the 4 of Cloud9.
Both teams have no money. That clutch from Flusher was to potentially get to more or less secure the 6-9, and for Faze now, like, they've put themselves in a really fantastic position to close this out 11-4. Of course, the bomb plant will definitely be a boon to the economy of Cloud9, but it still looks awful. I mean, only really 2 or 3 players at best could afford AKs and full equipment behind it. So this is a tough game for Cloud9. And what an answer after that first map from Faze.
One more round in it. Let's see who's going to take it. Difficult one for Cloud9 to start off with. 2 MAC-10s versus 5 helmets. That's not fantastic. Flusher's been a dab hand with the MAC-10 so far, but his job will be harder on this occasion. And those few flashes they have will be key to trying to activate these MAC-10s. Should get them some nice map control, if they're lucky. They may need luck, if you look at the guns on Faze and the guns on Cloud9. 3 Cloud9 players moving up banana, Adren lying in wait for them. Ooh, looking for 1, looking for 2, but there's automatic. Not all it needed from him. Olofmeister having a look at the boiler position. Guardian rotating over. Smokes around the B bomb site. Cloud9 making their way through. Nico spotting automatic creeping in the corner. Repositioning. Perfect timing. Doesn't get a kill though. Crouch pick from Kiyashima with the Eagle's good enough. Guardian now trying to hold down the B bomb site.
The health's so low on Kiyashima though, and they have no grenades left at this point. I don't know how they get themselves out of this one. They're going to have to be so clutch. Ooh, double think through the stained glass. Flusher will calmly move his way forwards to try to take an angle. On construction, he needed to hit the headshot. Now down to Kiyashima. No health, no grenades, no teammates. This is very difficult, to say the least. And they've got so much. They've got 3 smokes, Jane. 3 smokes. They can smoke him off in perpetuity. How does he do this? And he won't. Olofmeister just annihilates him.
Pre-fire from Olofmeister, 11-4 for Faze Clan coming up. That is a great way to answer the disaster on Mirage, but it's not over yet. There's plenty of play to come in the second half.
11-4 indeed. Quite the scoreline, but we do know Cloud9 are very strong on those CT sides. So this is far from over. It'll be very interesting to see how Faze shape up here. But Olofmeister with that Orc, he has been feeling it.
Rain and Olofmeister have been so key in that half of FaZe Clan, both with 18 kills. Their stats are exactly the same, in fact. So many, I mean, not just the kills, but delaying before the kills as well. He was just so hard to deal with, hard to eliminate around that pit position. Really made it awkward for Cloud9 to proceed onto the A side. You see them there, Rain and Olofmeister. 18 kills, 7 deaths, and they're both on 2 assists as well. Really delivering, but I mean, that round from Rain, not going to forget that one for a very long time.
Indeed, and Nico not having the most impact there as far as the kills are concerned, but obviously he's leading the troops here, and if they can have a result like an 11-4 without Nico going off, that's just very scary. Rush, however, still carrying the performances through as best he can, but this is not a good look on Inferno. He didn't really get a chance to get going, but it's CT's side. That's where he dominated on the first map. Maybe he can return to form now.
Zelsis and Rush with a combined 5 frags in that half. A combined 5 frags. Taste of your own medicine. And that doesn't taste very nice, but maybe the fortunes can change. Didn't change for FaZe at halftime in the first map. Can Cloud9 change their fortune, take control of their fate, perhaps? 4 rounds to start with as they start to defend Inferno. Automatic with a smoke and a defuse. Everybody else Kevlar. Nico once again raid boss, being gifted a P250. While Adren and Guardian have grenades.
A few shots rattled off there at the beginning of the round. And look at this setup here. This is in case, sometimes we see that the CT side will stack towards Banana and try to push to get that fast information. And if there's no T's there, they'll go for that fast flank. And that's a nice stack which will counter that in an off angle. But obviously, Cloud9 are just playing very relaxed. They're playing 4 players around A, so this is a hard read, or gamble, I should say. I don't know that you can say it's a read. There's not much information on the map for them to read. Let's see what FaZe are up to. FaZe have got the bomb dropped on pit, so someone will have to go back to get that. It does mean they're not committed either way just yet.
We've seen so many methodical pistol rounds. The second tap from Nico on the repeat from Kiyoshima. That's a blind Cloud9 as far as he is concerned, rotating towards A. Got a lurker in Rain, only good for the 1 kill though. Maybe they've got to read that most people are towards A. Adren having a look by the balcony, he won't see the 2 players in mid. The bomb moving up, Guardian could get picked up for free. There's the bomb as well, got to be careful. Do you push towards B? Do you fight back down towards Banana? They're trapped now. Flush is using this time to move towards the B bomb site, and Zelsis is rotating. Adren will see that A is free. Oh, he might have a free frag himself. Now they can rotate back. Adren's got to go towards Arch and stop the rotation back. This is crazy, back and forth for both sides.
Zelsis has to win this fight now. Adren, he holds it, but he can't.
God.
He can't hold that angle. Zelsis, he had to get an instant kill. Now again, it goes back to Cloud9. They've got a defense here. Zelsis gets some damage. Can he finish him off? Yes, he can. Headshots coming in. Now down to Flusher as he has the smoke down on Motor. But Nico has to plant. There's no choice. The time is such that he has to commit to it. But Flusher waits. He tries to play it as safe as he can. As now Nico will rotate back around the corner, making sure that Flusher can't backstab him. And this is the classic post-plant setup, and he has this option available to him, walking the apps. Flusher does not have a kit. Flusher needs to get the kill. That's what that means. He may have read this one well. Did Nico hear anything there? He may have done. Flusher goes around the corner. He can't win the battle, though. It's Nico. 3 kills out the P250. That's such an important round to win.
Nico's the one-tap god. He never spams. It's so scary to watch if you're his teammate. I've said it before. So confident with the tap. He only needs that 1 bullet. Being patient with a pistol pays off as well. What a shot from Zelsis to come back and try to hold down the A bomb site, almost winning it for his team, but leaving Flusher in a situation where there was some potential. Diffuse kit lost from early on. You can see the frustration. Flusher demands so much from himself. Cloud9 go for the 4th buy. A bunch of pistols. The UMP onto Zelsis. 1/3 the score of their opponent. It just won't do.
You can understand Flusher's frustration too, because he read the play. He knew Nico was there. Couldn't finish it off though, but now FaZe are having to play against the Force Buy, and the Force Buy is very strong on this map again. I just can't really emphasize that enough. Kiyoshima tracking in the air there, trying to find that headshot. Doesn't take too much damage in return, and Zelsis picks up a frag. Oh man, through the smoke, that's got to feel bad for Kiyoshima. But at least Zelsis did get a frag, and he did get a smoke down. So it still doesn't look too bad here for Cloud9. There's still a good chance for them. But here comes the rotation for Faze back to A.
And that's the UMP still on the B-bomb site. Flusher, the third of 4 players. 3 players on A, including Flusher now. Faze with no sound cues, plenty of grenades. Much better equipped, guessing game. Guardian offering some questions for Cloud9 towards B-bomb site, and that will make A weaker. Now it's a 3 versus 2. Now Flusher's going back, but he's out of position. If he runs towards library, he'll be heard. 28 seconds though. There's chance for disaster as far as Faze are concerned. There's a smoke grenade being deployed, I think. There is the flag, there's a bomb on the floor, and this is a disaster I'm talking about. Guardian's miles away, it's all down to Adren. He's got 60 seconds to find 2 frags, 3 frags to plant the bomb. Not gonna happen. What on earth has happened to this round? There are 3 AKs for Cloud9 and around as well.
Yeah, this CT4 spy is so good, and they're gonna get those upgrades. Delicious upgrades. Guardian saving a MAC-10. Not really, I mean, he's forced to. Just doesn't even really get a choice in the matter. He's so far away. And that does not feel good. Oh my God, the hard reset. And you would imagine them to force buy back. That's the typical response, because your money's so low, you need a double save anyway. So you might as well get that force buy in, try to get some economic damage in to keep that pressure up. And that's what they're going to do. 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs, some pistols, and some incredibly good Counter-Strike players. Let's see if they can do something with it.
Got to be careful with that clock. The Faze clan can faintly hear the footsteps on the short position. Could have been worse. They will have Kevlar Faze clan looking to reset the situation. That is a super tight angle. If automatic peaks, he may be doomed. Seems to have an inkling. Moving back. Flusher holding the short position. Cloud9 with plenty of utility. Same cannot be said for Faze. Trying to make what they can. Rain, opportunist. Not working out, denied by Zelsis.
So far, not so good for Faze. As they now rotate back. They've lost a player. They need to keep the numbers up if they want to burst through a choke point with minimal grenades. And here we can see now the grenades will be set up, but a information play maybe from Kiyoshima. There's the flash. He turns away, but Kiyoshima's still going to make it happen. Smoke goes down just in case, but they found the bomb. And at this point, Faze is just committed. They kind of need to die as well if they're going to lose the rounds.
Uh-oh.
But maybe there's a chance. 30 seconds. And Nico's found himself a potential flank, and Adren's collected the bomb.
Rush, however, is in that short position, and Adren has to run, so surely there's a free kill for Rush. He has no idea where Nico is, but I can't imagine Nico gets the short in time. So this has to be disaster. You can see Rush trading. You can hear the sound cues, and there it is. The trade. Oh, he has time, actually. He can plant the bomb, and he might get himself a nice weapon. Does he risk it? Well, he helps. Now, where does he plant the bomb? Because automatic is moving up to that short position, and he might just get there in time to get the plant. Still alive, but he can't fire the shot, Nico. Great damage, however. 3 players taken out for Cloud9 and a bomb plant for Faze clan.
Imagine if Nico just has 1 more second. Just 1 more second. He has a chance to pull out the AK. He knows the guy is coming. He'll have the crosshair placement. He might well get that clutch. It's kind of crazy how close it can be in Counter-Strike sometimes, but as you say, really good damage. They can be happy with that. The full buy will come in for Cloud9, just refill on everything. And again, their money doesn't look great. And here is the pure save round from Faze. This is the opportunity for Cloud9 to get some cash. Rush on the AUG. And we'll see if these Deagles can get any more damage done. Adren and Guardian with those. Ooh, nice one. Double HE.
Faze clan will have to wait out these smoke grenades, of course. They want to take the raw peaks. Someone's got to look somewhere at some time. You can see Zelsis not holding the usual angles. Don't want to get pre-fired by Guardian's Honey Badger. Kiyoshima with a weird angle. And Zelsis could potentially pop out on the trade frag. Great timing for him. Transfer there. Lots of peppering, pre-firing, just in case of a peek. Nico dropping the bomb. Worst case scenario. Somehow Faze have got top mid. Guess Cloud9 are playing passive. Flusher around the arch position. Automatic not too far away. Lovely off-angle from Flush. You're never going to pre-fire that. Now Adren will get the 1 dig. That's 6k taken away. That's a plus. Is there any more to find? Cloud9 on the catch-up, half the score of Faze. Faze waiting to buy. The bomb has been discovered by Cloud9 on Banana. No, Adren is still hanging around. 30 seconds, plenty of time to cause more havoc. The flank is there. Back of the head and dead. Cloud9 5 rounds behind.
Ooh, that looks cozy, James.
His candle game is on point.
That's what? That's amazing.
What's in the box under the screen? That's the question. Answers on a postcard.
Sounds like a shisha.
Yeah, it's a very nice little setup he's got there.
Yeah. Wow.
Almost a jealousy from you, Dad.
Just impressed. I mean,
excited.
Yeah,
it's a nice apartment you have there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Both teams on the bye. Now let's see if Cloud9 can continue this comeback or if Faze can win with authority on Inferno and take it to a third map in this grand final here in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's starting to get scary for Faze in the sense that Cloud9 have really pulled their socks up and they've got a nice grip on this game once again. If they can take this round and build that economy, things will start to get even better. Oh my goodness, so much in the way utility exchanges. Daxis goes deep, he wants to commit to that. And it's not a bad choice to go spamming around that angle. They know that there are T's down there and smoke all over the place, but unfortunately there was no H-Chief or anything like that to be followed up with. And that will pull a rotation around. So, pretty scary stuff on Banana, but it does benefit Faze. 5 versus 4 for them, a minute to go. And they are going to take top mid now to make sure that Cloud9, or just keep Cloud9 on it. So they pressure A now, Cloud9 can't stack the B-bomb side.
Flash is being deployed. Nobody on short for Cloud9. Will Faze Clan head towards that arch position. Flash is smoked off, which means Rush is isolated inside the arch itself. Pulling the knife out range, making assumptions, and Rush will hold things down. Big problems now, 30 seconds. The remainder of Faze rotating up towards A as Guardian makes his way towards top. But there are flashbangs and Flush is looking very sharp. Very sharp indeed. Olofmeister and Nico have combined less than 50 HP. Where do they go? 19 seconds, and it seems they're going to give it up. Cloud9 looking to move towards round number 8.
That's such a hold from Rush, those 2 kills. That first one, there was kind of free. The knife coming out, that's a pretty bold move. Flush is on the hunt. He might actually be able to find these players after time. There is a world where he gets one of these frags. Ooh, Olofmeister keeps himself safe. A single bullet and he would have died after time. Lost the orb, that would have been a disaster. But at least he keeps the orb. But the money is not together for the team. So this is kind of a weird situation. They can force buy around this. It's not ideal, though.
It is 4 rounds in a row for Cloud9, so Faze Clan buy together in the next round. Just in a nick of time. A tactical timer has been called by Faze Clan. Maybe needing a few more seconds to figure out what to do or make a plan for the buy round to come. Yanko setting up the general approach for the rounds. Let's focus more on X and then do Y. Here are the stats at the moment. Kishima always has orange boxes or yellow boxes around his name, depending on your vibrance perhaps. He's been so important for Cloud9 this entire tournament, as has Rush, who still just with 6 frags at the moment, but it's not too late to make an appearance. Maybe he ends up winning the game for his team. You don't know. That is quite a setup.
That's just so beautiful.
He's even got his Twitch chat window on the left.
Gorgeous.
Nice lights. Respect that. It's not gone crazy with the Christmas tree RGB stuff.
That's quite the streamer setup. Very nice indeed. And I've got to say, you know, I think this point was made on the desk. Automatic, Rush, and Flusher. Well, sorry, Kiyashima, sorry. Just always seem to be rock solid. Flusher obviously leading the way. Don't see him quite as consistently from a fragging department, but still, you can see that he does do the damage. Oh, hello!
Ooh, that's not nice, is it?
Straight in the face. That's some great damage there. That will force Olofmeister back. Covering his retreat with the UMP. It's a big setup here on mid for Cloud9. I don't think this is they've ever done this setup before in this match. So, using Flusher in that corner can bait for him.
Will Faze assume that Flusher is not in that position? Cloud9 suggesting that some more with the Molotov Now, how many frags is Flusher good for? Should they go towards Arch? That's a question that we will soon have an answer to. In fact, 3 players around the Arch area. So they're really setting up for some trade frags. Or Zelsis now moving back towards B because, again, they are lacking information. FaZe Clan standing around doing nothing leaves Cloud9 a little clueless. Again, they do have Flusher. He can peek eventually, but they have so many potential holes.
One, and another one. That's incredible. So much damage done. FaZe had no idea. Perfect timing by Flusher. He's going to go down in the flames, but he's done his job automatic with the peek. Now on to Arch to make sure that they can't push forwards in that position. And where do they go? Where do they go? They have to go somewhere. There's only 20 seconds. They can't go back to B. It's too far. They've got to commit through. And Cloud9 are all over this.
Zelsis picks up Guardian, carrying the bomb, and he gets out of it just in time. But down he goes, leaving Olofmeister with 9 seconds out in the open, forced to fall back again. Cloud9 make it to 9 rounds. Beautiful play from them. Counter-terrorists win. And that's 5 rounds in a row from Cloud9.
Oh no, he's died after time.
Flusher, after getting those 2 kills, he threw a Molotov in front of the bomb to delay FaZe Clan even more. 35 seconds on the clock, he gets 2 kills, pulls out the molly, and that takes a fair chunk away and really compounds the problems of FaZe Clan. They had a great lead starting into this half. They've only won the pistol, that's it.
This is so awkward, especially because Olof died after time. He had this really weird position where he backed away, and then it seemed like he decided, oh, I should probably die with the rest, so we can have an even money situation for the rest with the rest of my team. But then the time just runs out before he finds the engagement. That's just really, really rough. FaZe right now are definitely struggling, and Cloud9, they're starting to really feel confident. I feel like this Cloud9 lineup is really starting to win a lot of fans as well, James, because they're looking so well-rounded. There's so much experience on this team.
How can you not be a fan? That is very red.
I was going to say, that's pretty ominous, isn't it?
There's a lot of red going on there. I mean, if you like red, that's great. But solid stuff. Solid stuff. Not looking solid for FaZe Clan, though, in this half at the moment. Down to the pistols. 4 flashes. A bomb plant seems necessary for them in this round. Smoke pushing through. Can't get the close quarters engagement, though. 4 players around the smoke now on Banana. They haven't gone as far as they might have liked. The bomb has been taken out, and Cloud9 has position on Banana. They can deploy more smoke grenades, so it seems the success will be very limited. Very limited indeed. Double figures for Cloud9, only 2 rounds away now.
Still a lot of play left in this map of Inferno, and FaZe really need that. As you say, they've still got the lead, although it's slimmed down a lot. Just have to find a way to get some consistent success. Those opening picks that they were getting very frequently against Big, Cloud9 are just not giving them at all. Might just get a fast take up Banana. That's very tight by Flusher, able to survive though. Rain looking to get himself up close and personal on middle. And the smoke will deny him as the rest of the team try to work towards B. But that pick from Automatic, that is very strong. Is he going for more? That is outrageous if he's trying to do so. Look, the punish comes in from Rain. Oh, he's done it through the window. Oh my God, I thought Rain would get that one. That is painful.
The timing of the brazen aggression in the overall map is fantastic as well. Showing some flair, showing that you are not going to allow them to try and make a comeback. Taking absolute liberties. That is a team playing at their heights. 5 versus 3 for Cloud9. So they look to close the gap to 1. Only the pistol in this half of FaZe Clan. Everything else has been failure. Failing more exams than our viewers from not doing their studies. Flusher, he's just holding a pop flash in CT spawn. He's ready to throw the flash into pool so they can peek. They anticipate this play from FaZe. Will start to come in. Here is the flash. Now Kyo could have gone behind it, but there is smoke. Zelsis will deliver, however. Flush is there to return through the smoke, of course, leaving Guardian in a 1 versus 4. All of this for 1 frag.
There's just no way in. And again, like, what do you do in this situation now? They do have max loss bonus, of course, so it's a situation where he can save this, and it's fine. because his team will be able to buy around him next round. He doesn't. I mean, he doesn't need to have utility. They should be able to muster some. Although actually, it's not looking too great. Oh, this is looking so difficult. But the thing is that these 2 kills from Automatic, it just, any plan you may have had in the round is just gone. The fact that he goes for another kill here is just ridiculous. Wow.
Cloud9 have won 4 rounds by timeout in this half. They have won 3 of the last 4 rounds by timeout. That is very bizarre to look at. That is very unusual. Very, very unusual. Now we see the mixed bag from FaZe Clan. 1 round ahead only. Only the pistol round 1 in this half.
Tease.
Flusher was very confident, as mentioned before, and Cloud9 are showing us why.
Yep. Like they want to go for a burst on top mid though, but the problem is that Cloud9 have aggressive control of Banana. They know this is coming. They'll have to be very quick. Faze. Nice fade away from Automatic. Can't get the follow-up though as he falls back down to Flusher. Walking into the spray as they divert themselves slightly towards Arch here. A bit disjointed this attack. Can they make it good though as they continue pressure on the side as the flank is still a threat?
That's a big frag from Rain. He's carrying the bomb. He had to get that kill. Guardian looking around the library. There was a second or two where FaZe Clan had 2 AWPs in this round. Kishima waiting. FaZe Clan may be trapped. Maybe it's a Dren who needs to find something here in the apartments. He's just looking for somebody on the site. He has no idea what angles are being held. Slowly creeping along the arch position. Did he see some of Rush there? I think he may have. 26 seconds. Cloud9 will just wait. It's all on FaZe Clan. It's them who have to make the plays. Rush in the red, but he's still alive. Still delaying. Kishima now coming from the library position. That's the bomb carrier. Guardian's got a bomb. There's the kill. Now Flusher's in apartments. Where will the angle be for the plant? Oh, God, he's going in the corner. Flusher doesn't have the angle. Where is the Trent? He has no idea. Moving out of the balcony. He's been heard now, surely. Looking for a Trent, spotting the legs of free fire. He's still got the bullets. He's low now, 12 HP. Needs 1 bullet. Guardian dancing around. I feel like we've been here before. Flusher can elevate his position, can make it awkward. Guardian might know he's low. Is he down to the pistol? He has a kit Flusher, just waiting for Guardian to overextend. Keeping him guessing, but he can't hit the shot. FaZe Clan finally win a round. Finally. But only 1 person survives.
Wow. FaZe. My God, that was close. I really liked how Flusher was playing it, though. You could see Guardian was jiggling all over the place, and he was just holding a position, hoping that in an effort to try to figure out which side Flusher was going, that Guardian would accidentally step too far one side and give him the advantage. But this was crazy. This was crazy. 13 to 11. Obviously, a lot of bank here for Cloud9 to pull from, so that's not an issue for them. Every round that FaZe win is going to be a tough one. And Banana Control has often been a big boon for Cloud9. They've been winning this more often than not. More nades to come in, though. Oh, they're actually suggesting there's not quite as many players as there might be. Quick smoke, though. Will they go through it?
Celsius invites him to go through. Avoids the flashbang, but not a second one. Ding dong ding. And he's gone. Kishima has a lot to do. He needs to stay alive as well. Olafmeister from 4 to 3 HP because of that grenade. Absolutely crazy stuff. Just sprayed through the smoke. Could have got a kill, but not this time. Automatic has joined him. 4 smokes around the B bomb sites at the moment. And Flusher heads back towards A for now, or maybe the arch position as things slow down and get quiet. FaZe not on the A site just yet. Rain still lurking around A, looking to cut off a rotator or two. And Rush waits in the pit as the last man standing on A. 1 minute for FaZe. Olafmeister will keep an eye in case anybody wants to push B. Meanwhile, there is a rotation towards A.
And this is a really, really tough situation for Cloud9. It's that classic spot with this, where you lose that man early on the CT side, and the T's have the run of the map. They can go pretty much anywhere. It's a big rotation. You're probably 2 versus 5, but they're actually going to pull away Flusher. That means Rush has to get an enormous multi-kill. It's all on his shoulders right now. He's got to do so much damage. Oh, what is going on here? They're very slow to go through. He can get a Key killing time on the first with the bomb. That would be massive, but he can't do it. No frags from Rush, and that surely means that this is just not on. They'll have to back off, go for the save. They went to stack B anyway. This was always the plan if Rush died.
I started to see disaster once they rotated away from the smoke on the balcony, because it was buying time. He got the sound cues, Rush. It was buying time for a second player to rotate over, but he couldn't get the kills in the end. And that means that FaZe Clan moves to 14, gives them some breathing room because their money's in the low hundreds. They will all survive, it seems. So this is crucial for FaZe Clan to try and close out this map. There's still money for Cloud9 to buy around what they have. But it seems that Kiyoshima's interested in hunting. There's one taken away. FaZe Clan need to stay alive. They don't really benefit too much from this fight.
Gentleman's agreement. No more. Okay. Cloud9 in a nasty predicament now. Having to reach deep in their pockets. It's a rare low fragging game from Russia, actually. He's definitely having a struggle, but it's a very intense matchup. Back on the AUG for him, and we'll see Zelsis also pulling out the AUG. And we'll see 3 players starting on Banana here for Cloud9. Pretty standard stuff. Nice of burning, a lot of damage there. Will there be an HE follow-up? Yes, there it is.
Will it be for the tree, or will it bounce off to his position? Ooh. 1 HP. And he's like, you know what? I think I've got a phone call somewhere. I'm out. Nico will take his position. Zelsis on the half forward, automatic holding the angle. Nico moving up. Plays by the tree position. There's the flashbang, doesn't hit the mark. Will there be a boost? Is there a flick? Trying to bait, misses a shot. Zelsis is here, automatic's gone. Zelsis has a lot to do now. After dependable, running into the spray, but they will trade FaZe Clan. 3 on 3. Olof and Adren both have 1 HP. How do they win this round?
That is ridiculous. Both have 1 HP. And let's not forget that Olof actually got a pick with the AWP, which was thrown to him, just like the last round when he started with very low HP. Kiyoshima's on the bomb side, though. He is absolutely a steady pair of hands. Flash to pull to buy some time for the rotation now. Flusher's in no... Flusher is in such a deep position in case they try to rotate back towards A. But they're going fully committed into this bomb site. Kiyoshima has a lot to worry about here as he looks for support. Rain there, the most healthy player by Paul, and he goes down, does Kiyoshima. Rush has to do some damage here. He's got to get some kills. He's holding onto a forward position. Rain's the player with health as Rush must win this fight. But will Rain go for the push? It's actually Olofmeister with the AWP, and he gets it! That's a massive kill! And Flusher, I think maybe does he realize? I don't think he does. I don't think it's possible to see a Adren crouch there. He's going to go for the peek, and these angles are superior. Flusher has time, he's got a kit. He's not going to go for it, I don't think. Okay, unless they give him one, but that's not going to happen now. I can't believe they've won this round, James.
Going for the AWP. That's absolutely crazy indeed, Dan. 2 players, both on 1 HP. AWP coming in clutch with Olofmeister. Really nice work. 3K from him with 1 HP. Right. Who could say they've done that before? Absolutely bananas. Game point for FaZe Clan. Wasn't looking likely, but here we are.
The fact that they make Olaf, like they make the decision then, and they say, okay, Olaf, you peek this because you have the AWP from that angle. It's just so strong. It's amazing. It's amazing how the small details in these intense situations.
Small detail. Rush is 6 for 21. Not over yet though. Never buy. It's got the rifles and grenades. Olofmeister low. This time he will not survive. Making absolutely sure of that. Not over yet for Cloud9. Guardian picked off very quickly indeed. Nico creeping up banana. Rain in apartments. Adren in mid with the bomb. What is the answer to this, FaZe Clan?
Nico by the logs. Yeah, they need to find a pretty incredible opening somewhere. At this point, Cloud9 can just play very passively. 2 to a bomb site. You've got that fast rotation in Flusher on Speedway, waiting for the info. I mean, a lurk play is, with only 3 players, is not likely to do too much. So as soon as they find some heavy contact with the nades, it's quite likely that's probably going to be the push. So Flusha can rotate pretty quick for that. As those smokes are spotted, Flusha rotates instantly. 3-on-3 on this B-bomb site.
So many smokes, variants. So many Cloud9 players to deal with this. Kishima, first in the fountain, but it won't do him much good. There's the first frag, the opening frag for Faze Clan on the B-bomb site. Bomb being planted, bomb not being planted. 20 seconds now, and they're lining up for Flusha. Cloud9, 3 rounds away from overtime. This sounds like a familiar story, Dan.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding, there is some magic behind Cloud9, isn't there? In times like this and moments like this. And I definitely appreciate some of the decision-making we see from the man on your screen just there. Zels, it's a new addition. A youngster who has a lot to learn, but he's been learning very quickly, absorbing as much of the experience as he can from his teammates. Multiple major championships between them. Down to a pistol save here for the FaZe team. What an intense match between these two. Deep smokes. Almost feels quite BM there. It's so difficult to do anything when those deep smokes land and you're on those pistols. Ooh, Rush just cannot catch a break.
Not having a great time, but again, they are still within a shout of a 2-0. Swarming in a short position, nothing doing for Flusha. Automatic coming around, but there are so many targets. Does he hold an angle for the cross to the pit? Have they crossed already? The Molotov will force it back. He's trying though. I think he may have tagged another player there. There's a nice shot from him. Really trying to stop them from getting into that pit position. Kishima and Zolsis, top mid. Automatic smoked off. Rendered useless for a while. How deep do Cloud9 go? They've got no money. Oh, they have to go. It's game point for FaZe Clan. With 2 pistols and 2 rifles, they have to find a way to make this happen.
How has it come to this? Quick flash, Celsius goes in, there's the crossfire. It's very difficult to deal with that without any grenades. Oh no, not like this. Kiyoshima in for the 1 versus 4 now as he tries to bait out the player from pit, but there's just no peek. God, he just doesn't need to peek. Somehow Kiyoshima gets it. Maybe there's time, but no! Nico takes it down, 16-12. I can't believe it, but they've done it in such a fashion with pistols. Olofmeister with 27 kills, some heavy lifting from him, but what a fight out of Cloud9.
An absolute scrap from FaZe. They take the second game 16-12, and we move to the final map. Train the pick of FaZe Clan. Cloud9 will have one more map if they want to do it. Thoughts of the desk after the break. Cloud9 starting on the T side, playing for the series, playing for the entire tournament. He's so low. He's getting closer now. He's getting closer. It's a massive tap from Kiyashima. Oh my God! What the hell was that? What in the blazes was that?
Kiyashima gets it. Maybe there's time, but no. Nico takes it down 16-12. I can't believe it.
Use the code CSGO19 for a 20% discount on all E-League merch. The discount ends today, the night after the championship. You want to make sure that you pick it up at shop.eleague.com. Once again, use that code CSGO19. But what a match that was. Welcome back to the desk, everyone, as the players get ready for match 3. Got Moses and Sean Garrett along with myself, Golden Boy, as we break things down. And this has been such a overall, like, I just want to say, like, click heads, you win, man. that was awesome. So many good moments there. I mean, I don't even know where to start, so I guess we'll just start with you, Moses. Thoughts on that game?
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, first and foremost, it's amazing to see FaZe bounce back after they just got demolished in that first map. This was great, and here's the hot start I was expecting. 4-0, get some money under control, and you can see on Inferno, probably more than any other map, they seem to have this like really fleshed out. This defense has been solid, held Cloud9 back really, really well. Even with a couple of these clutches, this one in particular, going against them, they're able to hold on and bring a really nice lead into that second half where they really have to grind Cloud9 away.
I think this was literally the round that changed the entire match. This went from Cloud9 having a 6-roundish half to them only ending the half with, I think, 4 rounds. It was very difficult for them to come back, especially when Nico started the pistol with a one-shot on the solo man, the B site. He came alive for that pistol round. He didn't have a great map, but he came up huge.
Also, shout out to Olafmeister for starting to use the AUG on the FaZe side of things. That was nice to see. He had some rounds there, didn't he?
We AUG now, boys.
Yeah, and Cloud9, I mean, props to them. You lose that pistol in the second half, you're down 12-4, and even kind of powering your way back into things. And I thought, even despite all that had happened to them, I thought they were really poised to kind of start taking a lead, and FaZe just shuts the door. Everyone came alive. Olaf has a very good game. The AWP, this round is going to be frustrating when Cloud9 watches it back. 2 players, 1 HP, couldn't close it out.
And Olaf poked around the corner, 1 HP in a dream. How
like shot dead combo.
How does this even happen?
That was such a ridiculous round where so many things went against Cloud9. You just hate to see it, but maybe it's revenge from last year.
Could be.
They had to get one sometime, didn't they? This is cool as well. Look at Flush on Olafmeister. Former teammates going right at it as the top performers of their team. I think it was Keo and was it Dren that were pretty much tied up in that second spot?
Yeah. Well, I mean, DDK did say that Olaf definitely doing the heavy lifting there, and it showed. That is going to give FaZe Clan the win, and now we're tied up here 1-1. Guys, I'm excited.
All down to Train.
I'm real excited.
That's it. All down the Train. That's right. Looking at the notes. It's Train. Yes. All right, folks. Well, we're going to go to a break. When we return, the epic conclusion to the E-League CSGO Invitational. Don't go anywhere. It all comes down to this. FaZe Clan managed to knot it up, making it 1-1. So what was a BO3, now just a good old-fashioned BO1. Best of one, winner take all. Welcome back, everybody. And the good news is that this weekend we've had some amazing games. We've also had some amazing social media interaction. I know I sound like an old man saying that, but pretty awesome stuff here. You know, people sharing how they're watching. We had George, who was in the audience watching some Counter-Strike. That's what's up. Gotta love it.
He's a wrestler.
Shot.
Yeah.
Not bad. Okay, Prius.
What a show off.
That's a flex.
Yeah, right? It's like, come on, dog. We get it. But like, okay. No, that's awesome. Great job to him as well and the rest of the production crew. And then Eli, when The Rock finds his brother.
Yeah, that's what it's finally a good one.
Guys, I'm just going to say, I have, in fact, met The Rock.
His
doesn't look anything like Moses.
I'd like to hear from him.
Look at this one. This is right.
It's hard to be right all the time. Oh, he's just carrying that massive head of Moses.
He's right. It is not easy doing what I do.
You just have such a meme. Look at this. Like everything is just your face.
It was all going so well. Wasn't
we have a new product. We're thinking about putting up a Kickstarter. I definitely will buy this Eleague, so go for it. And definitely a magnet. I will definitely take a magnet of Moses' head.
Oh my God, he has the trophy.
He's got the trophy.
How is that even possible?
Oh dear.
Look at that. Just flexing over here.
That is
right?
a hard flex.
Yeah, definitely.
God bless.
What is going on here?
Why is it like this?
What's happening?
Why is my life like this? I did not sign up.
But that's not bad. I mean, they're saying that you're buff.
What's with that aura?
Yeah, but I have no chin in that picture. All right. Okay. Here's me as was that King Kong, I believe.
Everything is just Moses. It's like, you can't do anything about Sean because Sean's gorgeous. And then for myself, you really can't do anything about me because honestly, I'm already a meme on Twitch. So,
Look
wow.
at the meme counter.
Yeah, it's still counting.
I'm shocked. 200. No, actually, it's going up pretty fast.
Yeah, it's not bad. So,
how am I supposed
where
to
do we go from here?
How am I supposed to correct the ship here? Okay, so as I mentioned before, tied up 1-1, and this is it. It comes to Train, your last map, picked by FaZe.
Yes.
And I mean, I really don't know what to take away from this, right? Because we had two very different matches with teams. Cloud9 and FaZe look completely different in both games. It was there's no like rhyme or reason to any of this here. Sean, what do you make of Train?
FaZe is clearly revitalized after that first map. I don't know what they did in between the maps, but they're back. And Train is a comfort pick for them. But with that being said, Cloud9 knew that they would pick Train. That's why they vetoed Cash and left Nuke and Train. So that means Cloud9 must have put in a lot of research into Train.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're FaZe, you're feeling comfortable because this is a map you've been picking for some time, even last weekend. Although Sean brings up a great point that everyone's probably gonna expect them to pick Train. So if you are going to deep dive into a map for Cloud9 to anti-strat, this would be the one you'd probably pick to do the most research. So in that sense, it'll be interesting. Also, remember, Big was able to grind out 5 rounds on their T side on Train. It's not going to be that dominant defensive half that we just saw in Inferno.
Yeah, and Inferno though, I mean, looking back on that one. Cloud9 made a little bit of a gamble there. I really do want to know down the line, like what if they were watching that match against Big and they were like, maybe we could counter-shot them because it almost worked, save for like some ridiculous moments.
Yeah, I mean, without those individual plays from Nico and Rain and Guardian hitting a couple shots, Olaf obviously top performer for FaZe there, things probably go the other way. But that's how FaZe operates. Like you gotta expect FaZe to get theirs when it comes to like those individual rounds. But the Rain round is what really broke them.
Moses, you mentioned before, I think it was yesterday, that you said it's either like click heads and you win, or aim and or strategy.
Strats don't matter against headshots.
Yeah, strats don't matter against headshots. And FaZe have just been insane with that. Do you stand by that here? Or do you think that Cloud9 may overstrat themselves to oblivion and then FaZe just click on heads and win?
I mean, let's correct this because that statement is a bit of an embellishment. It's just a little bit of hyperbole for fun.
That's what you said.
Yeah,
right. You can't take
it back quickly. Strats are designed to kind of make players uncomfortable, right, in their situation, so that they're not just getting a really easy and like a really comfortable get back into cover, take multiple fights, and et cetera, et cetera. That being said, like these guys on FaZe are some of the best, and even when they are uncomfortable, even when there is a molly or a flashbang in their face, they're able to find the kill. So, I mean, when it gets down to Train, as we highlighted earlier today, this is where some of these FaZe players, these are the fights they want. You have Guardian long range with the AWP. You have Rain at his mid-range fights. You have them getting clever and sneaky. So Cloud9's going to have a task to kind of overcome that. And I think the hard part is even if you're going to anti-strat from Cloud9, even if like you watch that Inferno and you see things, anti-stratting can backfire, as Sean knows, very easily if you're anti-stratting the wrong things.
Wow, it can indeed, Jason. I've gotten burned quite a few times.
Yes.
But this Faze team, I think fatigue could be an issue. This is their 6th map of the day. They had a very long series against Big. Going into their 3rd map now against Cloud9. I don't know how focused you can remain for 5-6 hours straight playing Counter-Strike.
But these are 5 of the best players at some point or another in Counter-Strike, right? I mean, all 5 of these guys have stood at the top of the mountain of professional Counter-Strike, and they know what it takes to win the biggest matches you could possibly imagine. Surely, like I can't count on the fatigue, especially that they lost that first game so bad, and then the way they came back on Inferno, that doesn't imply to me that they're tired.
This late in the day is when sometimes you do miss those like sitter shots, right? That you do miss, like instead of, a double kill 9 out of 10 times, this is going to be the one time that it misses. And this is where you do have to kind of fall back on your strategy and your preparations. And you say, yeah, we're exhausted, but we know exactly what to do. You take some of the decision making out of it because you're so well drilled on how to play certain situations as a team. And that's something that we've actually seen out of Cloud9 more than we've seen out of Faze, interestingly enough.
So we're obviously taking a little time here because Cloud9 and Faze are regrouping, getting ready to go, but we're going to jump into the action in a little bit. I do want to ask you, Sean, one of the things that the casters have pointed out, Rush not having the best games in that Inferno match. Who's a player that you're looking out for? It could be Rush, could be any of them. Who are you looking out for in this match?
We got to have Tim step up if you're on the Cloud9 bandwagon right now, because his op is going to be so crucial to their outside defense, him roaming around, going inside some rounds and getting aggressive lower upper, as well as Ivy. I mean, I have yet to see Tim play Train as an upper, and going up against Guardian, this is a map where he historically has dominated people.
Yeah, I'm actually looking out. There's 2 names I have. One is Zelsis, not because I think he's necessarily going to carry the game or he's going to be that change, the guy to change the game, but I don't recall seeing where he's going to play on Train, and how the positions they put him in other map is really interesting. So I think that's going to be one point. Nico, I think, is another one you have to watch, just because it felt like on Inferno with him calling, he had a little bit of a tough game individually, and there were a couple curious calls on that T side of Inferno when they pressured the B bomb site and called that B split when they're a man up and they're going right at where they force the defense to rotate into. And those are the kind of the calls you sometimes make if you're not thinking clearly, or maybe exhaustion setting in, something along those lines. So I think those are 2 interesting players to kind of look out for in this match.
All right, well, predictions, fellas. Are we sticking to it? Are we sticking to Cloud9 winning the E-League CSGO Invitational?
I can't go away from them now, baby. We've come so far. I'm leading this hype train.
I'm going to stick to it. This is going to be a very close match. I think we're in for 30.
Oh boy, well this is going to be awesome, and I know everyone in here is excited for it as well. Those of you watching on Twitch, thank you so much. This has been such an incredible final, but now it's time to get into our final match of the E-League CSGO Invitational. And one final time, I'm going to send it on over to your casters. You have Bardolph and DDK.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, this is going to be an incredible one. I think this is a perfect match to finish the series, and I agree with Conductor, Jason Moses O'Toole. I'm on the Cloud9 bandwagon.
Conductor, okay, like a train conductor?
Well, he said he's leading the train, right? So.
All right then. Yeah. I feel like Cloud9 have it in them. I think it's Faze's challenge to overcome. So I think that they have to be the favorite going into this one, the way that the match has been going so far, Cloud9. But this, I mean, really, I don't know where it's ultimately going to go. Faze clan are capable of forcing the issue, and there have been so many maps of Counter-Strike this week where some players just fallen short of the mark in a particular vacuum, and this is the last one, the final map of this series, of this grand final. Faze starting on the T side of Train. Once again, just like the other maps, Nico's been dropped to P250. He is the raid boss. You guys ready for this last map? That's what I'm talking about.
And there it is, we're into it. Cloud9 CT side. Smoke kill on automatic, everyone else with Kevlar. Only a single smoke and flash on Faze for Adren. That's it. We're going to have a lot of fighting here. They're going to go for an outside split very fast. No messing around here, just straight to business. Kiyoshima in the back of the head, he's dead. And Rush now trying to defend through E-Box. They're about to swarm him. He's about to be surrounded. Where's the assistance here? There is no assistance. Faze have the bomb side already.
They have every position on A. Automatic and Flusher trapped, stuck, forced away from Connector as well. As Guardian and Olofmeister were having a look, moving to Old Bomb, Flusher and Automatic. Rain having a peek while he reloads. It's the first kill round. Adrenaline with an off angle can just wait for them to almost walk to their doom. Flusher with a high jump, trying to avoid getting shot. Another kill. Automatic goes down. Adren trying to get around the corner to reload, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. Automatic still has a smoke and a defuse kit. Touching the bomb now, but Automatic's got to get on it. Flusher, human shield, looking for the other fragger. Oh dear, it's not going to work out for them. FaZe Clan win the pistol.
Very smooth indeed. Again, straight to business, going for that split through Ivy and Main, and it just, the timing worked out so very well. And Cloud9, it's the nightmare. Whenever you start the CT side of a map like this, it's like Inferno, Train, Overpass, where you need those AWPs out really fast. And the T side immediately just takes that money away from you. They take that momentum away from you. They get to take the initiative, and you just get pistols. And some grenades, if you're Cloud9. They've got 4 HEs here. Let's see what they can do with them. They can just stack them outside. And will they do it with contact, or will they just do it with the timing? Looks like it's a contact off the back of Flusher's Deagle peak. So if he takes contact with the Deagle, fires a shot, they'll throw the nades, but they can see that it's an inner play, and they may still get the HEs in, James.
Oh boy, this could be everything. We wait in anticipation. They start to come in. The nades are off the side. There's one, there's a few. There's a team kill for the CTs, but the HEs have done colossal damage. Kishima and Zalsis with late ones, and FaZe Clan think better of it. They haven't made it through the choke point just yet. They're still far better equipped. No weapons to collect for Cloud9 just yet. FaZe Clan think that this is the play. Guardian was low, now he's down to 5 HP. Kishima, unfortunate there. Flusher could do a lot. 2 of these players could get hit with 1 Deagle kill, but Deagle shot rather, but Rain will stop the damage.
Wow.
2-0 for FaZe Clan. Could have been so much more though.
Automatic did almost 200 damage with his grenade. Look at it go. This was almost very successful. It was so close to doing so much more. That's beautiful from Cloud9. They've been great with those HEs. Wow, that's
nice.
Definitely a JPEG taken from 2003, James.
One way to have a 2 PC setup. Oh boy, I remember CRTs. I do not miss them. Those are the days where I had a big PC and I dropped it on my toe, ripped it in half. Anyway, 3rd round, and oh my God, Rain! He just keeps continuing, doesn't he? Blind still looking for kills. Russian's Flusher will answer back, however. He's got a friend stuck by E-Box with a Mac 10. He's got the movement, but he doesn't have the range. Closer now, Guardian won't get the kill. 4 versus 2, Rush barely alive. Reload, 3-5 from Adrenaline. He can't find the player. Straight from Nico. With that 1 tap from FaZe Clan, from Rain. That's the only tap. Everything else is Cloud9.
That is not bad. That's not bad at all. Here it is, the...
Be the father of my children.
Well then. Otherwise, quite an explosive defense here. Just Cloud9's ready to fight, just scrapping with the best of them here. Even though FaZe everyone gets out into the open, that's what that entry kill did. They still got crushed. That's going to give great confidence to Cloud9. They've got that full rifle setup, the full nade setup, and we'll have to see now whether or not FaZe can bounce back with what they have. The single AWP on Guardian, no Kevlar, no nades on him. Just that single AWP. Can he get a pick? He's smoked off. That really sucks. Rain looking for more 1-bullet shenanigans towards Ivy. Kishima, a fitting player with so much experience to play such a difficult position. Guardian of Ali. Did that just get re-smoked? That's quite unfortunate for Guardian. I wonder if they had the scope there.
He hears the reload. He sees nothing. Harassment towards Ivy. Harassment in the pop dog. FaZe Clan surrounding A, but they don't have the right side of the choke points. Flusher having a look, seeing nothing in the pop dog. And Automatic will start to rotate. Cloud9 have all the map control they need for now. There is still some time, though, for FaZe Clan. They've got to be careful about where they start to walk, because if somebody's close by that wall, close by pop dog, they would hear the rotation. So they have to take the long route and walk. Cloud9 moving away from pop dog now, away from A main, away from Ivy. Kishima getting ready for a rotation, potentially, towards that B bomb site.
This can actually be very scary. This is a great way to use that AWP if you can get him on that high ground. Celsius, he seems to be rising to the occasion here. He's got the AK in hand, automatic up there as well. He's distracting them, he is stalling them, and Kiyoshima gets himself a double. Now down to Guardian with that AWP, looking for the shot. The whiff is there, but the bomb is down. As Nico plays close with the UMP, he's going to get taken out, and now life is... Well, it's all over. It's all over there.
There's no more life.
It was a good attempt, though. They got a couple kills and a bomb plant, but still not good enough. And they'll have to go for a save here.
Slow diffuse. A moment to talk about the rounds to come. To discuss the situation of your opponent, to build expectation, perhaps. The score is tied now. And indeed, the money's just not there for FaZe Clan. Maybe we will see a deagle or two. Nico's collected a P250 and a smoke grenade. Single smoke grenade so far. So there may be some fishing with the Deagle of Rain to try and do some damage. One Deagle, 4 P250s, smoke and a flash. Will they aim to plant the bomb towards B, perhaps? Zelsis getting aggressive on upper B. And again, we spoke about anticipation, expectation. And he may be going for a peek soon. Automatic is holding the AWP. If he takes a shot, maybe Zelsis peeks. There's a flashbang, there's a shot, there's the peek, and there's a frag, and another one, and plenty of information. 3 kills for Zelsis, but now the bomb can get planted, and Guardian's got an AWP.
That said, there are some nades to throw in here. Oh, good catch! He'll have to go for the bomb plant, though, being on the sites, and they know exactly where he is. They could try to just drop a smoke straight on him, although he is backing away now, away from the bomb train, which is a good move, of course. A flash there from a teammate to get him into safety. This is going to get awkward now, but Kiyoshima's pretty far up here on the upper. If he gets a good timing, maybe he's got this. He gets a scope! Oh, he still gets it, does Guardian. Now it's down to Rush. He will smoke the bomb for pressure, but he has to tap it as well. Incendiary goes very far. Will Guardian go in front of it? I think he does. Rush has no idea. And there goes Guardian looking for Rush. Oh, and he's done it. Pushing past the Molotov. Very good move there from Guardian. He had a great round. 4 kills from him with AWP. He is a stand-up performer already on train.
3 kills from Zelsis to stop the push and still FaZe Clan win the round. That's going to be frustrating. The setup was great, but Guardian with an AWP, always a problem. Got to hit him in the face with that first shot, otherwise you're smoked like a kipper. Like, nice flick on the last player, and suddenly FaZe Clan are in the lead, and they've decimated the money of Cloud9, who pick up 2 HEs. Can they have as much success with these grenades as before? FaZe Clan setting up to obscure vision on the A site. 4 players here for Cloud9. Deagle's P250s, a 5-7 for Zelsis. Still a dangerous round for FaZe Clan, closing the distance, moving forward. But getting close means that these 5-7s and P250s can be dangerous as well. Where are the frags of FaZe Clan? Everything is going the way of Cloud9. Suddenly Guardian again versus 4. This is unbelievable. Oh, he was so close to that. That would have been a huge frag for him. They know where he is. There's a potential flank. The longer this goes on, the worse his situation. He just got 2 plays once again. There's the third! Guardian, what is going on? Rush with 5 HP. The Molotov could be everything. He knows the last play was towards Ivy. Guardian looking for the ace. Oh my God! This is ridiculous.
What do you do against this guy? He's woken up, James. Well and truly fatigue. I don't know, man. He is just going and going. He doesn't stop.
Oh my God.
There's just something about Guardian. You just know that when he believes, you believe as well. Like, there's just something about him. That's incredible. That's 2 rounds where he just won by himself, effectively. Everyone is taking a moment of quiet now. Everyone needs a breather after that.
I don't know what is going on. There are so many highlights from this game. This is absurd. The fact he missed that shot, he goes up the ladder, he sees both of those players, both at the same time. That's so much information, but this is ridiculous!
The fact that he has the molly ready here as well. Rush is forced to push. It's an easy one. Just, just an easy frag in the midst of so many hard flicks.
Let's go!
Oh my God.
Someone pass me a Russian dictionary.
Oh my God. Right, we're back into it, straight back into the action. Phase against Cloud9, or, well, Guardian, he's been doing quite some damage. Look at the confidence on him there. It's Nico, though, to cover for him. A big bait setup as Flusher gets taken out. And a quick 5 versus 4 there in favor of Faze. Indeed, Guardians, he's causing me problems as well, James. Oh, wow, just the push from Automatic there. They knew that they needed to get something back in this round. Goes for the push, doesn't work out. Good defense from Faze, ready for anything at this point. And they're 3 against 5 here. The AWP is stolen away by Kyoshima. They really need to find a way back into this round, but I don't know how they're going to do it.
Man, Guardian purified their souls in that round. They're all going to heaven now. 3 players with the bomb in tow for FaZe Clan. We reached the sub-minute mark. They're lining them up. 2 players on a late rotation for the T side, so Rush has to be careful in that top dog position. He could easily get dispatched off. The execution. Does he pick the right timing? Back towards A. He's opened up the B bomb site. There's Rush taken out. And now there are 35 seconds, and Kyoshima has an AWP to save. But the bomb seems to be headed towards A. If he has a look, he could have just seen something on the radar, but surely he can't try and win this one. Spotted now. He is the present danger. Alan finds the right man to face with the USP, but he can't do anything else. 5-2 for FaZe Clan.
Just rounds like that from Guardian, it just completely rocks everything for you. Like, you just have to hold your hands up, and just sometimes players of this caliber, they just do something that is just beyond anything imaginable, and you just have to give it to them. And Cloud9 pressing that reset button again. One of the reasons why we love them is the amount of experience on the team. They've seen so much on so many different stages across the world. And they're going to go back to the quad HE setup. A Deagle on Flusher, just as they did before. See if they can make it do better this time. They're all outside as well. They're ready to toss those nades. Here they go. Oh, it's not too bad. They get 1 kill out of it. Olafmeister is down low as well. But Nico's wrapping around. There's nowhere to hide. Oh, that's just gorgeous from Nico.
I really feel like that round from Guardian is enough to just energize the entire team.
Yeah.
Nico was just giggling like a schoolgirl after watching that. Now they lead 6-2. Momentum is all with FaZe Clan. And what do you even say after that if you're a Cloud9 player? I would imagine there's probably silence in the booth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those things, isn't it? You feel like you made a mistake, but if they could see it from Guardian's perspective, it's obviously just ridiculous. And you're right, it does energize the team. It brings the emotions up enormously. Players like that are very impactful in more ways than one. And here goes Olafmeister. Down Pop Dog with an AWP. Guardian's got the AK-47. What a superstar he is. Rush there. Watching for any pushes towards the Olaf position. FaZe take it slow. Set up for a push outside if they'd like. They can now create some pressure towards inner before going back to that if they'd like to do so. Make Cloud9 unsure as to what setup would be best in this round.
FaZe Clan drying out Cloud9 like some beef jerky. Minimal information, no sound cues, everybody walking. Smoke down towards B, a suggestion. Running the clock down, 35 seconds. A Dren potentially late lurk, a flank perhaps, as the bomb is focused towards the B bomb site. 4 FaZe Clan players now, just waiting for the time to strike. Everything has to go perfectly though, because there's little time for error. If they offer a fake, Cloud9 have to bite, surely. And they're rotating away from the B-bomb site. It's a gamble. Automatic making his way over, and a Dren gets taken out. They're all rushing out now, 13 seconds. They don't have Ivy control. It's really hard to plant the bomb now, especially with Rush on the high ground. 8 seconds. How will they plant the bomb? Rush coming out of nowhere. It's turned into an absolute disaster for FaZe Clan. 4 players survive for Cloud9. They're back in the match.
Fantastic stuff there from Cloud9. They really held their nerve. You know, of course, that fake comes in. And so many question marks were flying around in that that round. It was so drawn out, so very long. Faze had presence all over the place. They took Pop Dog control immediately. Olofmeister was putting lots of pressure on that position. It really is difficult to know what's going on as the CT side when that's happening, but they managed to hold that nerve, and that's so incredibly important, especially in the way that they've lost a couple of those rounds to Guardian. To still stay composed really is a testament to the experience again on this Cloud9 lineup, as we will see Faze Clan once again buying fully AWP, all the utility, all the AKs.
Faze Clan leaving the execute until surely it's too late to be a fake, but it is a fake, but it didn't work out. Another opportunity, making their way barging into the B bomb site, maybe expecting one player there. R2, Automatic has been seen, but Zeltis, where is he? Automatic getting tagged. They need rotation from their teammates. Zeltis with the first frag, moving around. He's got to try and pick it. He's got to get lucky, find the right angle, but Nika goes through and takes him down from sidewalk.
And Connector, it's just locked down right now. This is a problem. There's not an enormous presence there from the T side, though, so there may be, when the smoke goes away, a chance to get through, but they do have to rely on those players now creeping up from the high grounds, looking to make a coordinated push. Guardian standing tall on the train. Gotta be careful. He's not exposed. Finds a shot into Flusher, down to 4 HP. This is not looking good. They're gonna have to abandon ship. Calling the retreat. And Faze will win this round. Cloud9 just have to give it up. And they'll fall all the way back to safety. Should keep 4 players alive as well. Live to fight another day with the double AWP.
Not the reset they needed, but again, so important that they survived with 4 players. Cloud9. Faze Clan back to winning ways. Put the loss bonus in the bin for Cloud9. 5 more rounds to go in this first half, so that is important. Double AWP survived though for Cloud9, so they could do a lot in this round. But the pressure will be... It'll still be there, even if they win this round. Faze Clan have got the money in the hole. Same cannot be said for Cloud9. So this is a very key round if they want to make a comeback in this half.
Yeah, I completely agree. We are definitely at that pivotal moment. Next couple of rounds really need to go Cloud9's way. Let's see if they can find a way to make that happen. 4 players towards the A-bomb site to begin with as Guardian looks for any off angles that may be taken by these CTs around the smoke. This is quite far away. Also the lone B player. He's been doing a great job overall in this tournament. He's given some big roles. Olofmeister out into the position that is named after him. And he won't make it successful. Rush wins the 1v1.
That's a rare miss, and Faze Clan instantly going down into the B bomb site in reaction. Zeltis in an unlikely spot. Normally he's behind the bomb train. Automatic gambling, making his way through the smoke, as is his teammate Flusher. Kishima rotating into CT spawn. Rush will be a late presence in the connector position. Kishima taking out in a gap in the smoke. Guardian abusing the top of the train once again. Adren holding the flank. Nico pushing through oil. He is very important in this 3 versus 3. He can destroy everything. Just by hitting the spray. Automatic missing the shot as he gets an opportunity. He does misses that one as well. And that might just be the round. Cloud9 had to win this round. They don't have the money. And Rush has to run away.
With any other gun, Automatic definitely gets that kill. You can see how awkward the shot is. Those vertical shots, really, really difficult. And Guardian, we can see that behind that smoke, the way the smoke is set up, the way that it lands, there's always that slight gap that when he stands on that train, he can just get a clear line of vision over the smoke to the player that's hiding behind it. So very awesome smoke from Faze Clan, which has rewarded Faze more than once now for Guardian. You got to feel for Automatic there. It's such a difficult shot to take. And this Nico with just excellent timing with that push from Oil. Indeed, it's a very rough situation now for Cloud9. So many rounds on this T side. Difficult to do. And a save round from Cloud9. Rush has that AK. The unbelievable thing is that they almost won a round with just pistols before, and it was Guardian having to go 1v5 to save it.
See if Rush can get anything done. He is the key play for Cloud9, of course, with the weapon. He needs to force the action. There's one flash, and he's the one carrying it, so he can't even get flashed in to A main, for example. In the smoke, he may have been spotted there, not quite sure. Standing in the smoke in Pop Dog. Rotation from B towards A for Cloud9 players, and there goes the AK. And all the chances to win this round, really and truly. Celsius in the C with the CZ in connector. Try to have some impact in the dying rounds of the first half, taking some money away if he can. maybe stealing a weapon. That's more important at this juncture. Faze Clan move to 9. Strong start from them on train.
Yeah, and it's very difficult because... Oh, maybe they could... Oh, I don't know if he can get away with that gun. No, the fullback, he knows better. But yeah, it's a really hard situation because there's 0 margin for it. You really do need those 6 rounds at least. I don't think that they're going to be able to really have a chance to recover. You need some ability to make 1 or 2 errors when you hit that T side. And so they need to get at least 5 or 6, and that means they have to basically get every single round that remains. Just look at this guy go 18 for 3 on the T side with an AWP. That's just, it's ridiculous the highlights he's had in this half, James. And we're only 13 rounds in.
Absolute menace, a legend of the game. And he will continue with the AWP, and indeed it is crazy to have that many frags on the T side, but here he is. Now he moves through to that lock position. Did he see the shadow of the play going up the ladder? Looks like he didn't notice it, but Adren will do the job. Maybe his shadow settings are low. The higher your shadow settings are, the further away you will see shadow settings from. It's quite important to have them high in Counter-Strike. Crucial information given away with them. Adren with another frag in this round. Zelsis starts to move, as he often does when there are issues elsewhere on the map. Automatic trying to take out Olofmeister. Lots of frags around the map.
Buying time for the flank now. Zelsis comes in from the back. No one's looking. He's going to be perfect with this spray, and he takes way too long to get that first kill. Oh, that could almost have been something, but Cloud9 now down 10 to 3, and they need a save. They need to give 11 rounds to Faze. If they force buy twice, it's just not going to work out. We'll see the HE buys from them again. A very difficult game here. Game 3 of a grand final for Cloud9. Faze have so many players that can just, in moments like this, when you hit the grand finals, start peaking. I think that's exactly what we're seeing from Guardian. Some questionable whiffs earlier in the day, but they got to the final stage on map 3. He's making it count. Now Cloud9 are in deep trouble.
They're in deep waters. Down to the pistols. 4 players on B. Zelsis spotting. You can spray through that wall. Got to be really careful. See many an entry frag from someone jiggling, getting shot through that wall. Faze Clan have time on their side. They must use it wisely. We've seen some issues in this series. Olofmeister moving up the Ivy position. The smoke will soon go. Again, if you want to plant the bomb on A, Ivy is a very key position to hold. Gives you... Well, it cuts the bomb site in half, essentially, between Ivy and Pop Dog. Very important for the T's. And he's creeping, just trying to find out, just edging. The only man really committing at the moment, as they need to find out where the Cloud9 players are. Sees that no one's there. He can peek the other side with some safety. And now Faze Clan may position to join him. Adren outside main throwing some grenades. Still 4 players on B. Zelsis getting curious with the CZ, looking the wrong way though. Timing brutal for him.
They do have enough players in place though, and the Faze aren't all here together, but need to get those first quick kills, and maybe there's a recovery here from Cloud9 after all. The pistols come in, Kiyoshima at distance with that Deagle doing damage. 2 players left for Faze now as they are down a man, picking up the gun automatic, still can't get it. And it's the trend, it's all the trend right now with the spray, but they need to get the plant. Flusher, can he stop it? He can't. It's going down to default. The flick needs to be there from Flusher, but Olofmeister gets out of harm's way. And now it's down to the Deagle, the long range from Adren, and no Kevlar for Flusher. That's the round, 11 to 3. Faze look unstoppable.
Close, but getting close doesn't matter if you lose the round. And now you're into the last one. Cloud9 so confident coming into this. 3 rounds so far. Maximum of 4 in this half. We've seen so many comebacks, however. So many comebacks. We can take nothing for granted. 2 AWPs in the last round for Cloud9. Zelsis and Flusher starting towards the B bomb site. Very curious as to what they have in mind. I think Zelsis playing anti-flash while Flusher holds the angle. Zelsis very aggressive, actually. Look at this position from him. Can he pick the right timing, though? You've got to be really careful going around that ladder corner. He hears the scope from Nico, and that's the clue that he needs, but he's looking in the wrong direction. Oh, no, he's giving a sandwich away. Nico's realized that as well. He has no idea. Does Nico? I'm really. Did he think it's a teammate?
I have no idea. But it doesn't matter too much, although this is a big gamble for Cloud9, but point you can't really blame them. It's bold. And this is the problem.
Oh boy.
This is a huge issue.
Flusher's left B, there's nobody in B.
They almost tried to rotate someone there. I think Flusher, indeed, he was at the backlines, but do they just try to offer some pressure and a fake? I mean, the bomb is towards the dumpster there, so it looks like they will go A. They have now drawn Zelsis back into B once again. He's on the round of the world here. Russia's taken over Pop Dog, and it looks like Faze are going to go into the A bomb site, and still there's 4 players there for Cloud9. They will have a defense here, but how well will it stand up against this offense of Faze?
Rush with an off angle towards Pop Dog, while Automatic was holding an angle towards main, but he's been smoked off, which leaves Rush somewhat vulnerable. He's got to fall back, and he'll get the kills while he does it. Now he can stay in position. Olaf Meister out of nowhere with 2 kills. How's he got there? Guardian suddenly the last man standing with 10 seconds on the clock. The bomb's near him, but all Cloud9 care about is the bomb site, and that will be a much needed 4th round on the board for Cloud9 as we've swapped sides at half-time.
What a weird round with the rotations and everything. Very strange stuff there. As you can see, Cloud9 able to hold 5 players for a long time, but it's such a slow round here for Faze. Rush getting it done with the Orc. That's going to feel good for him. Nice attempt coming in from Olafmeister, but oh my god. I had no idea that was through the smoke. Flusher just has a second sense for that kind of thing.
Flusher's kills are through the smoke by default. The rare ones are where he can see them.
Wow. Look at Guardian, man.
20 for 5, 4 KD ratio. That's nasty.
On the T side of Train with an Orb. That's just really difficult to do. That's very difficult to do, especially in a grand final against the likes of Cloud9. Very impressive performance. A bit more even across the Cloud9 camp. But here we go. Back into it again. Freeze time. It's almost over. The last half here of the last map of the grand finals of the Eleague Invitational. FaZe Clan with a dominating performance in the first half. They're on the CT side. If they pick up this pistol, it is just going to be impossibly hard for Cloud9. Cloud9 cannot allow that to happen, and they're looking like they're just going to go straight into this B side.
4 people while Flusher watches the rotation, but the flags are flying in for FaZe Clan. This could be a quick one. Flusher and Automatic remain. Flusher's rotating away from stopping the flank, and Rain starts to make his way. Meanwhile, Automatic with so many targets on the B bomb site, nothing doing just yet, no frags. Flusher, oh dear, this is so difficult for Cloud9. 4 players just wait on the bomb site while Rain dances with Flusher. There will be another initial engager, but not needed anymore. Rain goes back, 12 to 4 for FaZe Clan.
It's a strange pistol in the sense that when you go upper like that, you're much more exposed for much more time than if you have the low ground, because you go down the slope, the only thing you're exposed to is connector, and then you can kind of dodge between the trains, guarantee the bomb plant, then play the post plant, run along the low ground, much more cover to work with. But instead, they all just get stuck in the open, and so I'm not sure exactly how the plan is supposed to look like, but that ended up being pretty bad for them. FaZe were ready for it as well, which doesn't help, and now it's a full Glock eco. They're going to be trying to make a comeback from 13-4, James.
Sean Grill said that Automatic would be key for Cloud9. He's got 5 kills so far. Same for Flusher. But that quite worked out. He has been neutralized, and Olafmeister will continue to neutralize Cloud9 players. Zelsis has the bomb towards A though, so they've really gone for a desperation bomb plant, but Nico is smarter than that.
I feel like Cloud9 really need a timeout right now. I feel like a timeout is much needed to just calm the nerves, get people on the same page, reset them, focus them. As you say, this is so important. And the thing is that Automatic is an incredible AWP on this map. We've seen it before when he first switched to the role when Skadoodle joined the team. He was actually incredible, especially AWPing around from the bomb train on A. I was very impressed by Automatic. But the question is, would he even get the chance to have the money for it on the T side?
Fast grenades from FaZe, deterring any plays from Cloud9 from that main position, at least early. And Adren will be towards Faze. Now, he had a difficult job on the CT side of Train when we last saw it. So maybe this will be a big target for Cloud9. It's a lot of times where he got fragged. Will they target him? Automatic and Rush are there for the time. Trent is pretty much deep, and he is the first to fall. Will this be a common occurrence in this half?
And that's a great pick to make at that time in the round. You can start to play things slow and see if you can pull rotation away from a bomb site. That's like one of the things that's very difficult for the CTs now. You need to really try to maintain control of either Pop Dog or T-Con if you're going to do that. Because that's one way that the CTs can counter it. If they have that forward position, they have the info, and it's hard to fake them out. Kiyashima will take Pop. They've got T-Main. They've also got the Secret and Inner. That was a close one. Forcing out a smoke. Cloud9 are pretty well set up here. They forced the defense far back on A. And right now, FaZe are very afraid of this B attack.
Celsius looking for something, anything. This is another place where if your shadows are high, you'll see a player, if he's standing on top of the train. Nico's getting the information. Look at the rotation. Nico's in A main, and the rest of FaZe are towards B, and they're just waiting. If Nico clears A main, he has all the information, but Flush has gone all the way through A, and he sees that nobody's there. So that means rotation. He's fired a shot now. Rain realizing what might be happening, but they're still going to push towards B because at the time they've got no time to rotate, and FaZe Clan are all over this bomb site. There's no way, surely this bomb goes down, or is there? Guardian will stop everything, and this will collapse. A timeout win for FaZe Clan. That's brutal for Cloud9. He's got to survive Flusher. Oh! And he won't Nico through the smoke with the FAMAS. Makes it even worse for Cloud9.
Oh man, he gets the instant headshot with the FAMAS through the smoke. I can't believe it. Flush is going to be so tilted from that. Yeah, they just not leave themselves the time.
Brutal. Flusher had all the information, apart from Nico's flank, of course. But they didn't have time to rotate the bomb.
That's the really painful thing. When you get that 5v4 and you set yourselves up to have like a really good position to attack a site, if you do take too long, teams at this level, they just react. They'll take a risk so they can get the information. And Nico got that information. They stacked the B bomb site and he hit the flank. I mean, that's the counterplay. Even if you're a man down, you have to try to predict that if you go to the T side, if you can. And that's always a difficult one. They are really fighting for their lives here. Terrible, terrible situation on the buy. But it's a buy every single round. They can't save one and buy. They need 2 chances. It's better to have 2 iffy chances than just to have 1 good one. And let's see if Adren gets a good timing here. There comes the peek. It's a better angle from Rush, and he takes down Adren. 5 versus 3. Good stuff coming in here to open things up for Cloud9.
That compromises Nico's position. No longer does he have cover from Ivy, so he has to go all the way back to the bomb train. There is a smoke done for the time being, though. Rush and Automatica there. I'm not sure if 2 players were spotted on a def cam, for whatever it's worth. Automatic teasing the smoke. Some spray towards Nico, not quite hitting the mark, though, and he can't get the kill. Guardian takes Rush out as well. FaZe Clan moving towards match point. But it is a 3-on-3 with 39 seconds left. Flusher still has control of the bomb. Kishima with an AK. It's time for him to get clutch again, near the Pop Dog position. Throwing some smokes towards A. Olofmeister starting to move back. There could be a plant here. But 25 seconds, Cloud9 have got to speed up towards this B bomb site.
A big problem for them is they have no utility. And this is so difficult because this is one of the maps where the CTs can just hide in so many different spots. And oh, it just doesn't even need to hide. Look at that. Beautiful with the Orc scoped in. Nothing that can be done about that. Flusher has to play 1v2 now. And it's not going to be a good look. So they headshot straight away. Oh my god. No Kevlar. He still controls the spray after the aim punch. 1 player to go, but it's the boss of Train. It's Guardian. And Flusher has to summon all of his experience, all of his composure. Timing is on point, and he gets an AWP for his troubles. Hello.
Oh, Jacuzzi.
Yes.
The Jacuzzi, pass me the Bellini. FaZe Clan have an eco situation, $3,500 per person. So much advantage though, 9-round lead over Cloud9. Right then, anti-eco territory. These Desert Eagles, they will be dangerous for the FaZe Clan. They have the angles. Cloud9 will need to walk into them. And Cloud9 don't have all the flashbangs in the world, so that may play to the advantage of FaZe Clan holding angles with the Eagles. They started with 5 in the B bomb site, maybe expecting a fast play, a flash play, if you will. Nothing doing though, and the Guardian will start to move towards the B bomb site. Zeus is showing some presence, spreading Faze Clan out a little more. Looking for an opening, as is Guardian. Quick peek from him.
Pretty amazing, he avoided any damage there. And this is a big win. Taking away T main is a very big deal. And the problem is now is that you gotta be so careful on T side, because if they take the bomb through there and he's alone, you can lose the round that way at this point. There's the spots. They absolutely know. Oh, he actually thinks deep right in. Through the wall, maybe. Lots of damage done. Good stuff there from Flusher. That will force back the CTs. Time is now an issue, though. They can't run out of time. They can't leave it too late. And now they're moving to B. So this looks good. Bomb has to make a decision, though, as well.
They're faking with no possession of the pop dog position against an eco when they had two players basically in the B bomb site. Maybe expecting to swap, but now Adren is here. He holds them for a second, but the A site is clear, so the gamble's paid off. That takes guts. That is really scary stuff to watch, but here they are. They've got possession of Ivy now, kind of, with Rush around that position. No one there for the CTs anyway, and that is the main crisis averted. Both teams not shy to go for those rotations without control of Pop Dog. But FaZe Clan were pretty weak in this round, and it will be round number 6 for Cloud9.
It's so ridiculous to just look at Guardian's stats and see that he's 27 for 6 at this point in the game. It's just, he only has 1 MVP, James. That seems like the system might be...
might have a few issues.
If there was ever an argument that it's a bit broken.
Planting the bomb, stealing the MVPs. Some polite applause for round number 6 for Cloud9. FaZe Clan coming out on the buy. I know they're there because they have a long way to go. So you better make yourselves heard. There we go. 4 M4s and an AWP coming out for FaZe Clan. 8 rounds behind Cloud9. They have much work to do.
It is a very long road for sure, and you need to see someone having a performance like Guardian. That's really what you need. Someone to go huge, big clutches, big plays, energize the team. And this is always a scary prospect. Playing around these smokes. Olafmeister with a nasty off angle. But, it was not going to go well. He shows a bit too much leg. And now Guardian, he's back at it again. AWP in hand, ready to defend. Feeling on top of the world. Misses the second shot, but still repositioning. Making certain that he can buy his team time as they start to rotate through connector. This is actually looking quite good here for FaZe. Guardian's done enough just by holding onto sidewalk. And now the T's are in real trouble.
A few shots from the CTs. Who will shoot first once the smokes disappear? Guardian holding the angle, but he looks away as Automatic shoots him in the face. Man advantage for Cloud9 now. They need every round. And it seems that FaZe Clan are going to fall back. They're going to save. They have so much advantage. They'll keep the guns together. Cloud9 will start the comeback. Their 3rd round in a row now. Will it be a T-dominant game of Train?
The crazy thing is that they're going to survive, I think, with the 3 weapons that they've run away with here. Sure, they don't have an AWP, but that's 3 rifles, and they can try. There is a world where they can try to drop some guns to their teammates, drop some FAMAS, and just do something funky. But what that means is that, in reality, you want to win this round, get all the kills, or most of them, and then you play against a save. There's no save here, in reality, because you've got those 3 rifles to worry about, so it's still a dangerous round. Every single round that Cloud9 will be trying to win here is going to be ridiculously hard because they have to string so many together. That also means FaZe will have a huge loss bonus if they're able to do it. They're going to have to play against so many buy rounds against one of the best teams in the world to do this comeback. I can't stress how hard that is.
FaZe Clan keeping the money together. They will not buy around what they have. It's not a desperate situation for them. Still double the score of their opponent. Timely HE from Guardian, but plays moving through the sidewalk. Celsius getting aggressive. Guardian with a pistol, taken out. He can keep that forward map control, chasing Olafmeister with the HE. Always nice to already have pretty much the whole B bomb site while the bomb goes down. Both jumping up. He gets up there first. And again, the 3 weapons off to Ivy to save. 8 rounds for Cloud9. I think if Cloud9 can get to 10, then FaZe Clan start to sweat.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's going to be interesting because it's actually not often that you see this situation happen where a team will successfully save the weapons, like 3 weapons like this in a row. So that does really just make it that much harder for Cloud9. But at this point, it's the hard route, whichever way you look at it. If they're going to win this game, they've got to just be so disgustingly good that it just doesn't matter at this point. You can see there is pressure coming in from Cloud9. Can't find a single kill though. And 3 weapons will survive again. And they don't have to spend, that's a lot of money they don't have to spend.
Yep.
So that's going to really pay off later on for FaZe.
Guardian has the AWP. Dropped by Dren. So dangerous. Unbelievable performance on the T side, and he has plenty of CT rounds to follow up to hit that 30 bomb. Dangerous waters for Cloud9, but of course they do have automatic as well. He's got some catching up to do. Still just with 7 frags at the moment. And again, automatic can rush towards Ivy, and I'm really keeping a focus on if they will continue to target Adren. Again, he had a very difficult performance on the CT side, holding Ivy in their previous game of Train. And he's been picked a few times already. So I think Cloud9 may have a holding pattern while they look for him to repeat. If doesn't work, gets information. He knows they're hunting him. But how do FaZe Clan adjust to that? They're going to boost Guardian in that connector position. Nico and Olofmeister deep towards B. And the Dren takes a completely different position around the Ivy area, and Rain is close if needed.
So a minute left now. And no pick found for Cloud9. So they'll have to start really working on taking some map control. You can see they're starting to work that Ivy now, as well as having control of T-main, and Pop is also available. But you don't necessarily want to push into the A bomb site before checking Pop. You need to make sure that there's no CT sitting there, or you have to do what they're doing here and just rally behind T-main and Ivy, so you can smoke it off if need be. And there's Adren watching from hell. And this is going to be very scary, James. They're not going to leave themselves with much time.
Yeah. Now we have 4 players on the A side. There's no presence towards B whatsoever. Olofmeister getting ready to do the mid rotation. A big frag from Rushto, and Adren still gets taken down. Nico and Guardian around the bomb site with 15 seconds. Molotovs all over the place. That elevated position has worked out well for Guardian. There's Nico as well. 10 seconds to get the bomb down. And it's their cover. Olofmeister coming from Ivy means that this bomb is not going down. Kishima going for frags, but it's nothing doing. It seems to me that they were really relying on getting that pick on Adren, but he went super passive. And by the time the pick came in, they hadn't been able to advance anything, have any presence towards B. Just waiting for that didn't work out for them. And FaZe Clan were in position and violated them, basically. And it's match point for FaZe, playing for the championship.
Yeah, that was a really slow burn. Just imagine if they tried to make a move earlier, that there would have been some more time to maybe try to work a clutch there, but all in from Cloud9 at the last second. Did not work out. Perhaps it's them trying to now finish with a bang and see if they can just use the pacing instead, and we get a quick drop into Pop Dog here. Adren far forwards. What is Zelsis going to do? Is he going to get flashed out here? They're in position. Someone has to go back for the bomb eventually, but Adren is quite close. This time, this round, he may be pickable, but there is that setup with the AWP from Nico. Flashbang forward for Adren as he looks to get some info. Turning away as Rush, picks up the frag, and that's a 5v4. A minute and a half to go. Cloud9, they're not out of this just yet.
Rain taken out around the bomb train by automatic in main. And Rush continues to be an issue around Ivy. A double peek set up by FaZe Clan for the longest time. The flashbang not working out. It went too deep. Rush avoided it at 180. And now it's a 5 versus 3. Reset potential for Cloud9. But there's so much work to do. So many match points for FaZe. Cloud9 now collecting themselves together. Guardian moving out of the B bomb site. So I think it is another situation where either they fight on A or they save on A for FaZe Clan with these 2 AWPs.
Yeah, this clearly does seem to be the case where they it's like when they survive with 3 rifles, you know, again and again before. It's just, ooh, that's it's Rush found a kill long range on Nico. Must be looking at a different angle. Rush also threatening Guardian. How is he doing this? They have orbs. They're playing at the max range. And still, what is going on? Rush is just doing so much damage. He spotted both remaining players, and they plant the bomb very late. They're looking to try to hunt down these remaining players of Faze, remove those weapons from their hands, make it as easy as they possibly can for themselves in the future rounds to come as Fletcher goes for the angle, but no idea Olofmeister was down the ladder. Kyoshima is now trying to find him. Where has he gone? Don't want to invest too much here. Their money is not like incredible. They're playing within the last round. I guess it doesn't matter from that sense.
Zelsis on the chase now. Rush has 8,400, so Cloud9 don't need to worry too much. So important for them to try and take these weapons away. Zelsis has a Molotov if he was to throw it down Ivy, but he's taken a different route, and it seems Faze Clan will survive with 2 players. 6 more match points for Faze Clan. Cloud9's a mountain to climb.
Oh, hello. Finds himself an Aura at the end, not bad. Control that to automatic. It is a mountain, but I have to say, you know, if the thing is that Faze saving the guns in some of the past rounds has created a spot where they just are able to continually pick up more guns. And again, we just saw 2 orbs saved. That really adds up for them. It's only 6 rounds for Cloud9. This is not impossible at this point, but it sure is incredibly hard.
Have a look at Faze. They've got 3 players moving towards B. It looks like there's savage aggression. Do they hit the plays in Pop Dog? A fast play from Cloud9, completely outmaneuvering Faze Clan and execute into the A site. Smokes to isolate these players, stop the peaks, and deeper ones coming in towards that IV position. Molotov's next door as well, but Guardian's find himself a little cubby hole. He may get a free frag out of this. The bomb's getting planted, but Adren, he's got Kyoshima out. There's a boosted connector, and now Faze Clan have rotated. They're all over the site. This might be it. 5 versus 2. As one goes down to place the championship point. It's Zelsis versus the world, and Faze Clan will win the championship. The CSGO E-League Invitational 2019, 16-9 over.
What a performance from Faze. This is one of the reasons why they are so incredible. Everyone always talks about it on the desk. Whenever Faze comes up, whenever people doubt their performances, if they get to that finals, they peak, somebody's going to go huge. Today, it was Guardian. Without a doubt, he stepped up. He re-energized the team. It was Rain. It was Olofmeister on Inferno. The first map was hard. They got knocked out, James. They got banged out on Cash. But that resurgence is just something to be truly an admiration of.
If you look at Faze's path in this entire tournament, all the comebacks, the struggle, the difficulty, what an unbelievable run to win this championship. Ridiculous stuff. A nice championship for Adren as well, the new addition to the team for the time being. And here they are, your champions of E-League CSGO Invitational 2019, Faze Clan!
It's a great way for them to start year, James. Obviously, iBio Power, that's going to be a blip on the map for them. Yanko joining the team, more time to work with the individuals, more time to work with Adren, as you say, that new member joining the team. And this is a fantastic start for sure.
Indeed, I expect a tweet from Yanko saying, "It was all me, otherwise I'll be disappointed." Another trophy in a cabinet for Faze. Over to Sue on the stage with Faze Clan.
Congratulations, guys. You guys are the champions, and the road to get here was by no means easy, but you have finally done it. You are the E-League CSGO Invitational Champions.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, we had a tough last half year, and it's nice to win something. I mean, we haven't had a good end of the year, and coming here, the iBio Power Masters was not a really good event. We had a good, I would say, good practice here, and yeah, we finished in a good way.
And coming into this event, the start was definitely a little bit rocky, but map after map, match after match, you guys just have ramped it up. Talk about this series, because Mirage did not go your way, but something changed headed into the next 2 maps because everyone stepped up.
I would say the whole event, we played good, but I think we showed mental strength in the game against Cloud9, the first game. We came back from 14-3, 14-6, so we showed some mental strength, even though our individual level was not good. We were not consistent, and today, yeah, I mean, they crushed us on Mirage. So everything went wrong, and they were hitting all the shots, and on Inferno as well. We played good. The crazy round from Rain when he won the eco, that helped us a lot. I think we finished CT side good, and on T side we showed some also team spirit, and somehow we won the round. I mean the map. So yeah, it feels great.
Yeah, and on Trend we saw Guardian show up, which helped a lot. Now, in just a few weeks, you guys are going to be headed to the majors. So what do you think the team needs to be working on before that?
There's a lot of things to work on. First of all, it's map pool. Perfecting our game with Adrian, communication, all the things that we will work on bootcamp, and hopefully we will be in shape for a major.
Well, sounds great. Congratulations once again, Guardian. With that, FaZe Clan are your ELEAGUE CSGO Invitational champions. We are going to head to a short commercial break, but when we come back, it's time to dissect that grand finals.
This might be it. 5 versus 2 as one goes down to play the championship point. It's Celsius versus the world, and FaZe Clan will win the championship. The CSGO ELEAGUE Invitational 2019.
And there you have it. Come on, guys. Phase up.
Phase up?
Phase up. There we go.
One of them is
That's
backwards.
It. You got it. That's just how it works, you know? Come on,
guys. They didn't
guys.
think this one through.
Get with the trend. Well, congratulations to FaZe Clan. They are your ELEAGUE CSGO Invitational champions, and we have to talk about Guardian. Oh my, like, this man, just a beast. I want to be him when I grow up.
It's one of those games where, like, what can you actually do if you're Cloud9? If Guardian is going to bust out these kinds of rounds on you, he's just he's the kind of player that just
he gets a 4K, then the next round gets a 1v4 back to back. Like, and while C9 did win some critical rounds that kind of put them back in that position to try and come back, it wasn't enough. This team was so well put together, Sean.
No, yeah, you don't come back from, you know, those 9 frags in 2 rounds from Guardian. Those are such back back-breaking frags, and that's not even all he did. He ended the game with, what, like 34 frags total? It's just such an unreal performance by Guardian, but something that we can say about FaZe is in this finals, Nico was the bottom fragger, and early in the tournament, they were so dependent on Nico. That just goes to show how much FaZe evolved as this tournament progressed.
It helps so much when you get those rounds as Guardian and you get your team kind of going, and then your rifler starts showing up and just getting that 1 or 2 kills that keeps space, especially on train. If the op can stay far back along those walls, away from the action, and just have plenty of time to find those picks, it's going to be a really bad time, and that's exactly what Cloud9 have. And I don't want to call it criticism, but one of the players I said that was like would be interesting to watch would be Zelsis and how Cloud9 was going to use him on this map. That is a really we know they've given him crazy amounts of responsibility for his experience level, but having him as the anchor of that inner bomb site, which in my opinion is the toughest place to play as a defender, is that inner bomb site on train, that is going to be so difficult for him to handle that role.
Hey, it's on-the-job training, honestly, right? Like, he has come into this one. He's a young player. He has a lot of expertise that is surrounding him. They're putting that faith in him, which I think speaks volumes for his talent. And they're also thinking about the major as well, right? You want to be able to throw some new strategies at the wall, hope something sticks, see if something sticks, but then, of course, you got to break it down moving forward. And I think that, you know, there's a lot that they could, both teams, take away for the major, Sean.
Yeah, definitely a lot of things Cloud9 could take away. They did a lot of things really well this week, but FaZe has impressed me so much today.
Yeah.
Today, this version of
Whole
FaZe,
new team.
It's not Nico Sports anymore from the Mouse Sports area. This team...
It's an older meme.
Yeah, this team showed up, all of them today, to play.
Yeah, they had some very cool stuff, and yeah, just the way that they almost like learn on the fly how to like play with each other. Like some of the things we saw today that we haven't seen earlier on in the event was awesome. And I guess all three teams, I think Cloud9, Big, and FaZe all showed some very cool things on their path to being good enough to compete deep into the major. And that was the important part. Complexity had some issues, obviously, but those three teams in particular are just like, keep your eye on them in the major next month.
Yeah, the theme of this event was change. And one big change that FaZe Clan made was getting this guy over at the Cheez It Grooves Lounge. We're going to go to him. It's Yanko. It's crunch time. What you got, Sue?
Crunch time indeed. Thank you very much, Golden Boy. And congratulations, Yanko. This has been a very, very long tournament for you guys, starting from headed down to that losers match, coming up all the way to winning in the grand finals. It's been kind of a wild journey.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I can't wait to lie down. I've been standing up for 8 hours behind the team, but you know, it doesn't matter how long it takes. I really love the attitude and the approach of the players. They never despaired at any moment. You know, they were always trying their best. Even when we were losing 14-1, you know, people were still trying to find ways. You know, you're a bit realistic at some point. You say, okay, guys, let's just try to get into it for next map.
And talk about that journey overall, because it started with the first match actually being against Cloud9 themselves. You guys were able to get that revenge in the grand finals, but you know, starting from that first day with that loss to all the way to the grand finals, it's been match after match. You said that they didn't have any despair. What was the mindset like?
I think it was just, okay, let's see what we can work on in the meanwhile, how we can do our best to prepare for games, and also just having people play a bit more individually. You know, we had that week off basically, so just people playing a bit of deathmatch, some pugs, you know, to get a better feel for the game. I think that really made a difference from day one when you look at that Cloud9 game and here in the grand final.
Now, in the grand finals, Guardian sort of said it himself that Mirage just did not go your way at all. Do you think a little of that was just coming off of the fatigue of the previous match? What went wrong there?
Yeah, there really wasn't a lot of time for us, you know, in between the two games. So that was a bit rough, but I think Cloud9 is also, at least right now, with these 5 players, they're really good from playing from ahead. You know, they just play with so much confidence individually. It's very hard to, you know, play against a team that plays with that much confidence. They were hitting their shots. So we were just, okay, the next 2 maps, there's not that much room for just straight up duels, straight up fights, Inferno and Train. So we knew ahead our we had our chances, and even Guardian said it before the last match. Said, guys, don't worry, we have one thing no one has. We have 2 coaches on the team. So Guardian did the fragging this time, Nico did the calling, and it all worked out.
Guardian showed up indeed, and I know that iBuyPower and this event here, you were just getting your feet wet with the team, headed into the major in just a few weeks. What are you going to be looking?
There's obviously some big, I mean, an amazing game by Guardian, and the rain round on Inferno definitely helped us in that map. So, but for me as a coach, that should always, you know, that's just something that takes some time and some hard work, and we're determined to do both from here until the major. So I'm pretty confident we can get there.
Awesome. Definitely looking forward to Faze and how you guys will do at the major. Thank you so much, Yanko. Congratulations once again, Golden Boy. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Smix, as well as Yanko. Congratulations to him and the boys. And I like something he said was about structure. We've heard that theme throughout the entirety of the CSGO Invitational. And I kind of want to highlight that because we joke, right? But this team, they have some amazing shots. They are... just blown away by the things that I saw Guardian do. A grown man shouldn't do that to another grown man. But...
well... But we all enjoyed it.
It was great.
So,
but I just want to say, like, now they have Yanko. They can get some strategy built. That makes his team very scary, in my opinion, for the major.
I do, but hopefully he can get them behind him, because I know Yanko has had problems with that, you know, in the past. And they can build off of this. They can definitely build off this. All of their players stepped up, and they had a lot more structure at the end of this event than when they came in.
And FaZe is never going to be that team, never going to be like that Astralis kind of team where they have like the massive game plan and structure. Yeah. They're always going to be a little bit more on the freewheeling end. So structure is always kind of a weird concept with a team like that. But what you saw, what you need to see when you talk about structure with FaZe is like some of the pop flash setups, some of the nade usage to kind of set a player up for a peak, or you know, little tricks along those lines that are structure, but they're not encasing this team into an overarching system that everyone has to play within. So you still want to have that, you know, individual flair with the squad.
Really going to be awesome to see big complexity all evolve going into the major. And while that puts a bow on the Eleague CSGO Invitational, we're actually not done yet with some more Eleague action. That's right, because the Eleague FIFA Major Championship will be coming February 22nd to the 24th on Twitch. We're going to get some footy going on over here in the Eleague studio. Pretty awesome stuff. Make sure you tune in for that as well. It's going to be a fun time indeed.
Everyone wanted an Eleague Major. They've got it.
There you have it. I like the way you say that. But that is going to do it for us here. It's been an absolute blast for the production, myself, the crew, everyone. You are all amazing. This has been amazing. And we'll see you next time.
It's not fair. I can't respond. If I do this,
I don't know about you.
Do it.
It's a shame that we were throwing these all over the place. We should have actually just been eating them the entire time. Delicious.
Oh, just put it on his head.
You hate to see it.
Yes, you would. You just did it.